Talk about big games, talk about the place to watch them, dive into the best pool in history. We're talking Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Was out there a couple weeks ago. I know the afternoon show is out there right now where you can catch the biggest games and a viewing experience that's built for us. It's built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim is America's favorite place to watch all the games with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls. It's a nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot. You pick. You've got the cozy day beds, the private cabanas if you like. You can lounge at the center of the action, but you got to reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. That Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. Go to circalasvegas.com. We've been waiting long enough. Let's talk Lions-Rams. And a reminder, you have a chance to go to that game. In the next hour, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Lions Sunday Night Football against the Rams. Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market. It's all from the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate with all-you-can-eat food. You got the open bar. It's 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets or win them with us this morning. A pair of tickets the next time you hear Parker Meadows' Grand Slam call from Dan Dickerson. You're going to call in. You're going to have your chance to win those tickets.
Sweet.
Lions-Rams.
It's finally here.
How do you feel now that the season's here?
Oh, I'm excited. I mean, I was excited last night, and we had no horse in the race. But both teams, I don't know if you were listening yesterday when Stoney was on, we talked about our Super Bowl predictions. I've got the Ravens in the Super Bowl against the Lions. And so, we're invested in that because there's two AFC teams, two really good AFC teams, and it's the two-time defending world champs. And I'm watching that game going, boy, this is a heavyweight bout. How would the Lions match up with either of these teams in this game? And we finally have a franchise and a team that has been built where you could say, yeah, we could play with either of those teams. So I can't wait to see them against the Rams. And I can't wait for this season. Week by week, there's anticipation of what this team has been building. And now it feels like there's a 17-game schedule where we're finally going to get the payoff of being one of the upper echelon teams and franchises in the NFL.
Lions fans, give us a word to describe your feelings now that the season's here. And you can give us a score prediction, too, if you'd like. I know we did the picks. We didn't give a score there. John, I think this is a Lions 31-21 kind of game.
What? Get out of my notes.
Do you have that written down? Let me look at this. People, he has that written down.
31-21.
I could go 31-24. Maybe I kick a field goal.
Uh-oh. Do I dare ask the question, Gov? Is this a Costa lock? A Costa lock?
No, not yet. We'll have plenty of those this season. But I feel really good. And to get into the emotion of it, it feels surreal to me, to use my word. Surreal. And I don't want to take this for granted. This is a Super Bowl caliber football team. And we've waited so long for this. It feels surreal, but I don't want to look back and not appreciate it in the moment. So, don't take this for granted. Enjoy this season. Soak up all of it. It's not always going to be good. They'll lose some games this year. But to have a team that's going to go into every single game favored or within a couple points, I mean, they're going to be a really good football team. And we deserve it, guys. We have waited so long for this. We deserve it. Let's appreciate it. Let's bask in it.
So the one word that I have to describe my feeling going into the season, and especially on Sunday night, is confident.
Yeah.
And it's confident because we've seen it's not just a one-off. This is a team that has earned the right to be here. It's a young team that has drafted well, that has developed players. They've signed their own guys. They've been very smart in single thing that they've done. And every time that they make a move, it's like, wow, we have a competent GM. We have a competent organization, one that is doing things right. And it's recognized around the NFL. It's recognized by multiple fan bases, not just here locally in Detroit. And so because you have developed depth and you have put together a roster that is talented, that it's young, I'm confident that there are going to be injuries. There are going to be losses, that you can overcome some of those and you can sustain some of those and still be a damn good football team going into this game. And I look at the individual matchups, O-line, D-line, wide receivers, defensive backs. Now, they obviously have a great group of wide receivers, Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, two very proven guys. And they've got a competent passing attack. But will they be able to protect Matthew Stafford?
Right, because no left tackle, right tackle's hurt.
Yeah.
Jonah's moving into center, Jonah Jackson, who we're familiar with. The point is the Lions' D-line should be a little better, and if the Rams' D-line is a little leaky, we know Stafford with time is dangerous with all the ways he can uncork the football. Well, with pressure, now you can get turnovers. Now you can light the building on fire on Sunday night.
Let me know if you've heard this before. A quarterback that puts up a lot of numbers and receivers that catch a lot of passes, but they can't find ways to win games.
Familiar.
There's going to be a 100-yard receiver on the opposite side, whether it's Cooper Kupp or it's Puka Nacua. There's going to be numbers that are put up by Matthew Stafford. It doesn't mean that translates to a win. The Lions team is well balanced. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They've got a number of different weapons, and I'm very intrigued about how will Ben Johnson tweak this offense to fit the experience and expectations of a Jahmyr Gibbs, the experience and expectations of a Sam Laporta, along with the emergence of Jamison Williams with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like I can't be more excited, but it gives me confidence going into this season.
Yeah, and just talking about the game specifically, you get a chance to see your young corners against really good receivers. You get a chance to see if the front is going to get more pressure this season in a favorable matchup. The back end is not a favorable matchup, but you get to see kind of a push-pull. You get to see this defense get challenged a little bit right out of the gate and see what they look like. Offensively, I think Sam Laporta is going to have a big day. I think the linebacker room, Roseboom was one of the lowest graded linebackers in football a year ago, and Ben Johnson is the king of putting those linebackers in conflict with some of the run fakes, with some of the pre-snap motion, with some of the misdirection. You got him going one way, little boot going the other way, and it's Sam Laporta wide open. And I think he's going to win his matchup without the misdirection, but I think Ben Johnson's only going to help these guys get open. They have a ton of toys to play with. I think Laporta's the guy with the big day.
Right, and it's not just getting the ball in their hand. It's getting the ball in their hand when they can turn upfield and actually get yards after catch. Do something with it. Because what have we seen? Whether it's Laporta with the ball, who's blocking downfield? Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, Jahmyr Gibbs, and it doesn't matter. Put the ball in anybody's hands, and the standard has been set that if you don't have the ball and somebody's running downfield, you better get your ass downfield and pick off someone.
That's culture. That's the standard. Yeah. There's no excuses. What was the line? No block, no rock. I mean, That's how this offense works. No, John, you have every right to be confident. I think Lions fans are justified. The hype is justified this season. And it's surreal that we're talking Super Bowl. What word would you use to describe the Lions as we kick off the season? Maybe a word to describe the matchup with the Rams. Ticket, text, phone calls. It's 97.1.
Only 2 MLB players have ever hit go-ahead grand slams on the road with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the final inning. One was Ted Williams, and now the other is Parker Meadows of the Tigers last night in San Diego. He helped secure a 4-3 win and prevent being swept by the Padres. One more full practice coming up later for the Lions, and one more media session with Dan Campbell. He had promised we'd see more Applebee's commercials revealed, and a second one with him as an assistant shift manager did drop, where he's gunning for Employee of the Month. You can find that one online. Meanwhile, their opener just 2 days away. The Chiefs got it done last night against the Ravens. A last-second review overturned a game-tying touchdown by Baltimore, and Kansas City won it 27-20. Quiet nights for veteran star tight ends Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce. Lamar Jackson drops to 1-5 against Patrick Mahomes in his career. There will also be an NFL game tonight, Eagles-Packers in Brazil. And College Game Day chose their special guest picker for the broadcast in Ann Arbor tomorrow. Olympian GOAT Michael Phelps will be on campus for the segment prior to Michigan versus Texas. He took classes at U of M while training and served as an honorary captain for the Wolverines back in 2022. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Reminder, this hour, be listening. The Parker Meadows Grand Slam call. When you hear the Dickerson radio call in for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Lions-Rams Sunday night. Hottest ticket in town. We've been talking about your emotions, your expectations, your predictions. It's finally here, the Lions season this weekend. We've got Cookie Jar at 9:35 this morning. And, John, in the picks, you took Texas. I want to explore that a little more at 9:18.
Okay.
Because I can't be the only one that was caught off guard there.
Oh. Okay.
You're full of surprises.
Well, I like to keep you on your toes.
Okay. Lions, you and I, same page, though. They're going to handle their business this week. They're a Super Bowl caliber football team. Fans have every right to be confident and justified in these Super Bowl aspirations. Some ticket texters. Good morning, guys. I got chills talking about the Lions. 27-13, Derek and Wyandotte. 2-touchdown victory. Tone setter.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Lions will be a solid 10-7 team, possibly a 3-way tie in the North, and a messed up wild card situation with teams like Philly.
So when I was putting my score together, I originally had thought 31-14 because I just feel like this will be a dominant performance, but you do have, Matthew Stafford can still sling the ball around. And you've got some really good receivers on the other side. They're going to score some points.
Yeah.
So that's why I ended up going with 21 for the Rams.
What do you make of that second one? A 10-7, step back, 3-way tie in the North, muddy, messy playoff situation.
So if you're looking at if you think this is one of the better divisions in football,
I do.
And you're sitting there going, okay, well, Caleb Williams as a rookie quarterback can have a C.J. Stroud type of year. Let's just go with that assumption. I think Green Bay is good. I don't think they're great. I think they're good. You're going to have to, if 3 teams in this division make the playoffs, you can't just have a team that sweeps everybody. You're going to have a lot of blood in the division. And so you're going to get a 10-win or 11-win team that will win the division. Is that a step back? I don't necessarily think so. The whole goal is just getting the playoffs.
Yeah, I do think home field matters for this football team because of, 1, Lions fans and how rabid they are, but 2, also avoiding the elements in January and,
sure,
and potentially into February here as best you can. Ticket Texter says, just being a realist, they should have lost to the Bears twice last year. They're lucky Goff was healthy all year. This person is not joining in on the hype.
Okay, health, yeah, some of that's out of your control. And you know what? Were they in a position to lose twice to the Lions or to the Bears? Yeah, but they didn't.
How about this one?
No, hold on real quick. I'm so sick of that point too, though. Not from you, John, the ticket texter. They were in a position to lose the game. You know what they did? They won the game.
Right.
How many years have you guys been Lions fans with us and watched them not win those games?
Right.
And now they win them and it's not enough? It's, they should have lost. They didn't lose.
Right, yeah. How many
what's
games should they have won and then they found a way to lose?
Thank you. Sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
They should have lost that game. I actually agree with that. Guess what? They should have won the Cowboys game and got robbed.
Yeah.
Balances out. Those things find balance, I mean, John, you're 31-21 instead of 14. That's that Padford there, by the way.
Right. I made that point. Like, we're facing a quarterback that has always put up really good numbers. And he's why everybody says, I want him for my fantasy team, but they don't necessarily want him for their quarterback. It's about the ultimate thing is winning the game.
Right. Now, Jim, he accused you of stealing notes with the score because you guys had the same one.
The exact score.
Well, me and John have been in so unison leading into this Lions season.
Yep.
I had 31-20.
Okay.
So we have the same record. We were 1 point off on the score.
Mm-hmm.
And you stole my word, too, confident.
Yeah.
I'm very confident going into this season. And I've kind of been holding this one back. And
here we go.
No, well, you know it because I said it earlier on the show. But again, for the new listener, guess what? Even if Green Bay is better, you know what's going to happen here? Green Bay it's role reversal now.
Yeah.
It's the Stafford Rodgers era reversed. We're better. They're going to be the little biatch, okay? They're not better than the Lions. They're not. They don't have a better quarterback. I know some people around here think he is based off
They don't have a better offensive line.
Based off 3 games. They don't have a better offensive line. They do have a better secondary.
They don't have better playmakers.
They have a more proven secondary.
Yeah. So I can see how, you know what, the Packers are going to be aggravated with the Lions. It's like they're gonna be saying in 7 years, well, we could never win the division because the Lions were just better. We had a good team, but we were always the wild card.
And I think you said Love is the new Stafford in the sense that, like,
he'll be good.
He'll be good, but not great.
Right. I mean, people are putting him in the Hall of Fame at this point. It's pretty they are.
So they're playing tonight. We're going to get a taste. He was very good the end of the regular season a year ago. It was like 18 touchdowns to 1 pick.
Right, yes. He was very Spencer Torkelson.
People are picking and choosing with him.
Well,
okay?
I was going to say, I'm not going to anoint a guy, and they were forced to pay a guy basically off of 9 games.
Yeah.
I mean, the playoffs were not pretty. They beat Dallas, but they kind of bullied Dallas. They ran all over them. When they faced San Francisco, he had ample chances to rise up and be that great quarterback, and he fell on his face. So I am not comfortable anointing Jordan Love either.
people forget games. Like, they played Tampa in Lambeau, the Southern Florida team who can't travel north in the winter, and they allowed 4 touchdowns to Baker Mayfield, and Jordan Love was not very good in that game.
Yeah,
but people don't remember that one.
Well, there are a lot of different games and a lot of. When you have injuries, when you have human nature, you're not going to be your best every single day. And I'm not going to sit there and crucify him for having a bad day against San Francisco or in any other game against Tampa. But I'm also not going to anoint him because he came in here against a very bad secondary and lit up the Lions.
Now, in fairness to Love, he needs balanced offense just like Jared Goff does. I'm not trying to. And I do think there's some risk this year with them going with Josh Jacobs. There's no Dillon. I think they're thin in the running back room. And Josh Jacobs is entering this stage of his career. Is this the fall off year? I actually think he's got one more year in it. I'm just saying that these are possible things that can happen.
Some words that people are using on the ticket text to describe the Lions heading into the season. Sketchy. All this hype about a team that hasn't been good for 30 years and had one good season. My word is sketchy.
I think there's a lot of apprehension, and I used that word earlier.
Another word was fake. Until proven otherwise, last year was a fluke. Are we really doing this?
Well, so I'm not going to sit here and crucify anybody that says that because it was 1 year for the Lions. Now, they were good at the end of 22. And they put together a nice stretch, but they ultimately didn't make the playoffs. It did carry over into 23, and they were a 12-win team. They made it to the NFC Championship game. But until they prove that they can do it year in and year out, that they can be a force, like Tom said, that the roles are reversed. Now, the Lions are the ones that everybody is looking at going, wow, we would have had a really good run here if it wasn't for the Lions. That was 1 year. You've got to back it up. You've got to show that you can do it on a regular basis. They have that opportunity starting on Sunday.
And I get that. And I realize these ticket texts, these couple that we just got, are not indicative of the vast majority of Lions fans. But when you say like last year was fake, felt pretty real to me. Yeah, if you were at that playoff game against the Rams, you're going to have those memories forever. Those aren't fake. That win counted, and then the win after it, another playoff win, counted. They did something last year they hadn't done in 30 years, which is being used against them by some. I view it as they have finally stepped out into the light, and this wasn't a fluke. This was a couple years in the making. There was clear progression. Like, you could see signs the year before, and then, John, to your point, it carried over, and they still have a very young football team that they've drafted young players who are continuing to get better under a coaching staff that stayed intact. This is a clear trajectory. This isn't like, wow, they were out of nowhere won 12 games. This was always brewing, and you could see signs of it even a year before.
It does feel like it's very different. And again, I hate to be the one that's defending these individuals, but history does play a factor in how you feel about a team.
The psyche.
There has been progression, but every time we've felt like the Lions have been progressing, there was an instant regression. And everybody is thinking that there is not everybody, those that are apprehensive or that they say it's fake, they're leaning on history to say that the Lions will regress.
Dan Campbell / Brad Holmes are different than previous Lions executives and head coaches. True or false?
True.
True. So if they're different, why are we still saying it's going to be like it was?
It doesn't have to be insanity. It doesn't have to be doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Like, I'm curious. The people were like, I don't know, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes are going to be just like Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia.
Well, I don't think anybody is saying that comparison.
Well, either you believe in these guys or you think that was a fluke and the Lions are going to go back to being the Lions. And I just don't, I can't get the neurons in my head to connect those dots. I just don't see it. I think you'd have to have your head buried in the sand, or you'd have to have an agenda. You may be someone who conveniently has gotten your rocks off to the Lions being bad, and now you don't know what to do with your life. Get with the picture. The team's good now.
Team is good. And it can be good. And they are doing things differently.
Ticket, text, and phone calls. We got some to get to. 248-539-9797. Cookie jar at 9:35. It's 97.1.
I've been telling you about injury attorney David Feminino for some time now, and here's another example of why his team is so good. Just listen to some of the results that David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you, and you can call and speak to David and his team right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, here we go. I'll try to get through the first two at least. Number one, the Costa and Jansen with Heather show is sponsored by BetterHelp. School has started and my daughter survived her very first week. She is so excited every morning to get up and go to school, and I'm so excited to watch her grow and learn this year. I'm actually kind of envious of her curiosity and interest to learn new things. As an adult, it's rare that I make time to learn a new hobby or a new skill. As I get older, it's easy to lose that drive and inspiration. For me, I would love to learn how to speak a new language. For you, maybe you'd love to learn how to play the guitar or how to cook a great meal. Whatever it is, therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. There are so many benefits to therapy. Not only can it help you navigate everyday stresses, therapy can also help you build confidence and build a more meaningful life. If you've been thinking about therapy but don't know where to start, check out BetterHelp. They make it easy to get you matched to a licensed therapist. Rediscover your curiosity with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/WXYT today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WXYT. Okay. Number two, the Costa and Jansen with Heather show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Is there something you've always wanted to learn, a skill or a hobby you've wanted to master? It could be golf, learning a new language, or learning how to play the guitar. Whatever it is, I know that finding the time can be pretty hard. As you get older, it's just easy to lose your motivation. Kids, they're constantly learning and growing, but as adults, that curiosity can fade. But you know what? Your back-to-school era can come at any age, and therapy can help. Therapy is a great tool to help reconnect with your sense of wonder. Not only can it improve your mental health, it can also help increase your motivation and your energy levels, which just might be the exact thing you need to start learning that new skill. If therapy is something you're ready to explore, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and it's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Rediscover your curiosity with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/WXYT today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WXYT. Sure, one more if we got time. Number three, the Costa and Jansen with Heather show is sponsored by BetterHelp. As I've gotten older, I've found that it's more difficult not only to find the time, but also find the drive to learn a new skill. I've always wanted to learn how to golf. I used to golf when I was in high school, and I was motivated to get better and learn back then. But now my excitement, my enthusiasm, it's just not the same. As a kid, I've always made time to learn new things. Right now, I'm having a blast watching my daughter. She's curious about everything and is constantly learning. I'm actually wishing I could feel just like that now. I've always wanted to learn something new, and if you've wanted to do the same thing, maybe for you it could be pickleball or mastering a musical instrument. Whatever it is, if you're feeling disconnected with your sense of wonder, therapy can help. Therapy can help you learn new ways of thinking and positive habits that can help you tap into a new sense of purpose and inspiration. It's also helpful if you're dealing with high levels of stress or simply just want to gain more self-knowledge. If you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's so convenient because it's entirely online and it's designed to be flexible and suited to your schedule. Rediscover your curiosity with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/WXYT today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WXYT.
A loss would have put them below 500. A win keeps them afloat, down to their final out and their final strike. Parker Meadows keeps doing stuff that leads to wins. Tigers are 39-22 when he plays baseball for them. All right, we got Cookie Jar coming up at 9:35 this morning. Phone calls on the Lions. Corin in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
So the word I would describe the Lions is, or my feeling about this season is confident and reassured. I know everyone is hyped about the defensive acquisitions we made, which they have been significant and they have been upgraded. But our team is always, this version of the team has always been about the offense and what the offense does. Even if you look at some of the losses that we had last year, the Green Bay game and Thanksgiving was because of turnovers. The Chicago game was because of turnovers. The San Francisco game was because of turnovers. It wasn't because we couldn't get stops or our defense wasn't getting stops because of our offense. Our offense is definitely better. Especially, I feel more confident in seeing the Ravens' offensive line looking worse. Makes me think that Zeitler is that guy. So he was a loss for them, which makes it seem like he's going to be a gain for us. This goes as Jared Goff goes, and hopefully our defense is better, which I think it will be. But this is all about our offense, and we are going to roll, baby.
It's a good note about Zeitler. The Ravens, they missed a couple offensive linemen, and it showed last night.
3 new ones.
Yeah, and Lamar running for his life. He ran for over 100 yards, but, well, I don't know if that's the game plan week in and week out. Adam in Gibraltar, you got a word to describe your emotions heading into Lions season. You're on 97.1.
My word would be confident. I'm on the hype train. I'm going to the Super Bowl this year. I don't think they're going to be complacent or anything. But, Lions bottom tier of the defense last year. If they can just be middle pack this year, that's going to be a way better team this year than last year if their defense can hold up. And also, can we stop giving the hype to the Green Bay? It's a small sample size from Jordan Love. I can't wait to see him choke today against the Philadelphia Eagles. I freaking hate the Packers. I despise them.
You are in good company. Yeah, we need to learn how to say choke in Portuguese for them tonight. I mean, listen, they're underdogs, but this would be a big spot. Open the season, see the Eagles get the win, put the Packers at a deficit early.
You know, you guys, I think, too, I think last year when they lost in Chicago that Campbell was concerned that they were losing their season a little bit. Just the way he spoke and emotionally handled that, and then got them ready for that Bronco game. Remember, that's when everybody was kind of started getting on pins and needles and saying, "Oh no, is this thing falling apart?" And now that they've gone through that and seen what happened, then they get the bitter taste in their mouth from last year that they've referenced several times. Look at Penei Sewell. He said he's watched it 10 times. That's obsession, okay? And I think they're laser focused. And I do think their schedule sets up for a little bit of a phrase that people hate, but a revenge tour. Seattle.
Yep.
Dallas.
Yep. Late in the year, San Francisco.
Prime
time.
Also, I always took out of Thanksgiving last year. See, I think the Lions went in the Lambeau and borderline humiliated them last year.
Oh, they did. It wasn't borderline.
And so the Lions started falling into that window of their season where they were maybe not quite as laser focused, that led to the Chicago loss and all that. But Green Bay came in here and kind of handed it back to us. I agree with the Lions got their butt kicked on Thanksgiving, and turnovers mattered and all, but the Packers responded physically. I'm pretty sure the Lions are going to respond back the other way physically when they play in Lambeau in November.
I think when they play the Packers and when they play on Thanksgiving. So it creates extra games where they feel like they've got to make amends for it. No, I don't view this as like, wow, they lost in a terrible way in the NFC title and there's going to be some hangover. It's been anything but. It's a hungry football team. It's a team that knows how close they were and knows that they're going to be fighting right there again this season, and they are excited to do it.
And I would like to ask the question, where are the subtractions? Because no team is ever the same from year to year.
Yeah.
And this is a young team. They've been able to keep their young talent. But where are they worse than they were last year?
So they lost Jonah Jackson, but we feel like Zeitler is an upgrade.
And I was not sad about that. I thought he was a little bit overrated and now overpaid. But I look at, okay, receiver. Could you say they're maybe worse off without Josh Reynolds?
Only if J-Mo doesn't step up. But I think the expectation is that he will. Yeah. You used a first-round pick, a 12th overall pick on the guy. And by all accounts, he's looking really good, like poised for that big season.
I mean, 12th overall pick should be 1,000-yard receivers by year 3. They kind of should be in year 2.
A lot of mouths to feed, but that impact, yes, I do think that's the expectation. Yeah, I mean, where are they worse? I mean, the only thing you'd say is maybe inexperience in the secondary, but they gave up the most air yards in football a year ago. So it's like they can't be worse downfield defensively.
And think about the importance of 4 rookies last year. Rookies get better, okay? I just feel like I'm with you, John. The flaw is the secondary, maybe offensive line depth, okay? But I just don't see it going sideways. I don't.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Cookie jar coming up at 9:35. I do want to circle back to John's Michigan prediction for the weekend. We'll do that before the hour ends. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, a Kansas City Chiefs superfan known as Chiefsaholic has been sentenced to 17 years and 6 months in prison after he was found guilty of stealing nearly $850,000 from 11 banks across 7 states. He was then using the money that he got, he was laundering it through casinos. And he was using all that money to fund this persona, right? He was going to all these games decked out in this full suit, right? Like it was just that people thought he was just this great guy attending all these games. Well, he was using all the money to go to those games on top of other things. So he was sentenced, 30 years old. He was sentenced on Thursday, which happened to be the same day the Chiefs kicked off the season, right? So it was like perfect timing, right? He was ordered to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in restitution. He also had to forfeit property involved in his money laundering activity, which included this autographed painting of Patrick Mahomes. It's a crazy story.
Yeah.
Like, it just proves you really don't know anybody, right?
No.
Like, you think this guy is just this
NFL super fan.
Yeah, right? Like,
he was also a super criminal.
Right, yes.
And then back in April, he was also ordered by an Oklahoma judge to pay $10.8 million to a teller that he assaulted with a gun. Yikes. Also yikes, and also poor yikes, a member of the Washington Spirit will miss the remainder of the 2024 National Women's Soccer League season after she suffered a pretty big injury while she was throwing out the first pitch at a Nationals game last week. She was just being celebrated, going to the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Set her medal down, threw out the pitch. She tore her meniscus.
Did she throw it from the mound? Like, how does this happen?
I watched the video.
Yeah, I don't know.
She did, but I mean, it didn't look like she was in pain after she threw it.
Yeah.
Was it a strike? Was it a good throw?
No. I mean, she threw it far.
Right.
But
she's used to using her feet.
Yeah. Anyway, she's out for the season and isn't going to play. And it sounds like she was like a really good rookie. She was having a really, really great season. Was like tied for the rookie single season record for most assists. She was one of the favorites to win the Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
Yeah, poor girl. For throwing the first pitch. Your
I've never
season's
seen that.
over. Man. Some newlyweds right here in Michigan have been charged in the death of one of their groomsmen. Police say that on August 30th, the victim was standing up at the couple's wedding, then got in some sort of argument with the couple, and then that evening, the newlyweds decided to chase him down in their SUV, and that's exactly what they did. They just ran right into him. He passed away. The husband was behind the wheel. He was charged with second-degree murder, and his wife, who was also in the vehicle, was charged with accessory after the fact to a felony.
Huh. That's a tough way to go.
It really is.
I wonder what was said, what happened. We don't know.
No, we don't know. A second Applebee's commercial starring Dan Campbell has dropped, and this time he plays the role of assistant shift manager, gunning for Employee of the Month.
It's the maniacal laugh for me. It's great.
Coming for you. Jason Kelsey, he knew that his connection with his wife, Kylie, was different basically from the start, but it was after she laughed off his embarrassing moment on their second date that he knew this was going to work out. He knew she was the one. So they met on a dating app. Right off the bat, he said she was the most beautiful person he'd seen on a dating app. Their messages, they hit it off. She was really cool. Didn't have a great first date, convinced her for the second one. And he did something on their second date, and it's when she laughed that he knew everything was all right.
I'm not a repetitive farter. Every once in a while, they squeeze out.
It's that word. I squeezed a fart out. Is that what he said?
Yeah, at an inopportune time.
Yeah.
Tight jeans, you bend over.
But he learned.
Yeah.
He learned she was the one.
All because of a fart.
Yes. Hey, we all have our pros and cons.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Cookie Jar. Have some fun on a Friday. It's 97.1.
It's NFL Week 1, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick us off. Now through September the 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you're going to be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to download America's #1 sportsbook. That website again, FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, this is number 4. The Costa and Jansen with Heather show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Kids are always learning and growing, and they're always excited and proud of all the new things that they learn. But as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity. What's something you'd love to learn? A new sport, a new language maybe, or maybe it's how to finally beat your friend during a round of golf. Whatever it may be, remember that your back-to-school era can come at any age, and therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder. Therapy is a great tool to help increase your motivation. It can help you understand your inner motives and what inspires you. It can also help you overcome obstacles that may be preventing you from achieving your goals. If therapy is something you're ready to explore, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, and it's designed to be convenient, to be easy, and suited to your schedule. Rediscover your curiosity with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/WXYT today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WXYT.
We have our winner. Lions tickets Sunday, hottest ticket in town. Kevin in St. Clair won the pair of tickets for Sunday, plus the passes to the Lions VIP tailgate Eastern Market. It's all by the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back. The Bullseye Event Group has the all-you-can-eat setup, the open bar. It's 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets. Kevin heard the Parker Meadows Grand Slam in the last hour, and he is our winner.
Cool.
Hottest ticket
Free
in town.
tickets.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want free tickets to
Especially
this?
with what those tickets go for.
Game 1 of a Super Bowl season.
All starts Sunday. All right. Friday, cookie jar. All right, we got some fun topics, rapid fire style. Our first, with the return of the NFL, we have both college and pro football. John, what is your preference between the two?
I'm going college football. Obviously, I'm heavily invested in that. I'm heavily invested in both. The only thing that the NFL has is the consistency of a longer schedule. But college football, the pomp, the circumstance, if you're at a college football stadium, they're much better tailgating environments. You get the small town for the most part. I absolutely love everything about college football game days.
I'm a college football guy too, although it's starting to tilt a little bit with how good the Lions are. Like growing up, I haven't had this, and it's really pulled at my heartstrings. But like you, I love the uniqueness of a college football Saturday. It's different on every campus with the different traditions and the band and the architecture and the tailgating, the fall leaves on a college campus. To me, it's college.
Architecture. Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Heather.
I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying about the excitement of tailgates for a college football game. I'm all about that. However, if I'm going to watch a game, I'd prefer to watch an NFL game.
Have you been to an NFL game?
Yes.
So, I mean, by default, you've been to an NFL game. You've never been to a college football game.
That's very true. Very true.
Greg, wearing
Thanks.
a Lions jersey.
I can lock in 12 to midnight on a college football Saturday. I cannot do that for an NFL Sunday. I can't do a triple header for the NFL anymore.
Tom?
I could do both.
I'm an NFL guy, and I always have been. And this goes back to college and never having a playoff back in the early 90s when I was watching split national title after split national title. And I became an NFL guy. I'm like, you can't settle this on the field. This is the stupidest thing ever. Listen, you guys are right about the fluff. On the field, the game itself, the NFL product is so much better, it's not even close.
Which NFL team, if you looked at all their mascots and nicknames and animals, would win in a 32-team all-out brawl?
I mean, this seems easy to me, even though I hate the answer. It's got to be Cowboys.
You think so?
Modern firearms. I mean, if I'm a cowboy, Buffalo, dead. A Jet. I mean, I'm not going to go down that road. Bengals, Ravens, Colts, Jaguars, Lions. Like I don't even have to get close, and you're dead.
So cowboy with holster, 6-shooter, ready to go.
Oh yeah.
That's okay, Heather.
Okay, well, I was only looking at teams that had animal mascots.
Okay.
And I narrowed it down to 3 and then narrowed it down to my winner. So I wasn't looking at the Cowboys, which didn't come into my equation.
Or
I
like
had
a fighter
the
jet?
Lion. Yeah, that was out. I had the Lions, the Bengals, or a bear. And I think ultimately out of all those 3, the Bengal Tiger could destroy either of those. So I'm going with the Bengals.
A lot of thought there.
Yeah.
Greg?
Close quarter fighting. I mean, that cowboy gets close to a bison or a lion or a bear, man. That
Still dead.
range weapon is not going to help you too much. I'm going to go with the lion. Mauling.
The guy that didn't even pick the Lions goes with the lion. The only guy. You went with the ram.
Much like Heather, I was the animal, so I was going to say the Bengals too.
Mm-hmm.
But since everybody's included, I'd say the Giants.
Giants.
Roar.
Yeah.
You kick all of our butts.
Yes, I would.
Even though you've gotten a little
unless you were
frailer
holding
looking
a 6-shooter.
Frail.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody's included, it's a fighter jet. I mean, you could drop missiles and bombs. But if we're going animals,
Well, the New York Jets doesn't say fighter jet. You can't add to their,
Well, none of them say fighter. I mean, it could be a cute little baby lion. Like, none of them are like,
again,
"Whoa,
dead. Shot dead.
I'm rethinking now.
John, it doesn't say the cowboy's armed. He could be riding a horse. We're all implying that these are on their most ferocious versions of themselves. If you take the jet out, which I think is the easy answer, I would go with the bear. All right, wings, bone in or boneless? Okay, John. Bone in or boneless for your wings?
Got to have bone in. I mean, you got to have a handle. You know, and because, I mean, the boneless, I understand. Tom, I understand that you don't have to worry about, biting the bone.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah.
You can do this.
But I prefer the bone in.
I won't even ask flats or drums. Heather?
I mean, I don't eat either, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Have you, Colin, if he sits down at B-Dubs, is
Yeah.
he ordering bone in or
Yes.
boneless?
Bone in.
Now, have you
Bone
done
in.
like a cauliflower wing? Have you tried?
No, but I've had cauliflower other things.
Again, it's like turkey bacon. It's not a cauliflower wing. It's a buffalo flavored cauliflower piece.
It's battered and tossed in sauce.
Sure.
Yes.
It's not a wing.
I'm just saying for her. she doesn't eat
Cauliflowers
wings.
don't fly.
Greg?
To your secondary question, drums or flats? Spider 2Y banana, baby, always the flat. Secondly, the initial question here, man, look, I'll take all the chicken nuggets, cracks that come my way. I like the boneless wings.
Interesting. I think the meat on a bone-in wing is better. You got to work a little harder, but that's a life lesson, kids.
Well, you don't really have to work that much harder. I mean, and
Well,
there's
it's
more
messier
meat
and with
on
the
a
flats.
drum than there is on a flat.
Why are you fighting me if it's more work? A chicken nugget, a boneless wing is way easier to eat. You just pop it in your mouth. But it's worth
It
the
depends
extra
on
work.
the size. I mean,
Sure.
The chicken is better on what is called a real wing.
Yes.
And this whole marketing ploy that started about 15 years ago with, quote, boneless wings, they call them that because they sell more by doing that.
Yes.
right, but they're not, again, misnomer, not wings.
They're not. I'm with you 100%. It's like a fact that's turned cloud. It's like fake news.
Yeah. Well, welcome to an election year.
How many flights of... Just going to skip right past that. How many flights of stairs before you take the elevator?
Somewhat dependent on the situation. if I'm showing up with the team and everybody's loaded up and I know I'm going to have to be standing there waiting for the elevator to go up, down, all around, 6 is about my max.
It also depends if you're carrying a bunch of luggage and things like
Sure.
that.
Yes.
I typically always take an elevator. However, if there's a long wait and I know I'm only going up maybe 4 flights of stairs, I'll say, I'll just walk.
Yep.
I'd say about 5. 5
5
is
or-
kind of my
yeah.
threshold.
Okay.
I'm going to take the elevator. Greg?
So I'm assuming that this is only my person. Elevator is immediately available.
Okay.
Or stairs.
Okay.
How many flights of stairs would it take for me to get to the elevator? 1.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll use that elevator all the
elevator immediately available. Sure, I'm not going to sit there and go, boy, that elevator looks nice, but I'm going to take the stairs.
The worst person at the station to be stuck in an elevator with?
So this one's kind of tough because you're throwing somebody up into the bus. Mark Ryan. Stop talking.
I
you.
had the same answer because I think he tried to convince me it was actually a good thing to be stuck in the elevator.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd probably go Stoney. Because he can't hold his pee. Like, what if he has to go to the bathroom?
You're going to get peed on.
Like, what? And he would go right
He
there.
would, right? Probably pick a corner.
Yes, he would, but still,
Yeah.
I'm standing in the other corner.
Bladder control is a consideration.
So
Yes.
do you have to, like, if he's standing in one corner, obviously he's facing the corner. Are you
Yes.
standing in the other corner facing the other corner?
You know what I would be doing? I would be up on the handrails with my feet, and I would be far, far away from the floor. You know?
You'd be
That's what
going
I'd be
Mission
doing.
Impossible.
Yes!
Full Mission Impossible.
Yes!
Stuck to the side.
Probably Gov. I hear enough of his takes already.
Tom, throw someone
Fair
under the
game.
bus.
Yes,
I can
yes,
take that.
yes. This elevator is so cheap. This hotel, I can't believe it.
Mine would be Greg because he started talking to himself. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But then you wouldn't have to carry the conversation.
This is
you go.
between Rieger, who would his loudness for an extended period of time, or Kenny because he smells.
Mixing a shower. All right, last one. Do you consider yourself an introvert or an extrovert?
This one is situationally dependent. Obviously, for what we do from the hours of 6 to 10, it's hard to claim that we're introverts. But in a somewhat of a social situation where I'm just there, I like to be a fly on a wall. I tend to not generate the conversation, generate relationships. But if I'm there, representing, or if I'm there for a certain business reason, then I can be very extrovert.
I am a total introvert. I'm so socially awkward. I would rather be in a very small group of people or all alone. Like, I don't need to go and interact with anybody. I'm totally content by myself. I'm quiet. I'm reserved. Typically.
This is what's so weird about it. I would also consider myself an introvert. Like, if I'm with a group of friends,
Yeah.
we're chatting it up. What we do here, we're excited to talk about stuff. But away from this,
So
small group of friends, that's it.
Kelsey's the one that picks up the swingers then? Because I would expect
obviously.
a swinger to be an extrovert.
Yeah.
Tom, what are you?
I am actually an extrovert unless it's in a probably more of a professional environment. Like when you're in work professional mode, I am an introvert actually. But you putting everything aside and we could just go out and have a good time and stuff. You guys would probably be surprised that I try to get the conversation going.
Oh, you're the one that gets the party started.
I don't know about party started necessarily, but
Got to start somewhere.
I'm a big believer in live life
Sure.
while you got it. And it's like, have a good time. Take your guard down. We don't nothing to hide. We all got flaws. I mean, look at my ugly face and bald head.
That's why we're on radio.
Greg, real quick.
Definitely would say I'm an introvert.
Yeah, so it's weird. We're all in radio, mostly introverted.
Yeah. It can be. Yeah.
Can be. Till the mics come on. Got a job to do. Fun to have. That's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. With All Day IPA, here is what you get: a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, we got some coming up on Saturday, whether it's College Park or Ann Arbor or it's Ford Field. All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. Here's a clue. You can find it in the big house. All Day IPA, it's all about the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
All right, some ticket text reacting to the cookie jar, and then I want to revisit your pick for the big noon kickoff on Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you caught me off guard. I'll at least take a couple minutes
Keep
with
you
it.
on your toes.
Yeah, it's appreciated. Texter says, I'm so with Heather. I hate people, air quotes, unless it's my small circle of friends, Roy and Clarkston. The introverted, extroverted debate. Yeah, if it's like a small group of friends that you're real close with, everybody's
Yeah, but
easy to come out of your shell, but
So I guess I would err more on, I said it was situationally dependent. I guess I would probably err more to the extrovert side because I do like hearing people's stories, learning about people, even if they're jerks. Like, at least you come away knowing instead of wondering, is this guy a good guy or a bad guy? Good girl, bad girl.
Texter says boneless wings are chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the bone-in drop for the next few years.
Yeah.
Joe in Farmington Hills.
I prefer bone in.
Jansen's a foul pig with his sexual innuendos. Got one of those ticket texts.
Hey, how are you supposed to? The question was, do you prefer boneless or bone in? And I simply answered it, I prefer bone in.
People you don't want to be stuck in an elevator with. We only got one name on the ticket text.
Oh.
It wasn't anybody we said.
Who is it?
I know my baseball, Pat Caputo.
You can always take a nap.
Talking about minor league baseball for like 3 hours.
I just got the mud hens, okay?
Yeah. Then you could lay down. So if you were in there with Pat Caputo and Stoney, you'd want to take a nap, but then you couldn't because you'd be laying in pee.
Yeah, there's a text about that. It says maybe that would get Heather to clean her feet.
That would, yes.
You'll wash
Yes.
your
I
feet.
didn't say I never wash my feet,
Yes.
but I definitely don't
Only
wash
when
them.
you pee in the shower.
I don't wash them every time I shower.
The debate over which NFL mascot would win in a brawl says good luck with a Titan, and another one said aren't Titans literal gods? How is that not the answer? Buccaneer with a cannon got another vote as well. None of us said either.
Only if he's on his ship.
Well, a Buccaneer would be on his ship, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I guess maybe, but yeah,
Where else would you see a
they're going to be
Buccaneer?
off yonder, and you're going to be in this room with all the other ones. I disagree. I still think it's a cowboy with modern firearms.
You in the state of Texas, Cowboys, Longhorns. Okay, let's talk about this. I was surprised, and I agree with you. I think Texas wins this game. We both had them to win by more than a touchdown. That's where I was like, whoa, John, you don't think it's going to be a one-score game even?
No, unless you count the 2-point conversion.
Sure. But, okay, so early in the week, I had expressed some concerns, and so did you. And as you got closer to this game, why did you arrive where you did?
There's almost everywhere there needs to be improvement. Offensive line, quarterback play, wide receivers. The only area that didn't need to be improved was Colston Loveland. And, defensively, I still think Wink was taking that as a preseason game, and he was testing his guys because he needs to know as much as he possibly can going into this matchup with Texas, because you've got a much better group of receivers, a much better offensive line, a much better quarterback, and even though they're down to their third running back, much better running game. So you've got to find out exactly the hand that you've been dealt in that situation.
You don't think it all gets cleaned up in 1 week's time?
I think there's just too much to clean up. I think there are areas where I expect them to be improved. I just don't know if they're going to be improved enough.
Gator is coming to the studio. John and I both took Texas to win by more than a touchdown.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would take Texas. More than a touchdown. I don't know if I'd go more than a touchdown.
That is the betting line right now.
I think Michigan's defense is so good, and I'm curious to see how they line up against an offense that's really good too.
Yeah.
And how much will Texas's ego get in the way? And I don't know if Texas is going to be able to run the ball, but I know they're going to try to throw the ball.
Sure.
And mistakes can be made. Michigan's defense can score. We saw it last week, and they can do it again this week.
The matchup I can't wait to see is Michigan's 2 defensive tackles, really the whole defensive line against Texas's offensive line. But Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, I just can't wait to see them against a high-quality, especially early in the year, high-quality offensive line.
Texas O-line, 100 combined starts. I think it's 104. So it's a great matchup, best on best.
Well, they
number.
certainly have that continuity, but you're talking about two guys that might be top 20 picks in the NFL draft on the defensive line. So, I mean, when I look at the matchup, I expect the defensive line to take over that matchup.
Well, Texas'
me, it's
left
probably
tackle,
Yeah, Banks.
Calvin Banks, is potentially a first-rounder as well. So
But
Let's
that's a
go.
tackle.
Derek Moore, step up. We saw what Josiah Stewart could do to a top-level offensive lineman.
the Bama.
Alabama.
The right tackle
Yeah.
for Bama. Yeah.
But I like the Will Johnson against whoever receiver you want to
Yeah.
put him against.
Well, here's what's funny.
Bond. Isaiah Bond.
I think the Golden Kid, number 2 for Texas, he and Will Johnson were on the same
Thank you.
7-on-7 team in high school. So, and they both wear number 2. So 2 versus 2 is two guys that played together in high school.
Are those your charts over there?
Yeah.
I like seeing that stuff. Look at the detail that Doug's got ready for this game on Saturday. It's beautiful.
Oh,
I know.
charts, he
I know.
said.
Well,
I thought you used
We get to nerd out a little bit. Where's the camera?
Where's the camera?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
which
people
one's
we'll
on.
switch up for your show and everything. So,
Is
yeah.
that at the bucket information too?
Some of it. Some of it.
Oh, let's see, Doug. That one.
Which camera? Over
The one over behind Heather.
There you go.
the Michigan
Yes.
offense I'm showing. But
Yeah.
I think Heather deserves credit today.
Do I?
Every day. But I think today
For
is
what?
one day. I think you had the best answer about the elevator question.
Oh, thank you.
Stoney? Yeah. Because he would. I mean, it's totally not out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, the question was, who would you least want to be trapped in the elevator with?
You guys ask Goff that question.
We
That's kind
did.
of how we got the
We
idea.
did.
Yeah.
And because of Goff's answer, I was terrified that I was going to be the pick. Like, go Gator because he's big.
But I thought about that because especially with the way
I
the
can
Chargers
lift
had to
people
get
up.
out. Well, you can but if I'm going to be stuck in an elevator, I think we could have a good time.
We could have fun. Right.
yeah,
Which
you
is,
know.
hopefully that was my personality.
Yeah.
It saved me from the embarrassment. But Heather saying Stoney, and the reasoning was so solid
Yeah.
because Stoney would pee.
He would.
And he would pee in the corner. And Stoney wouldn't even let you know that he's going to. He would just turn around.
Yeah,
go to
maybe
the
they won't
corner
notice.
And do it. And, everyone else is like, what are you doing? And he's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And this would be maybe after 5 minutes because he would think in his mind that this is going to be for hours. I might as well do it now.
Right.
Stoney.
Great answer. Great answer.
What do you guys got planned on Friday here?
Well, it's our annual Lion season prediction show. So everybody line them up.
Buckle up.
Let's go.
This will be
Yeah.
the most fun one you guys have ever done.
That is correct. It's like a multiplier of fun.
All right. Karsh Anderson next, 97.1.
happy NFL and a merry college football. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program on this final Friday before things get real for Michigan and Michigan State, and the Lions kick off their defense of the NFC North title. Football indeed. On your mark, get set, go. Gator, how are you today?
I'm doing well, Doug. Doing well, thank you.
What a day. What a weekend we have in store.
Yeah, it's fun.
It is fun.
It's fun.
It is fun.
It's a lot of fun.
So we've got the Lions opening against the Rams on Sunday night. Great enthusiasm about this season. It is our annual prediction show. Will you give us the record in the regular season and the reason why you believe they're going to get better, get worse, stay the same? What record do you have for the Detroit Lions for this regular season? Gator and I got into pretty in-depth predictions yesterday. Kang had his prediction yesterday for the season. But we want yours at 248-539-9797. I got the sheet of paper ready to archive. Sometimes I put it on the computer, and I decided today, nope, we're going old school.
Old school.
Old school.
Pen?
I got pen and paper, and we are going to archive all your predictions, and then it's always fun at the end of the year. We go back and see who nailed it. Who nailed it? Because there is always somebody that just has the greatest, not only they get the record. There's usually 4 or 5 people, 6, 7 people that get the record. But then we get in when they give us the reason why. Some people really are on top of it. So what do you got, people? Lions season record prediction. What do we have ahead today? Well, we'll preview the college games as well. We have got a Detroit Lions specific edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. All Lions questions today at 10:30. Had a hell of a football game last night and a hell of a baseball win. I don't know if it's going to amount to anything and be part of an epic come-from-behind season to make a postseason. But what a moment last night in San Diego. And it's too bad that it's on the West Coast, in the dark. Here you got the Tigers. I mean, this San Diego series was on the brink of becoming the baseball equivalent of the Ottawa series that cost the Red Wings a couple seasons ago, where basically the carriage turned into a pumpkin. But they stay alive.
It was a fantastic moment last night.
In terms of sheer joy, on a scale of 1 to 12, that was a 12.
I obviously I thoroughly enjoyed it. No surprise I was watching that over the NFL game. I had that game was switching back and forth, but I did catch I was watching the Tigers live, and when that happened, I texted both of you guys with a little OMFG.
Yep.
And it was just so unbelievable, and yet it happened. Ranger Suarez throwing 102 miles an hour, and Parker Meadows just goes oppo. Somehow that ball gets over the fence. It did not look like a home run when it left the bat. And then when you see the left fielder turn his back, you said, yep, that's a home run. Not just a home run. It's a grand slam. And the Tigers were able to hold on in the bottom of the ninth and win the game. And now they are still in business.
Meanwhile, you had a great NFL opener. Comes down to the last play, Kansas City and Baltimore. There's a lot to take out of that game from a context standpoint and discuss what it means for the Lions. But good way to whet the appetite for the coming season. Tonight we got a game where we have rooting interest. We are all Eagles fans tonight.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yep, let's go. Take care of the Packers. The Super Bowl favorite, Green Bay Packers. Just hope our spunky group of Lions can keep up with the Packers. Our underdog Lions. If you missed yesterday's show, we've just been amazed at how late in the offseason, it's like a late push. We're hearing for the Packers precinct now. lots of Packer picks to win the Super Bowl, to win the NFC. Go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. After an entire offseason of hearing it was going to be the Lions, we're now hearing it's the Packers, which is fine. It has no bearing on reality.
They were mail-in votes for the Packers.
That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Late.
Yep. But we want your predictions on this Lions season at 248-539-9797. Give us a season record and the reason why you think it's going to go the way it's going to go in one of the most anticipated Detroit professional seasons ever. They start with Sunday Night Football in front of the nation as we take the new secondary out for a test drive, take the new defensive tackles out for a spin. The offense comes back. I mean, maybe just maybe with a brand new and improved Jamison Williams.
That's right.
He could be explosive. Absolutely explosive. We're ready to go. On a Football Friday, 248-539-9797. We'll start knocking down your season predictions next. We'll have ours late in the show if you missed them yesterday. It's Doug Karsh, it's Scott Anderson. Kang's behind the glass. Kenny's on phones. Love to hear from you today. You're on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, as the weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of a great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you're the filter. Don't be the filter. You can also save 10% off any residential job of over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. By the way, kudos to Kang for his shirt. Love that shirt, Kang. Love that logo. And I love your new headphones.
Well, these are actually my backups. I forgot I had them, so I'm bringing out the number twos. Yeah,
These are old school.
These are the Hendon hookers.
It's got the grit hat on too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's not that old school. We're still gritty, aren't we?
No, I'm just saying you get the whole ensemble, right? You're.
Oh yeah, man. This is football season, dude. Are you kidding me?
It's funny.
It's football season.
It's funny because
nothing else matters. I don't even have a family anymore. Okay.
Well, they don't have a father.
Yeah, that's true. It works
for
both
the next
ways.
4 months. I watched the Colorado State-Texas game, just getting ready. And Colorado State, on their helmets, between the bolts, it says grit. Like right up here, it says grit. And I'm like, Dan Campbell's taking over the world. I mean, Applebee's sales is going to go through the roof.
Yeah, 2 for 1 grit meals.
2 for 1 grit meals.
There are, I forget, it was the Bears or one of the other NFL teams has kind of adopted grit as well.
Really?
Yeah. Copy.
Gator, I've been noticing it. Maybe it's just because anytime the word grit comes up, I'm like,
that's
wait,
right.
That's ours.
That is ours.
Why are you
totally
saying
ours?
That?
Copycats.
Yep.
I too have new Lions gear, but I didn't don it today.
I've been flirting with a Lions hat that I've seen, and it's got that logo. Like it's on Kang's shirt. For those of you watching on Twitch, twitch.tv or youtube.com, Kang's shirt's awesome. It's the old school crawling lion with the 2 racing stripes behind it. It's a spectacular shirt. Although I'm not a long sleeve T-shirt guy, but it looks good on you though.
I feel like you would be because weather changes. You could roll up the sleeves if you need to.
It's versatile.
Down
no, there's no question. It's versatile. I typically, I've only got a few. I don't have that many long sleeve T-shirts. There's a few. I guess few is enough.
Yeah, I don't have many either, but I like the look. My new gear includes that logo as well.
Does it? Yeah, it's a great logo. It's fantastic. It's the new one they put on the helmets last year, but I think those helmets are gone, right? With the crawling line and the 2 racing stripes that they debuted last year.
The awesome helmet?
Yeah, I think they still using that helmet.
I think they're going to wear that once a year.
I don't know because the NFL limits you on how many different helmets and jersey combos you can have.
Yeah, but I'm eyeing. Fanatics has this gray Lions fitted hat. It's gray and it's got the racing stripes. Actually, it doesn't have that. I just looked at it. It's got the regular lion, but the racing stripes come from the brim up to the line. It's cool looking. But
you guys are going to see a ton of Lions gear this year.
Oh, I'd say so. We had yesterday the top 10 selling jerseys in the NFL, and 2 Lions were on the list. Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta getting some love. Parker Hess hasn't made it yet. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Randall will lead us off here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Randall?
What's happening?
Hey, buddy.
So I got a projection, right?
Okay.
11 wins,
Okay.
six losses, right?
Yep.
But I got a more important topic I want you guys to go with. The reporting as eligible. Let's get the fans to not cheer when we get a trick play going. Last year at the end of the year, 4 games after the Dallas game, everybody was cheering when Dan Skipper reported as eligible. So let's get the fans to not cheer at this game or future games.
Are you worried that they're tipping the hand?
Yeah, tipping them off. Yep, absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, I think the other teams are not missing it when a player reports as eligible.
Well,
but
it happens so fast, right? It's kind of a trick play in and of itself.
So you don't want the fans to tip off the other team. I mean, look, if we slip that one past the other team, shame on them for not noticing a player is reporting as eligible.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of that play, right? And that's why they did it a little shady last year with the 3 guys running up to the refs, right?
I don't know if it was shady.
Shady.
Shady. It's a trick play. These are trick plays, right? And if the crowd tips them off, there's a potential there.
Well, they did what they were supposed to do, and they got jobbed.
Well, here's the thing. The Lions end up having tackle report eligible all the time anyway, so I don't know if there's no tipping off when it comes to that. They do it so often. It's up to the defense to figure it out. The Lions fans cheering because they hear Dan Skipper's eligible for the 16th time in the game. I don't know if it's going to be any tipping off there.
Randall, why do you think they're going to go 11-6?
Well, I think the NFL is just a diverse league with a lot of new teams being good this year and a lot of teams that were good last year not being good. And I'm, hoping that the Lions can maintain. And I think 11 wins is a nice, solid start, right?
Yeah. Look, the regular season schedule's tough. And so picking losses, there's nothing wrong with them picking them to lose some games. They're playing a very tough schedule. They play just about all the contenders in the NFC. They play Super Bowl favorite Green Bay twice. They play Dallas. They play the Rams. They play San Francisco. I mean, out of the legitimate teams that might challenge Green Bay, the only one that they don't play is Philly, right? Is there any other contender that I'm missing?
In the NFC?
Yeah.
No, I think they got them all there. Yeah, I mean, Rams, Dallas, Green Bay, San Francisco.
Well, even Tampa and stuff. The teams
Tampa,
in the
yeah,
playoffs
I skipped
year.
right over.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though. Like they're a playoff team. Yeah.
Atlanta, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Seattle or Nemesis.
This is no easy schedule.
They do play Seattle, but they don't play Atlanta.
AC Milan. Tough schedule, man.
Ipswich.
Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
All right, I got us going 13-4.
Wow.
I think us going 14 games in a dome is really underestimated. I think that helps us a lot. And I think those contracts that we shored up this year gives our best players a lot of security. And we just come in, just laser focused, while the rest of the NFC has coach problems, contract problems, turmoil. We're just locked in and we get it done. And we beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
There you go. There you go. Love it. And, you know, the contracts getting done is part of this healthy culture. If you look at the nonsense that has basically been woven through era after era of Lions football, there's very little off the field stuff, if any. There is, I mean, you can see stuff from former Lions if you want to look. Some former Lions have made off the field headlines.
You got to really look, though. You got to really look.
Yep. And you got, you know, the contracts, no contract holdouts, nothing at all. It's they locked up their key guys. The Aleem McNeil thing is next.
Yeah, he doesn't seem concerned about it.
No, that doesn't feel like it's a pressing issue yet.
No, that feels like, I mean, Brad Holmes has said that's something they want to get done. Aleem McNeil basically said he's not terribly concerned about it. Leave that up to his agent. He's just going to go out and ball this year, and that's great.
Brian, thank you. 248-539-9797. Josh is next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
I'm going to go with my prediction for the Lions. I'm going to go with 13-4 also.
Okay.
I think with the additions that we have on defense, with the defensive backs and the defensive line, I think we'll get us one more game than last year. And then I think we'll take that through number one seed all the way to the Super Bowl and win that. So,
yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see the new secondary and the new defensive line. Basically, the linebacking core is back the way it was a year ago, but the changes up front and on the back end, some changes up front, an entire overhaul of the secondary. And we have no idea what it's going to be because we've barely seen them.
It feels like every position group has been bolstered and improved upon, maybe with the exception of the linebacking core because it's the exact same group. And yet, because Jack Campbell was a rookie last year, you feel that he's got more to give, a lot more to give, so that alone is improvement.
Yep.
Is any groups taking a step back?
Defensively?
Any offensively, defensively, is there any group that you're looking at like, well, it's not as strong as they were a year ago?
I mean, when it's all said and done, the only one that would be in question would be wide receiver, right? Losing Josh Reynolds and still searching for a replacement, but the feeling is Jamison Williams is going to be better than he was a year ago. It's going to be a bigger part of the offense. So I think you're probably spot on.
We're very chesty right now.
We are chesty. Hopefully, we can keep pace with the pack.
We're confident. We're not overconfident, but we're very, very confident. It's okay to be confident, guys.
We just got to catch those Packers.
Yep. Just try and keep pace.
Just try to keep pace.
Keep pace.
Just try to keep pace.
Don't let them run away and hide. 248-539-9797. Brian is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, yeah, I got the Lions, man. I got us going back. I mean, at work. I mean, I see us going back 12-5, man. I mean, the schedule's tough.
Yep.
But I just think, man, by us drawing our division opponents later in the season, like we don't play the Packers or the Bears early, We got the Vikings kind of early, but they don't really worry me like a Green Bay. So it's kind of like it's tough for everybody. You know, like the Packers is not going to sneak up on anybody, and neither are the Bears. So, you know, I just think it's wide open for the Lions, man. I think with the addition of our secondary, you know, the players that we got out there, I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk, but I don't think the Lions going to lay down.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they don't play the Packers until November. They'll have
Correct.
8. I think it's 8 games under their belt before they play the Packers. So it's 2 against the Packers and 2 against the Bears in the second half of the season. Effectively,
right? So they got to stay healthy. Everybody just got to stay healthy, man. I think the Lions, they take care of their health, man. And, you know, the sky's the limit.
I think just about every team says that, but I agree with you on it. I mean, it's something I say all the time. Please, just stay healthy. There's a couple of key factors there that you need to stay healthy.
248-539-9797. Get your season predictions in. We do a Detroit Lions-centric edition of the Blitz thingy next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, I'm going to flip the coin, call heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. He calls heads. It is a head. Would you like to receive or defer?
I will defer.
Defer. All right, here we go.
Re-defer? Is that what you said? You know what Gator did there, Doug?
What?
He sent out the unit and then called them back.
Right.
He said, hey, wait a second.
Confused.
It's like the Ravens last night with the sending of the field goal unit.
Exactly.
It's a Lions edition of the Blitz thingy on the brink of the season. Let's go.
All right, here we go. The Detroit Lions have added some new pieces on the defensive line, guys. Who are you more excited about? DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, or Marcus Davenport?
It's Levi, and he's obviously not a new piece, but he's kind of a new piece. And it's
he's a new piece.
It's a wild development in this offseason. You talk about unexpected. If he is as good as the hype, it will be an unexpected boost to a position group that needs it. And they went out and addressed it with a veteran. But if I had asked you at the end of last season, will Levi Onwuzurike have any impact on the 2024 season? Nobody would have said yes. Nobody would have believed that. And yet here we are, them protecting him in the preseason. I was so excited for the first preseason game to see if the hype was real, and he didn't play, and I'm like, oh, he must not be healthy. Then we find out, no, he's proven himself, and they're saving him for the season. He was a dancing bear at Washington. I was always a fan of the draft pick. And look, this isn't about being right. It's just about what an unexpected, wonderful potential development for the Lions.
Well, there were a lot of bloggers out there in the offseason that said he was going to be a cut in training camp or even beforehand, that he wasn't going to make this team. And then, obviously, the opposite has happened with the hype machine about there from the head coach. But I'm going to go with Marcus Davenport. And I say this because it's more personal with me. I looked at Marcus Davenport years ago when he was at the Combine, this defensive end out of Texas San Antonio, and he kind of jumped off the TV for me. Like, he really stood out in the Combine. And I remember that name. I'm like, that's a guy I'd like the Lions to draft at some point, and it didn't happen. And then they were able to get him in free agency, and he hasn't had the NFL career that I envisioned, but he's been hurt. I think if healthy, Marcus Davenport would be really good, and he's in a really good situation here with the Lions because of Aiden Hutchinson on the other side. It's not dissimilar from what he had with Minnesota last year with Danielle Hunter. But I think if he can stay healthy, Davenport has that opportunity for production, and it's massive with an opportunity outside of Hutch.
Yeah, I did phrase the question, Doug, what new piece? Because to me, Levi Onwuzurike is a new piece. I know technically his name has been on the roster the last couple of years, but we've never seen him out there consistently enough and with the production we expected when the Lions took him. So for me, Levi, I'm the most excited to see what he is. Boom or bust, to see him out there consistently getting a shot to prove himself is a big, for me, at least I'll know at the end of the day. And as far as the coaching staff and his teammates are concerned, they think this is a boom. This is not a bust. In fact, they think they've got something really good here, a rotation with Reader and Ali McNeil in between, on the tackles right there. It looks like this could be much improved, even from the last year where they had a top run defense. All right, guys, which second-year player makes the biggest jump this season? Brian Branch, Jack Campbell, Jahmyr Gibbs, or Sam Laporta?
I swear to God, I started writing down some thoughts, and I went to three names right away, and I had to keep changing, go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. The only name I didn't put down there was Laporta because I don't expect a big jump for him. The other three guys you can make cases for, stronger cases, I think. I'm going to go with Brian Branch, though. The secondary is going to look a lot better this year, and he's going to be a stabilizing force covering all types of ground. He can play anywhere in that secondary, and we know he's a playmaker. Another one of these guys that, please God, stay healthy because I think he's an all-pro in the making. I just love Brian Branch, and I can't wait to see what he does this year.
Jack Campbell's going to wreck stuff this year. He is going to wreck stuff. This offseason he's had, he eats, drinks, sleeps football. Jack Campbell takes that big step forward this year.
Gator, if I was going to make a Red Solo Cup guarantee,
it was Doug was going to say Jack Campbell.
Was going to pick Jack Campbell. Yeah. For me, it's between Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs. In the end, I'm going to go with, you have room for me, Doug? I'm going to go Jack Campbell because Jahmyr Gibbs, although he's got a really high ceiling, and you guys know I expect a lot from him this year, but there are a lot of mouths to feed on the offensive side of the ball. So he might not reach all those lofty goals that I think he can reach. just because J-Mo and everybody else is going to get the ball as well. As far as Jack Campbell's concerned, my man's going to be out there pretty much every time, the defense is out there, and he's going to be able to wreck stuff, like Doug says. I think one extra, that year last year of learning for Jack Campbell will be huge. The NFL game is a lot different. He gets his body, his mind right a year into it. Anzalone there next to him, teaching him, leading the way. I think Jack Campbell has a really big leap from year 1 to year 2. All right, what is your biggest concern heading into the season opener?
I still worry about the secondary, and it's not because I don't have faith. It's just we haven't seen them. It's like we have the least amount of data to make a decision on how much improved that they are. I mean, Carlton Davis looks like he's going to be solid, but you can find examples of him struggling last year, including against the Lions. Amik Robertson, again, feels like one of those underrated signings. He's like the veteran Ennis Rakestraw. He's a veteran that shouldn't be discounted, could help this team. Rookies struggle, and the wide receivers they face. I mean, maybe everybody's schedule looks like this, but it just feels like they are facing the best in the league. And so, I think they'll be improved, but we have the least amount to go on with this group.
Well, for me, it's always a health concern. I'm going to be specific about it. It's with the offensive line. Everything that the Lions do offensively starts with those guys up front, and maybe more specifically with Frank Ragnow. We know it's going to be tough sledding for Frank throughout his career because he's always dealing with the foot injury, and it's not going to change. He's not going to practice much. He's going to show up on Sundays, and he's going to be a stud because that's what Frank Ragnow is. But I do get concerned about his health, and he's not alone. There are other guys in that offensive line who have been banged up in their careers and banged up in this offseason. So that, to me, is the biggest concern because there's a big drop-off when they go from the starters to the second-team guys. Some of these guys can step in and do an admirable job, but you can start to get concerned if those injuries mount up, and they may. I'm a little worried about that.
Mine is the opposite defensive end of Hutchinson. Marcus Davenport, he's had some good years when he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy the last couple of years. James Houston, one amazing back half of the season, and since then, I mean, a lot of people thought he might have been playing for a job this year in the preseason. Pascal hasn't really lived up to his expectations of a second-round pick. It's just consistent pressure from the other side opposite Hutchinson. That's my biggest concern. Is someone going to step up, or is this going to be kind of like, hey, it's all coming from one side, and they're going to have to blitz from the other side or whatever? But that seemed to be a theme last year. I hope that doesn't carry over for this year. All right, there's going to be some... let me start over. 3, 2, 1. Is there going to be some love for Matthew Stafford come Sunday night?
There will be some love for Matthew Stafford, but the boo birds are going to be louder. I'm just telling you, this crowd does not care for Matthew Stafford anymore. There are some that will, and they'll be polite and cheer him on. Yay, Matt, way to go. But I think you're going to hear like 75% of that crowd just boo the hell out of him and his kids in abstention.
By the way, that's going to be exactly what they say. Yay, Matt, way to go. I think I like that cheer. No, they're going to boo him. And that's just what the people do. If they do a tribute video, I mean, I would give it the
golf
and
clap.
That's it. Yeah, I'm not. The story's over for me. He's been back here. He was good for this team. Not great. He never got us to the promised land or even close. And he was great in the community. And I appreciate his time here. Thank you for your service. But that story's over for me.
Yeah, so the question is there going to be some love for Stafford? If they do show a tribute video, there's going to be love for Stafford. They're not going to boo during the video, however long that is. It's a 15 seconds, 60 seconds. During that time, the crowd will not boo him. Before and after that, all bets are off. They're going to go, they're going to go to town on Stafford.
If they wanted to ensure that there were cheers instead of boos, then the only highlight you show is that game against the Browns when he gets drilled.
Well, they're not going to do that.
Toughs it out.
They're going to show
comes
a bunch
back
of
in the
stuff.
game. I'm just saying, if you wanted to safeguard against it, that's all you do.
All right, should Dan Campbell still be Dan Gamble on fourth downs, with fake punts and all that stuff, especially with a more improved defense and a better kicker, allegedly?
Yes, he should. I think you stay true to what you are. I think that's one of the reasons why the culture is what it is. I know everybody doesn't love it. He takes some risks that people deem unnecessary, but I think this team believes in him, and it's one of the things that's turned this thing around is Dan Campbell's demeanor, the way he coaches, I think the players have completely bought in. I think it shows faith in everybody but your kicker, really, your offense and your defense. But, you don't cater to the kicker. So, I think he should keep doing what he did a year ago.
Yeah, I agree. You don't change who you are. You be you. However, he's still going to be considered Dan Gamble no matter what decision he makes. If he's on the other team's 45-yard line and it's 4th and 4, does he go for it? And that's a gamble. Or does he try to kick a 62-yard field goal? Because that's a gamble. Either way, he's still Dan Gamble. And I love it.
I think Dan Campbell, whatever you want to call him, stays exactly the same. That's part of that gives the Lions the edge they've had the last year or two, is that teams are on edge themselves because they don't know what Dan's going to call and do. Even if he allegedly lines up for a punt, you don't know if it's going to be a fake punt.
Nope.
If you allegedly line up to go for it on 4th down, I mean, everyone does this, but the hard count's always in play, right? You got to stay true to who you are. The players believe in you. This is how you've gotten there. Stay with that same mentality.
They've had 10 fake punts under Dan Campbell? Wow. 10.
Is that a lot compared to others?
Yes, it's the most in the NFL.
All right, last one, guys. What's the most underrated move of the Lions offseason?
I think it's signing Isaiah Williams as an undrafted free agent. He made the 53. And yet we're still waiting for another wide receiver. This guy is totally under the radar. He's going to suit up on Sundays, and he's going to play a role, and he's going to contribute. And I think he can contribute in a way that Josh Reynolds did, where, hey, I just need somebody. Where is he open? Oh, my God, this guy's open all the time, and he's reliable. He's going to catch the ball, and we're going to be happy that Isaiah Williams is on this team, that they got him as an undrafted free agent in the offseason.
I think the Lions signed a player that's one of the best at his position, and nobody's talking about it at all. It was signed into a position of strength. Everybody loves the offensive line. Kevin Zeitler. The CBS Sports ranked the top interior offensive lineman going into this season. He ranks as the 5th best guard, way ahead of Jonah Jackson. And we loved Jonah Jackson here, and the line was great. And they improved at that position. Do we ever talk about Kevin Zeitler? Does anybody ever call with excitement about Kevin Zeitler? They don't, and we should. I think it is the most underrated signing of this offseason. A strength got stronger with that signing.
That's a good call, Doug. If you watched the Ravens game last night, the interior line for that offensive line, not looking good. And I get it. Chris Jones, all pro. That guy's unbelievable. But they looked lost out there many times, and Lamar was running for his life a lot. I'm going to go with the most recently signed to the practice squad, Tim Patrick, wide receiver. Here's the reason why. I like Isaiah Williams a lot too, Gator. He's not Josh Reynolds. As far as size and that big-bodied receiver to make contested catches, if you look at Tim Patrick compared to the other size of the receivers on this team, it's night and day. He's the biggest receiver, almost, I want to say by far. He's 6'4", 210 pounds. The next closest guy in height is J-Mo, and that guy's wiry at best, right? Tim Patrick brings something to this wide receiving room that no one else does. It's a big-body receiver. I think we see him suit up more sooner rather than later, and he's going to play a role on this team.
And there you go. That concludes a Detroit Lions edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Much to do here on Carson Anderson, including your phone calls, your season predictions. Yep, it's that show. Get them in. Give us the Lions record for the 17-game regular season and the reason why you believe it will be what it is. We archive them and revisit it after the season. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get to some college football stuff next hour. Later, we'll have a NFL concession stand edition of Are You Going to Eat That? And some other stuff mixed in. 248-539-9797. We're taking your Detroit Lions season predictions. Go on the record. We archive these things and revisit them after the year. So tell us what you know. Maybe you will be the one that gets the exact record. We're also looking for the reason why. Every year at the end of the year, it's always fun to go back and look at these things and see who nailed it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Varn. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Varn.
Happy Friday, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good.
So before I get into my point, Gator, I was watching obviously the NFL opener, and they mentioned I think his name was Carson Steele. He had a crocodile or something.
Yeah,
and they mentioned the word gator, and I thought of you.
Thank you. Yes, I saw, and then they showed that he's got a pet alligator that he's had for a long time, and now it's over 100 pounds or something like that. And cute story until it's not a cute story.
Right, interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll get into my main thought, and it is actually very much Lions related. I will go on the record and say I think I have been moving the needle on Jared Goff because upon further analysis, I feel like Jared Goff really has checked the boxes. Like I have a set of boxes where I consider a good quarterback. Jared Goff has really check those boxes. I mean, he's gone through a lot of criticism. I can tell you that if a certain player, if that player went through criticisms and put up those kind of numbers, I've defended that kind of thing. So I realize that Jared Goff deserves the same kind of defense because he's been going through criticism, but he has been checking the boxes for a good quarterback. I still stand by my opinions of my favorite player and whatnot. But if you were to put Jared Goff as the 10th best quarterback, in the NFL, I would not argue with that in any way.
Yeah, look, all I care about is he good enough to win a Super Bowl? And I think he is good enough to lead this team to the Super Bowl, yeah. And where they rank him is irrelevant. I thought it was kind of comical when the Athletic Quarterback Power Rankings had him 16th because at the beginning of the story, they said you have to have a great quarterback to win the Super Bowl. And then they ranked our quarterback in the middle of the pack. And it doesn't really have any impact or bearing on reality or what's going to happen. And it's, I guess, just a common difference of opinion. Jared Goff, nobody is immune to criticism, okay? Nobody. If you look hard enough, you'll find Patrick Mahomes critics out there. So, we don't have to
but he
charge.
throws the ball behind his back, Doug.
That's a good point. And Goff doesn't even do that. So I don't know how he could break into the top 10.
Nobody does that, Doug.
The
first time you even tried it.
The thing about Goff is just that. He's good enough to win the Super Bowl. And if you're going to lose in an NFC title game as a quarterback and not take a brunt of criticism, you lose in the NFC title game the way the Lions did. Goff, it's very hard to point at Jared Goff as the reason why they lost that game.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't. I was going to say that the boxes he checked off were winning not one but two playoff games with this team. And, of course, it's a team effort, and I recognize how great this team can be. But if you look at the NFC Championship game, you have to go far down the list of reasons the Lions failed before you come across Jared Goff. I mean, he was one of the reasons why they should have succeeded.
Yep. And he's, as far as I saw something last night on social media of the Jared Goff chants at the Green Day concert.
Well, that's great.
It's awesome. 248-539-9797. Matt, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
What's going on?
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, I say the highest I could see us going 14-3. If the O-line can stay healthy. Goff was amazing behind the O-line last year. Adding Kevin Zeitler, I feel like it boosts that O-line just a little bit. Lowest 11-6. Injuries happen, so one of the key injuries do happen. I can see us going 11-6, but definitely I can see us going 14-3 for sure.
So what are you settling at? Are they hitting the high end? They hitting the low end? Or are they hitting something in between?
I want to say the high end, obviously. I feel like J-Mo is going to be better than Josh Reynolds was last year. Reynolds was key on third downs and caught a lot of first downs, but I feel like J-Mo has a way higher ceiling than Josh Reynolds.
Where are you going to go, Matt?
What was that?
Where are you going to go? What's the
pick.
prediction?
I'm going 14-3.
14-3. All
Going
right.
high end.
So the thing, he brings up a very good point about Josh Reynolds. You could say what you want about Josh Reynolds as, what kind of receiver he is. He's not going to ever get mentioned probably in really the top half of receivers in the NFL. He was a cast-off. He was a cast-off from Tennessee. He was on the street. The Lions signed him. And last year, if I recall correctly, 40 receptions, 30 for first downs.
It was more than it, I think. And
Was it?
When you would look at first downs or touchdowns, they were.
I think you get credit for a first down and a touchdown. I might be wrong on that, but I think when you score a touchdown, it counts also as a first down in the stats. But I could be wrong.
He had 40 receptions and 32 were for first downs.
Pretty good.
And then he also had 5 touchdowns, but as you said, don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that 37 of his 40 receptions.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I understand.
So I think they must count as first down. Either way,
it's a hell of a percentage.
He was critical to this team's success.
Critical.
Yes, critical.
It's 80% of his receptions went for first downs.
Yeah, it's like if he dropped the first down catch, they were going to lose that game. Oh, wait a second.
Or 2.
Yeah, that number should be 34 out
Right?
of 42.
Seriously,
I mean, that's
that's
the
how
sad
crazy-
part.
yeah.
That's the sad part about it
He
is
could have added 2 more.
he was so damn reliable.
He was. And you know what the thing about him was, and I'm not attacking Kang's take on Tim Patrick, because I think Tim Patrick he's a really interesting guy, because we've all been saying, I would like a receiver that has some size, and I would too. But my thing about Isaiah Williams is when you start looking at wide receivers and you look at the attributes that you want in a wide receiver, I mean, getting open is probably number 1. Catching a football is 1B. And then further and further down the list, and the speed is there. And then I think size comes like 4th or 5th down the list. And what Reynolds was, he was a bigger receiver, but I don't think he was the guy that had the contested catch all the time. He was just the guy that always got the first down because he was open, because he was reliable. And those are the first 2 things: get open and catch the football. And do they have that replacement? I think Isaiah Williams can be that replacement.
So look, Jared Goff had a long work relationship with Josh Reynolds. You can't just fabricate that experience and that relationship and the chemistry that you can have with a wide receiver. But it seems like Goff favors the guys that he knows and can trust. And it look, by all accounts, it sounds like he's got 3 of those guys: in Amon-Ra, Sam Laporta, and now Jameson Williams.
So Josh Reynolds in the postseason last year, caught 8 passes, 7 were for first downs.
Yeah, and you could have added 2 more, right?
We know about the other 2.
So, and the thing is, this is not like a Isaiah Williams versus Tim Patrick thing for me.
No,
Gator.
I didn't mean it.
No,
that's why I
and
said
I know
I'm
what
not
you're
attacking
saying.
on it.
Trust me, I don't feel attacked. My point with the Tim Patrick thing is, and the Josh Reynolds comp is, they need an outside guy. Isaiah Williams is not an outside guy. He's a slot guy. Tim Patrick is an outside guy. Josh Reynolds is an outside guy. I think that's the comp I'm looking for, and I think that's the reason why they went out and got Allen Robinson as well and brought back DPJ, because those are the type of player, that's the type of receiver they're looking for to replace Josh Reynolds. Now, production-wise, we all think Jamo's production is going to go up to help offset Reynolds. Isaiah Williams could play a factor in that as well, and even the forgotten man always, Khalif Raymond, right?
Yeah.
So I think production-wise, I think they can get there. I think it's just replacing that actual position that Reynolds played.
Get your predictions in for the season, the annual prediction show, 248-539-9797. Yep, go on the record, and then we'll archive these and revisit them when the year is done. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Dan Campbell will take the podium one more time in about 15 minutes. Then a final full practice for the Lions ahead of their home opener on Sunday night. Top draft pick Terrion Arnold will make his first appearance outside of exhibitions, but despite it being in prime time, he's not sweating. Also in the NFL, their Brazil game is tonight between the Packers and the Eagles. And on Sunday afternoon, it will be Tom Brady's debut as a color analyst on Fox when the Browns host the Cowboys, which will be shown on stations here in Michigan. Connor Stallions will now be the acting head coach of Detroit Mumford tonight. CBS Sports' Dennis Dodd says their head coach suffered a mild stroke, and Stallions will be filling in against Hamady High School. A game circled on U of M calendars for a year or more is coming up tomorrow. Number 10 Michigan, number 3 Texas in week 2 of their seasons. It'll be the first regular season meeting between the two programs. College Game Day chose their special guest picker for the broadcast in Ann Arbor tomorrow. Olympian GOAT Michael Phelps will be on campus for the segment. Prior to Michigan versus Texas, Derek Jeter will be the honorary captain for the game. And a snag in the lawsuit regarding paying players in college, the NCAA's antitrust settlement is on hold and may not move forward after a judge ordered them to go back to the drawing board regarding language that limits third-party pay to athletes, aka boosters. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Nervous energy in the air as we get set for a massive weekend of football. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some college football a little bit later on here on the Carson Anderson program. A lot of Lions talk to open it up as we are in our annual preseason prediction show, 248-539-9797. Here's some of the texts that have come in. Matt in a dump truck writes, Lions 14-3. The 3 losses come to underdogs, and they lose in the Super Bowl to the Ravens. Jimmy from Berkeley, Lions 12-5, NFC North champs, number 2 seed, going to the Super Bowl versus the Chiefs, and the Lions win it all. From Big Tasty in Livonia.
Oh, Big Tasty.
We go 13-4. We lose to Green Bay on the road, the Bears on the road, the Texans and the 49ers. Tony from Allen Park, I'm going to say no surprise losses, and they go 13-4. We drop one to the Packers and Bears each, then Houston and San Francisco. I think San Francisco will be tough because injuries are likely, and they're deep from what I know. Eric writes in, 10-7. Green Bay ended better last year than I thought they'd be. Everyone got better, not just Detroit. Yeah, dude, this division, in all seriousness, I mean, you've got the Super Bowl favorite Packers, then you got the Lions. The Bears are considered to be much improved. Minnesota might have their hands full this year, but this division is creeping towards being widely acknowledged as the best in football. And, you know, a lot of that is dependent on what happens with the Bears. Detroit and Green Bay are getting so much respect right now. And if this is sustainable on both teams' front, and they're both young, this could be the just the very beginning of a great stretch of games between Detroit and Green Bay and a hell of a rivalry.
Yeah, and I'm not sleeping on the Bears either because I think at the end, the problem with the Lions playing the Bears is the second half of the season, I expect Chicago to be a much better football team. And I think the quarterbacking in this division is gotten better. You know, Goff is gotten better every year he's been with the Lions. Jordan Love, obviously, what he did last year was pretty fantastic. The Bears may have the best quarterback that they've ever had in their franchise, although he's a rookie, so we don't really know. And, you know, Minnesota's on hold right now at this point, but and that's the one team that has not improved at this point, but we'll see. What, you know, maybe you might have to wait till next year for that, but these top 3 teams in the division, they're going to be problems for everybody in football, I think, when you start November, because they're going to be much better suited to winning games. And fortunately, I think the Lions have the best roster. I think they are the best team. I'm not going to be surprised if they split with Chicago and split with Green Bay. I think I will be surprised if they lose both games to the Packers. But Green Bay is awfully good, and I don't think the Lions are sleeping on them. I know they're the Packers are the media darling right now, so it feels like everybody's being rammed down our throats. Hey, Packers are good. And we're like, thanks. We know. We enjoyed our moment in the sun, which felt like it lasted all of a month, and then
here come the Pack once
Right.
again. Yeah, a thorn in our side. There's some long-standing deep scars with that.
Yeah, right.
Finally, I have a very scientific method. It's called the J. Mays method, which calculates the record to be 13-4. Book it, signed J. Mays. Just like the Brinson method. 248
Sure.
539-9797. Anthony in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Anthony.
Exciting stuff coming up, guys. Exciting weekend.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go 14-3.
Wow.
2 seed in the NFC, but hosting the NFC Championship game, going to the Super Bowl and winning it. 3 losses on the road against Dallas, a Lambeau game loss, and unfortunately a tough Week 1 loss at home on Sunday night. That's going to give them a nice kick in the mouth that they need to start the season because there's so much hype. I think they go in and they fumble a little bit, and this is a huge game for Stafford. He's going to be amped up to win this game. And honestly, it's going to be a good thing that they lose game 1, and it's going to get Dan Campbell back on their ass, you know?
So the interesting thing is, one thing you're right, and I'll give you your time here, Anthony. One thing you bring up is if the Lions had lost to the Rams and were opening in L.A. against the Rams next year, we would certainly be talking about revenge. We would certainly be talking about having that extra motivation to beat the team that ended our season last year. And of course, we haven't talked about that yet. That applies to the Rams.
It's true, and the Rams are good. And then my other predictions are going to be, I like how you talked about Green Bay and Detroit. Yep. They're both young teams. The next 5 years, this is going to be a beautiful rivalry. I just think that Campbell is a better culture guy than LaFleur. And LaFleur is going to have some trouble with this young locker room, keeping them all in a row. I have Terrion Arnold as Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
And I have Levi Onwuzurike second in sacks behind Aiden Hutchinson, who will win Defensive Player of the Year. And that Lions defense is going to be a force to be reckoned with. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
Love it. I mean, look, the Levi stuff from the defensive tackle position is tough to do, but
they'll move him around.
Yeah, he's a very, very intriguing storyline. I honestly can't believe we're here. And I don't mean like September 6th. I can't believe that Levi has been so good that we expect him to make an impact.
Are you expecting him to be a stud?
Kinda.
Kang, are you expecting him to be a stud?
No.
Yeah, I'm
stud.
Does
stud mean made Pro Bowl at least? Pro Bowl stud is Pro Bowl, right?
Stud is Pro Bowl.
You know,
so you expect a Pro Bowl player, Doug?
No, but you can be a stud without being in a Pro Bowl. I expect him to make plays and help them win, which is more than I ever thought they were going to get out of it. Look, I had faith out of college, faith eroded, faith renewed. And it's all hype. It's all hype.
Yeah, but it's all blind faith.
It's more blind faith in Dan Campbell than it is in Levi Onwuzurike.
No, I get that. I get that.
It's faith in Dan Campbell.
I think this is the most interesting thing coming into the season is Levi Onwuzurike, because we've only been told. Nobody has seen. Like you've seen, people have seen him practice a little bit. Okay, great. It's practice, but it's not a game situation. And the past we've seen him play when he's been healthy enough to play, it leaves a lot to be desired. I'm still having a hard time buying it. I want to buy it so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
Gator, maybe this whole time.
Like my money is out.
Yeah.
I'm buying,
yes,
I
please.
think, but I'm not just yet.
You want to spend. Let's
Yes.
go. You want to buy it. Maybe the whole thing was, Gator, he just needed to be healthy. Like literally that's it. If he's healthy, he's a force, right? And he just has never been healthy. And from all accounts, everyone says he's healthy and he's wrecking stuff in practice. He's so healthy, we don't want to even chance him during the preseason.
248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Get your predictions in for the season. Give us the record and the reason why you think it's going to go the way it's going to go. We talk Michigan and Michigan State at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're going to watch the game anywhere, the best place to watch any type of game is without a doubt 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's my favorite place to go. They got flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pump in the sound for all the big games. It's awesome. The food's incredible too, and they have the best wings in town. And if you want to save the hassle and the parking nightmares and all the driving that goes on with heading to a football game, how about this? The 24 seconds Detroit football shuttle is on sale right now, and it's only $40. Get you transportation to and from the game. And they have great specials for Detroit baseball. You get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and only $4 for drafts of Miller Lite for Detroit football games. And college football, it's here. We love it. Our local teams are great. They got specials for those games as well. And on Thursday nights, they have trivia. Also, 24 seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you're looking to have a party, book yours right now on the 24 seconds rooftop deck. That thing is awesome. If you're looking for a great place to work, why not 24? They're hiring cooks and servers right now. Every seat's a great seat. The service is awesome. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and the happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talk some college football at 11:30 because it is a big weekend, of course, in Ann Arbor. Spartans going on the road as an underdog at Maryland. That would be a big win for them. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's our season prediction show. Get your picks in for the coming season. We record these and circle back. At the end of the year, we go to Lou in Rochester. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Lou?
Hey, I don't understand the whole Green Bay hype thing. I mean, they lost last year to Atlanta, the Raiders, Denver, Pittsburgh, the Giants, Tampa Bay, and three teams, us, Tampa, and Minnesota, all beat them at Lambeau Field. Thanksgiving Day was a weird game because it was that weird moon that we're 0-13 on. I just don't understand. They got one hot game against Dallas, right? Which any team can get hot and win a game.
Well, they won 6 of their last 8 games, including beating the Lions, the Chiefs, and then they go ahead into the playoffs and beat Dallas,
Right.
and then lost to
the
San
Giants.
Francisco. Right, but all that happens early on. Then they lost to San Francisco in the divisional playoff game by 3 points.
Right,
Jordan
we were
Love
blowing
was
them out at
statistically
halftime.
Jordan Love was the best quarterback in football in the second half of the season last year.
Going in the playoffs, going all the way to the Super Bowl, Goff had the best numbers of all the quarterbacks, even better than Mahomes.
Well, I'll just say this about Green Bay is there is a chance here, okay, that it's too soon and they are too young to just pick up where they left off with the hot finish. And yet I have look, if I were a Green Bay fan, I'd be optimistic. But I would also be a little bit leery that the line, you think it's pointed up, but it doesn't mean it's pointed up.
That Dallas game. Remember earlier in the year, Arizona, which was horrible, blew them out. I think it was either a Sunday night game or Sunday afternoon game.
I guess if you want to look at Green Bay's losses and say that's why they're not going to be good, and then discount the wins against playoff teams and say, well, because Dallas lost this game earlier, it's a playoff team. Right? And it's how they played at the end of the season. This is why Green Bay's getting the hype, because they did play outstanding football in the second half of the season, led by their quarterback, and they've added to that team in the offseason. That's all.
Let's be clear.
I hate Green Bay.
And Lou, I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
I'm just trying to be
right.
objective about it because I think they're good.
Because unfortunately, the most relevant and important data point is the Thanksgiving Day game. Right? I mean, they came into Detroit and, quite frankly, took it to the Detroit Lions, and that was painful. And that was an eye-opener. And, it's some of it, like I said, is deep scars. Scars have been around for a minute.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Yep.
That one hurt to lose that game, to lose it by a touchdown. But from moment one of that game, I mean, Jordan Love throws his 43-yard pass to Christian Watson right off the bat.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in from an unnamed texter. Lions go 12-5, second in the NFC. Gibbs goes for 2,000 scrimmage yards. That'd be great. My Lions prediction is 12-5, and a semi-bold prediction. Brad goes out and brings Josh Reynolds back at some point this season.
That's a bold ass prediction that should have been done yesterday.
That's a great one, though.
So it really is.
It like you start thinking about how logical that would be. The role he played in Detroit. I mean, the last time he played for a team other than Detroit, he got released. Wouldn't it be great if he gets released from Denver halfway through the season and signs in Detroit?
That'd be, I think that would be one move that everybody looks at and says, it's not going to surprise you. But I think fans will never forget.
It's weird. It's weird because he had become such a reliable cog that, if he were still here, I don't think he would get booed at all. But he's probably in a position where he can't afford to drop another important pass. I mean, everybody's going to drop a pass, but.
Well, I was just going to say, Doug, I think he can't drop a pass ever. And if he ever came back, because everyone would just bring up the Niner game. It'd be, of course he's going to drop a pass. Everyone's human. They have drop passes. The best do it, right?
Yep.
If Josh Reynolds were ever to come back and he dropped another pass, that's it. The fans would let him have it. They'd bring it up all over again. He wouldn't be able to drop another pass as a Lion. It's that bad.
Yeah, I mean,
or the memories are that deep, right?
Yeah, but I don't think this is like that effing Josh Reynolds. I mean, I think
No,
people
I don't
know
think it's
they
like
know
that.
about it, but it's kind
You
of
just
it's kind of weird because he was just that second receiver, reliable target. You could count on him until the very last minute when suddenly you couldn't, which was so odd. And it wasn't once, it was twice. But he wouldn't have been able to keep doing that. 248-539-9797. Jared is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jared.
How you guys doing today?
We're good.
All right.
Great. I was just listening to you. I feel like Detroit against Green Bay last Thanksgiving, they were not ready to play that game. That's why I think Green Bay was able to jump on them. I just think it was one of those games they kind of were a little off that day, and Green Bay was able to take advantage of it. I was disappointed because I expected them to go in there and beat them. I think Detroit can still handle Green Bay.
Yeah, I think that both teams are very good, and I think the Lions are better, but it doesn't mean Green Bay won't beat the Lions once this year. That game was strange because the Lions ran the ball effectively. Goff threw for over 330 yards in the game. The difference was he fumbled it 3 times, got hit and coughed it up. They went for it on 4th down and didn't get it a couple times. It's a tough game to look at and to look back at it because, like, just looking at numbers, like offensively, you think that they did enough to win, but they didn't. They got down 29-14 and late in the second or into the second half, and you're trying to play catch up, and they couldn't catch up.
I mean, was it? But that, if memory serves me, earlier in Lambeau, Detroit pretty much humbled them pretty good in Lambeau earlier in the season, and I just felt like Detroit wasn't really ready to go. Yep, they're going to come in and they're going to give us their best shot. And again, look, it happens. That's going to happen. We know that. But anyway, it was just me.
I'd love to belittle the Green Bay threat.
I would too, but I'm not going to do it. I'd love to be dismissive of the Packers, but I can't do it. If I wanted to argue against it, you look at that stretch last year. They lost to the Lions at home. They lost on the road to Vegas the next week. They lost on the road to Denver the next week, and they lost at home to the Vikings the next week. Not exactly a good resume there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when we talk about the Packers, we talk about what they did in the second half of the season when they were a very, very good football team. And it's not unlike, in my mind, what the Lions did in 2022. The second half of the season, the Lions just commanded the second half. They 8-2 down to, in the last 10 games and won that last game in Green Bay, and that was the Lions' playoff game, right? That was the last one they were going to play. They wanted to go out and win it and prevent Green Bay from making the playoffs. Packers had everything to gain, and the Lions shut them down and sent Aaron Rodgers off into the sunset. A loser. His last pass was an interception. His last game at Lambeau was a loss. He's a loser. And then what happens?
I got personal. Okay?
I got personal. But because we've been hurt by the Packers our entire lives. We've been hurt by the Packers.
I know.
You had that stretch of how many games was it at Lambeau where they didn't win? I mean, good God, it got to be awful. We have the scars, the nightmares to prove it, and it looks like we're exercising some demons now, and we want to keep that demon down below or in a closet or wherever you want to put it. You don't want that demon to rise back up because it looks like it might be rising back up.
Let's go to Cody. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Cody?
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
So what I wanted to talk about here is you got Jared Goff, having this stellar season, and I think what you guys were talking about before with Josh Reynolds and whatever, him leaving and being that security blanket, and then them saying all this stuff about him not being there and dropping those important passes, but it doesn't matter at that point, I think, for Jared Goff, because when it comes down to it, like that other guy was talking about with his stats, I don't know. I just think that he has the chance to win that MVP, and even though C.J. Stroud is out there, Jared Goff has those MVP numbers. When you have Lamar Jackson not putting up the numbers that they consider as an MVP.
I think you just predicted Jared Goff to win the MVP. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how you got there, but yeah, I mean, if he is the quarterback on a great team and wins a bunch of games and puts up good numbers, he'll be in consideration for sure.
Exactly, because he has those numbers that they have with Patrick Mahomes, and people want to say that he is the MVP, but I genuinely think that, Jared Goff has that potential to really be the MVP of the season.
What do you got their record being?
To be honest, with the Bears being this hot, in my opinion, I still got the Lions, going I want to say winning the 12 games, 12-5, whatever, because they have that chance to really be good, but at the same time, depending on how hard the schedule is this year, I really think that it's gonna suck. It's gonna be tough sometimes.
All right, thank you.
12-5.
That's kind of all over the place. 248-539-9797. Michigan State at Maryland. Michigan hosting Texas. We'll get to that today at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Wow. It's here. Happy NFL and a merry college football. We go to Greg in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Because of you guys, I'm an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic.
Great.
And I'd like to thank Sheila for it. But as far as it goes with Green Bay, playing that Thanksgiving game, the Lions didn't understand that Green Bay had been trending prior to playing them again. The first time the Lions beat them handily, and I think the Lions probably thought these were the same Green Bay Packers, but they had been trending significantly prior to playing the Lions on Thanksgiving. And then when it been such media hype for Detroit to always play on Thanksgiving, I think the Lions were kind of lax with that. Hey, we're playing Green Bay Thanksgiving. This is something traditional that we do. Didn't really take them seriously, but they had been trending, and they had been trending mightily, and they literally turned the corner like the Lions did when they went from 1-6 and then just went on.
I guess I'm a little surprised how today's show has turned into revisiting the Thanksgiving game and how much focus has been on Green Bay. Look, they're a threat in the division. I'd love to dismiss them. I'm not. I can't stand them. I have nothing personal against Jordan Love. I'm so sick of their formula working. Draft a guy, sit a guy, guy's great, tortures us for a decade, and
repeat.
Yeah, right? And so I don't want it to repeat itself. But we got a good football team in Detroit. I used to sit here with the Lions and say, if everything goes wrong for the other guys, we could be there in the end. Now that doesn't have to happen. Other teams can be good, and the Lions can still win the damn division.
But it just
full
sucks.
stop, right?
Yeah, it's true. But it just sucks that Green Bay didn't go through anything.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch them, lose for 60 years.
Yeah, right. At least 6.
I got to tell you, though, it was.
We don't ask for much. We just ask for 6 years.
But it was fun watching him lose with Aaron Rodgers.
Well,
that was fun.
Yeah, they sent him out.
That was a lot of fun.
I don't know if you heard this. Detroit sent him out a loser, Gator.
Who? Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah,
a loser?
They sent him out a loser.
Huh.
Yep. All right. College football. Whew. Tomorrow, Michigan plays host to Texas. That's the first game at noon. The hype for this game, there's a rumor that Matthew McConaughey had bought an entire rented out an entire restaurant in Ann Arbor. Texas people are gobbling up tickets. I've been told this is one of the hardest Michigan tickets, if not the absolute hardest Michigan ticket of all time. Birchie Kid was saying to me in the office he thinks this might be the highest rated regular season college football game ever. I don't know if that's the case, but it's 2 blue bloods that haven't played on campus. And I want to say this about playing on campus, Gator. You hate neutral site college football games.
I hate neutral site college.
And I've always taken the stance that, hey.
I'm sorry, regular season.
Regular season, yeah. I've always taken the stance that it's better than not playing the game at all. And yet I found watching LSU versus USC, I didn't enjoy it as much in a sterile NFL environment as I did Florida State, Boston College being played in Tallahassee. I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. Michigan and Texas have only played in the Rose Bowl. They've got the home and home.
It was a hell of a game.
It was a hell of a game, 38-37. Vince Young, Braylon Edwards went off in that game. Texas hit a field goal that Michigan got a paw on, and it helicoptered through for the game-winning field goal. I think Ernest Shazer got his big paw up there, and still, kick was good. But the fact that they're playing on campus. Now, the funny thing is, in the expansion era, conference expansion era of college football, we're going to see more great matchups, and I'm trying to embrace all the things because I don't like that the Pac-12 is gone at all. If you could reverse all this, I would. But Gator, there's a saying, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
This is true.
So it's the Pac-12 is gone. And it's sad, and I liked the West Coast identity and regionality of conferences. That seems to be gone as well now because conferences are spread all over. But this game is not a product of conference expansion. This game has been on the schedule. I don't know when they scheduled originally, 6-7 years ago. But, this is going to be crazy. Matthew McConaughey, as we mentioned, is going to be there. Will Ferrell's going to be there. Derek Jeter's going to be there. Michael Phelps is the guest picker.
Will Ferrell's going to be
Will Ferrell is coming to this game.
Why? I mean, I shouldn't
USC's
say fly
part of the
like
Big
that.
Ten, man.
Yeah, maybe he's scouting. I think he's fired up for it. Like there's something.
I mean, so, look, it's going to be. I like this game is a marquee matchup. I just thought it was kind of weird that Will Ferrell seemed kind of random.
Yeah, well, Will Ferrell's coming, and Michigan's now. If USC is legit, right, and USC looks like, I mean, throughout the Caleb Williams era, they had great offense and no defense, and they've opted to play defense this year, which is bravo,
refreshing.
Yeah. They look legit, which means Michigan might have 4 massive games this year because the goal to make the playoffs is, I mean, that's probably, it might be stretching it. It might be a legit goal, whatever you say, but you got to split those 4 games minimum. Texas, USC, Oregon, Ohio State. This is the first of those 4 games. And, we talked yesterday about how Michigan's defense has to keep Michigan in games while the offense, in theory, is getting up to speed because they had to replace so many new parts. And offense is such a game of intricacies and timing and being in sync. And I thought in the pass game, specifically last week, you could see it wasn't there. In the run blocking, you could see it wasn't there yet. It can get better, and you hope it gets better as the season goes on, and it has in the past gotten better as the season goes on. Can it get better between week 1 and week 2 to be ready for a Texas team with over 100 starts on their offensive line that will challenge Michigan's defensive line, and a Texas defense? Their middle linebacker looks like a defensive tackle. Like they are big and fast. The guys on the outside, they got 3 transfers on the outside, including Isaiah Bond, who was on the receiving end of the Milroe Miracle in the Auburn-Alabama game. Michigan last year took on Ohio State's passing game and Washington's passing game and won those games. So can the defense minimize the damage, and can the offense do enough and not hurt? Like, not put the defense in bad positions. And then Michigan's got to win the special teams battle.
I think when you look back at the quarterbacks they faced last year en route to a national championship, I'm not looking at Ohio State's quarterback as much. The receivers were outstanding.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
Yep.
But the quarterback play wasn't up to par. Michael Penix is awfully good.
Yep.
And the receivers that Washington had rivaled what Ohio State had.
Odunze and Polk, and they were good.
That's a pretty good comparison to look at there. The difference is, though, that Texas might have a better offensive line. And if they can keep Michigan's defensive line off of their quarterback, then they'll be in good shape. But I suspect there's being some give and take there. I don't think Texas is going to be able to roll up 540 yards in offense like they did last week against Colorado State. But I suspect they're going to be able to score some points. It's the Michigan offensive side of the ball. Can Michigan's offense be honest enough to get some points against Texas's defense? Michigan's offense wasn't very good last week against Fresno, right? And it's not Fresno is not Texas, not even by a long shot. And then you look at Texas's defense, and it's hard to gauge that too. They give up less than 200 yards in offense, but it was to Colorado State. So, what's what there? I suspect that Texas's defense is going to present bigger challenges than Fresno's did. And Texas's offense is
strong
obviously
suspicion.
way better than what Fresno was. And Michigan is way better than what Colorado State was.
To win that game, Michigan's offense is going to have a different level of production.
They're going to have, how about just production? That's going to be key. And are they going to keep switching out the quarterbacks? Is it too obvious and Orji comes in that he's 90% likely to run the ball? They're going to have to change that up. I mean, he threw the ball for a touchdown, and that completely shocked.
Yeah, it's funny. It was like
Fresno.
they were 2 minutes into the season, and already they were breaking trends, right? Yeah. By going against what people expected from Alex Orji being in there, and they threw it. But here's the thing about Michigan's offense: their last 5 drives, 11 plays, 10 plays, 9 plays, 9 plays, 7 plays, and a touchdown. Like they had these drives where they were moving the chains. They didn't, they stalled out, and there was really no big play threat in that game. And is that something they held back? Is it something that needs to emerge? Because they tried a couple deep shots. One was picked and the other receiver didn't pick it up in the air.
I suspect that Michigan held back a lot in week 1, knowing who they're playing in week 2. But but I'm not sure if they're capable of unleashing in week 2 to keep up with Texas. I would take Texas in winning this game and probably covering. It's a 7-point spread right now. But, I mean, anything can happen in a big-ass game like this. And this is a big-ass game. You said, Birchie said this might be the most watched game. I don't think it's going to be on par with like an Alabama-Georgia regular season game that you could see or one of these Alabama-LSU games or whatever. But this is a big one. And as far as the people going to the game, that's what I'm curious about, because this ticket has to be massively expensive on the secondary market. And are they going to cave into the pressure and sell that ticket?
248-539-9797. One of the great matchups is, Steve Sarkisian is a great offensive mind. He's a great offensive mind. And Wink Martindale is a great defensive mind. The matchup of those two, them and their staffs against each other, Texas's offense versus Michigan's defense, is going to be a fascinating watch.
I believe Sark learned under Chow.
Is that true?
I think he spent some time under Chow. Whether
this
it was at USC
really is
or...
the most Norm Chow-centric show in the Midwest. I'll say that.
We got to embrace Norm Chow from USC. USC is the Midwest now.
Embrace the Chow.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I have some thoughts on Michigan State, Maryland coming up. Your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's NFL Week 1. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick the season off. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's $5 bet, 3-week free trial, NFL Sunday Ticket. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you're able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
Yeah, Sarkisian went full chow.
Yeah, he's got a lot of chow in him.
Played quarterback at BYU, and Chow was the quarterback's coach and offensive coordinator there. And then coached under Chow. When Chow was the offensive coordinator at USC, Sarkisian was the quarterback coach in the early 2000s.
This is not fake Chow. This is full real Chow.
Norm Chow. Yeah. Norm Chow's influence is all over the Texas offense.
Full Chow.
Yep. All right, so if you want to keep talking Michigan, Texas, 248-539-9797. Gator asked a question about fans. I mean, the ticket prices for this, the resale value on your ticket is...
Yeah, what have you been offered? You know, anybody asking, hey, man, I'll give you $400 for the ticket. Or have you looked at the secondary market to even just, do you want to? I mean, it has to be tantalizing.
Yeah, we got a text here from Scott. This Texas takeover, you're going to see a lot of burnt orange like when Georgia fans invaded Notre Dame. It's kind of an honor that another great fan base sees your stadium as a bucket list visit. I've done multiple radio shows down in Texas, and yeah, they're like they feel like everybody's going, whether they have tickets or not.
Yeah, I'm sure part of it is bucket list, but the other thing is you love your team and you want to see them. And hey, they're actually playing somebody in the non-conference schedule. And when you get these non-conference schedule matchups, this is what makes college football great in September, is a matchup like this.
Two traditional blue bloods, Big Ten versus SEC.
Right, right. This is going to be a lot of fun.
All right, Michigan State's on the road at Maryland. Now, look.
This may not be a lot of fun. It might be.
Did you watch the Maryland game? Sounds like you did.
I saw parts of it.
Yeah, they look good. UConn's bad. Okay?
UConn's terrible. The Fighting Orlovskis are terrible.
Yeah. But their quarterback, Billy Edwards, was accurate. Their receivers, Kai Felton and what's the other kid that transferred? I can't remember his name. But good player. Roman Hemby's a good back. Michigan State's defense was pretty damn good against Florida Atlantic. I felt like Florida Atlantic offense was drop back, look around, run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that their quarterback, I think, is limited in how he can throw the football.
Yeah.
And he couldn't throw it at all to start the game. He started getting more comfortable in the second half. But I suspect that Michigan State defensively might go, whew, get a little exhale that they're not going to have to deal with a quarterback that can run like they did last week with Fancher. But this week could be a different kind of test because this quarterback can sit back and throw if he's got time. This is why it's all important for that defense to get the pressure, and they did. I think they have seven sacks last week. They got pressure from the middle. They got pressure from the outside. They brought it from linebackers. I think they had 5 different players record a sack, or at least a half a quarterback sack, 5 or 6. So they were getting it from all over the field. Unfortunately for Michigan State, they did suffer a couple of key injuries into the secondary, which it hurts their depth.
You talk about moving the needle in terms of what a season, how season expectations can change. I don't know that Sunday night's result in the Lions-Rams game is going to move the needle that much, barring major injury, win or lose.
Right.
Certainly people won't be thrilled if they lose, let's be clear, but I don't think it's going to move the needle that much in terms of expectations. If Michigan or Michigan State win these games, it moves the needle.
Oh, I think if Michigan beats Texas, all of a sudden Michigan fans are starting to look at a chance to repeat. I think if Michigan State beats Maryland, then they say, wow, there must have been some hell of a growth from week 1 to week 2, and maybe, just maybe, this Spartan team can go out there and win 8 games this season.
It's Prather, by the way, is the transfer wide receiver from West Virginia. That's at Maryland. As far as the Spartan offense is concerned, I mean, Aiden Child's completion percentage was bad, but they threw quite a few low percentage passes.
Yeah, they took some chances.
Yep.
They took some chances and didn't hit on them. I hope we get to see more of Marsh, the wide receiver, because I think he can be just outstanding. And I'd like to see Michigan State try to run between the tackles more rather than stringing things out and have linemen having to pull. I'll just be smash mouth. Go right up the middle with it and get your yards that way. And Childs is going to have to be better. He's going to have to throw better passes, and I think he's going to have to be more decisive when he's going to take off and go. And I'd like to see the tight end Velling used more. But for them to have a chance, the defense has to do what they did last week and try to be suffocating. And then, of course, the offense is going to have to show improvement. Defense needs to be at least as good as they were last week. Offense has to be a lot better than they were last week.
Nick Marsh, you mentioned him. He played 11 snaps.
Yeah, not many. And I think they threw to him twice, maybe? At least once, because he caught the one pass.
Kayron Lynch-Adams played 14 snaps. He made quite an impact in his 14 snaps.
That he did, going for over 100 yards on, 9 carries in the game.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 if you want to get into these games, the college games, which are big, man. It's going to be quite a weekend of college football. Interesting game Saturday night, too. Deion takes his Fighting Buffaloes to Nebraska, the rekindling of an old rivalry there. Nebraska-Colorado was awesome when we were kids.
It was.
And Oregon and Boise.
That's the game I really want to see. Because I don't know how good Oregon is this year.
They probably, I mean, we saw it. Certainly, we've seen it in the reaction, the way people reacted to Michigan, not just pummeling Fresno. And Oregon, kind of same thing with their inner game with.
The difference is, I mean, Oregon didn't score many points. That's what is comparable what Michigan did last week. But they threw for over what Gabriel had nearly 400 yards passing, whatever he threw. Offensively, they were able to move the ball. They just didn't score. And he was awfully accurate. It was like 41 of 49 or something like that in the game.
Hard to complete that many passes and not score. But
yeah.
Here we go. Feedback coming in. I'm delivering in downtown Detroit. I see a lot of Texas fans walking around downtown. That's from Manny in a yellow truck. Unnamed texter. I sold my 2 tickets last week for $950 each. I sold a parking pass for $350.
Wow. A parking pass for $350?
Yep.
Parking passes are no joke. They're like $90 now.
From an unnamed texter. As a USC alum, I need more chow. Tom in Detroit writes in, guys, I have a feeling Donovan Edwards is going to go off. He always shows up in big games. He frequently shows up in big games. He had the Washington game last year. He had some huge runs against Penn State last year. 2 years ago, Ohio State, Penn State.
Purdue in the Big Ten. Was it Purdue in the Big Ten championship game where he went off?
I can't remember which one of those, Purdue or Iowa. But either way, yeah, Donovan Edwards has a big game, has some big game DNA. And in the other games, he just hasn't been consistent at all. And I don't know what the deal is there. Vegas wants everybody to take Texas. Don't bet against Vegas. That's from an unnamed texter.
You know, it's been a minute since Doug said anything about Purdue, Kang.
He's backed off.
Is the love gone?
I think he's feeling like, we bring it up so much, and he, I think he wants to, but he knows. He says Purdue.
Did you see what Hudson Card did last week?
I did see what Hudson Card did last week.
He threw for like 1,000,000 yards.
Well, he didn't throw over 1,000,000 yards, but he missed one pass.
Yeah,
he was
one
24 out of
incompletion.
25.
And it was a drop. Actually, I have no idea. 248-539-9797. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Just watching Michigan last weekend. Obviously, it's a different football team with a lot of the departures in the NFL, but I'm very, very worried about this offense. If I'm not mistaken, JJ was a 5-star recruit.
Yep.
I kind of feel like we're in Nick Sheridan, Tate Forcier land with the quarterback position, and that's very, very worrisome. And I don't know a lot about the receivers we have now, and I don't know if Donovan Edwards was a product of the offensive line or having the complement of Blake Corum to help him out, but I know he didn't get a lot of touches, but he didn't look very good either. I'm very worried about this offense.
Well, there's reason to be concerned. It's a little early to make that call. Keep in mind that everyone on the Michigan offense, with the exception of Colston Loveland, is playing a different role this year. Receiver 3 and 4 are now receiver 1 and 2, more as expected. Donovan Edwards is the lead, was expected to be the lead back when Blake Corum was a year ago. Quarterback's different, O-line's different. And so, the idea that, if you want to make that call early, if they were great last weekend, I wouldn't have thought it was locked up that they were going to be great. And I think their struggles aren't totally surprising. It's why prior to the season, I kept saying defense has to carry carry the day until the offense catches up, if the offense can catch up. They might be better offensively. They might have improved a lot, and it won't really result. It won't show as much on the field because Texas is going to be a far superior opponent than Fresno. But, yeah, I think it's a little early to make that call on the quarterback spot. But that's if everything goes wrong. And, yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Lions picks. Get them in for the season. We'll get back to those at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your Lions season predictions today at 12:05. Let's get right back to your phone calls. We go to Pedro in Clarkston. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Pedro.
How you doing?
What's up?
I think everybody knows what's going to happen in the game. I think Texas is going to stop the run, and they're going to double Michigan's say tight end, and they're going to make them a shotgun throwing team. I think the defense is good enough to keep them in the game as long as Warren don't throw no picks, and they play the field and time of possession. I think they have a good chance.
Well, I mean, not turning it over. You can win some games with a less than productive offense and a great defense and great special teams, but you can't afford to turn it over. Like, okay, let's go through the worst case scenario for Michigan. If it is the worst case scenario, the offense is really going to struggle this year, then they're Iowa. That Iowa team last year would have come dangerously close to making the playoffs. Now, that Iowa team last year didn't play the schedule Michigan's playing, and you don't want to be that. That's the worst case scenario. But, early in the year, you got to scheme up and just find a way. You got to find a way.
It's just one game, though. I mean,
well, it is, and that's what's weird to get used to in this new world of college football. Is they probably got to split those 4 games and have no other slip up. They split the Texas, USC, Oregon, Ohio State games and have no other slip ups.
We will see when Texas makes them a shotgun as offense because they're going to stop the run. They're going to make them use a shotgun.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Michigan's going to want to run it. Sharon Moore's thing is smash, but they ran a lot out of shotgun last week anyway. They run a lot of shotgun as it is. Let's go to Dennis next on 97.1. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Long time, first time.
Thank you.
All right, awesome.
Hey, how's this? What if we take Donovan Edwards, give him limited carries or maybe even no carries as it turns out, and put Alex Orji in the backfield? I mean, he's a running back anyway.
Do you mean as a running back?
But he does have the potential to throw a pass here or there.
You're talking about as a running back or just more snaps at quarterback?
Put him back as a running back. Let him take Donovan Edwards' spot.
Well, I mean, if that's the kind of thing that they're going to break out special for this game. I mean, the thing about Dono is he might have a huge impact in this game, but not as a ball carrier, but as a receiver out of the backfield. And so,
can Alex catch the ball?
I don't know about Orji catching the ball, but I'm talking about Donovan Edwards. I have no idea. But look, I mean, you might have a whole bunch of tricks up your sleeve, and maybe they break something out for this game.
So he wants to bench Dono, is what he's saying.
Sounds like it. 248-539-9797.
I'm gonna roll with that.
You completely.
You know you lost them, Doug, right?
When I did. As soon as I said it, I'm like, that's a huge mistake. Some people call him that, and I could tell as soon as I said it, we completely lost Gator. It doesn't matter what the topic is.
I listened to the whole call. Bench Dono to put Orji in the backfield and have Warren play quarterback, right? You can do all types of things. Pitch it to Orji and he can throw the ball. I'm surprised he didn't suggest put Dono at wide receiver.
I'm not suggesting anything.
No, not you. I thought the caller might, maybe, because there's nobody that's really separating themselves as a wide receiver.
Is calling somebody Donovan Dono like all that earth-shattering?
No, but it's the first time on this show that you have.
Okay.
So when I hear it and it's different, yes, I'm going to latch on to it. It's okay.
All right. No.
I'm a little poking fun, but it just gets into the psyche. You're the play-by-play guy, man. You're getting comfortable with these guys. Mikey Sainristil, that's your man. I know that.
He wanted to be called Mike.
I understand that. Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah.
Dono, though.
Dono.
You got to know Dono to call him Dono.
I think you got to know Dono.
Why I know him.
So is it only you can call him?
No, I've heard him referred to as Dono before in the building. So, look, I apologize for doing that.
Why?
I've lost you.
Why would you ever lost me?
I apologize to myself because I lost you.
And I always will be.
Yeah.
I've gone nowhere. I'm right here for the ride, man. I'm right here alongside you.
Mm-hmm.
29-1. I'm with you.
It is 29-1. Tomorrow forecast could make a difference. It is expected to be windy somewhat, 14 miles per hour. So it could come down to keeping the ball on the ground a little bit more.
Is it going to be wet or no?
Doesn't look like it, but this has a chance to be a great fall day. Intervals of clouds and sunshine, high of 62. Chance of rain, according to weather.com, is 14%.
How cold do you have the hourly?
I can look up the hourly. If you like.
What's it like at 8 o'clock in the morning?
With the beginning of tailgating?
Yeah.
Tailgaters, be prepared for 48 degrees at 8 a.m. 48 degrees at 8 a.m.
That's brisk.
That is brisk.
50 by 9, 53 by 10, 55 by 11, 57 at kick.
That is a fall day.
Yeah, as long as the sun's out, we could have a good one.
Yeah, the wind.
If
The wind can be tricky,
windy,
though.
If it's 48 degrees and windy.
Yeah, for the fans, right.
Yeah.
For the game itself, wind being a factor plays to Michigan's favor.
I would say it probably does. But any fans they can get.
Find,
yeah. 248-539-9797. Bridge is in Farmington on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, Bridge.
How you been?
Good,
Great.
you?
Okay, I've been good.
Good.
So I got a prediction for the Lions.
Let's go.
I like them at going 14-3.
14-3.
And one of the reasons, the biggest reason, of course, is their defense. I think they went from below average to above average on defense. I don't think they're a great team yet on defense, but they're above average. The secondary and the line improvements, I think that'll make a huge difference. And they did get a little better on offense also. They were pretty good last year. But with JMO, I expect a lot more than we had last year. So considering everything else, and I know those, but sort of the Lions, so I'd say they go 14-3. Now, I won't jinx the Lions and say the S word, but I will say they'll be the last man standing.
They will be the last man standing?
That's what he said.
So you don't want to say it out loud. You'll just say they're the last man standing. All right.
Right.
I'll quote it. So we write this down. Last man standing.
Look, I don't think we need to hide from this. Okay, we said some things yesterday on the show collectively. All three of us said the same thing, and then Mike Valenti said the same thing.
All three of us said last man standing.
Yeah, and then Valenti went on board as well. So this is, I don't think this is being homerish. I think people outside might say it, but when we're looking at this, we try to be as objective as possible.
We try,
and I feel like we are. And I just can't get over what happened in the NFC Championship game. This team was good enough to get there and good enough to win that game, and they didn't because of bizarre set of circumstances.
Some otherwise rudimentary plays weren't made.
So I don't think we should run from saying things like Super Bowl. Embrace it.
We can say it.
There's an expectation.
It's a chesty fan base. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback next. We got a Detroit Lions-centric version of the Blitz thingy at 12:30. Hey, we made it to the weekend. This weekend, what a weekend. And Twin Peaks has got stuff planned for you. There's, of course, pro football Friday night, tonight. Yep, you heard that right. Big game in our division tonight at 8:15. See it at Twin Peaks. And then Saturday, we've been talking about the massive game in Ann Arbor, top 10 matchup at noon. Then, of course, a game for our friends in East Lansing, 3:30. It's going to be a busy day of football. What makes Twin Peaks so great on game day? Let's start with the scratch food. They got the biggest wings in the state. They got house smoked items that are prepared daily, like ribs and brisket. Hand cut to order boneless wings and tenders, scratch made queso and avocado smash. And make sure to try their new birria tacos. Sunday night party will be a whole nother level. Outside of being at the stadium for the game, no one puts on a better show than Twin Peaks. Certain locations will be hosting an in-house DJ really making an event you don't want to miss. So think about this. Front row seats, 50-plus TVs showing you all the football action, your favorite 29-degree frozen draft beer, the biggest wings you've ever heard of, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. I ask again, why would you go anywhere else? Find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. It's actually a hell of a football game last night. I felt like Baltimore was trying to send a message.
Yeah?
Did Lamar slide once? Did he just put his head down and try and run everybody over?
Or dive?
Yeah, try to get some extra yardage.
Yeah, he
right?
was.
Go
he
forward.
was not.
Yeah. No,
he did not slide.
This was like a championship game for Lamar Jackson.
I feel like that Baltimore put everything into winning that game. And yet in the end, Lamar had likely coming over in the corner of the end zone, coming open in the corner of the end zone, overthrew him. Had Zay Flowers open in the back of the end zone, missed him. And then to get that last pass off to Likely was an incredible Lamar play. But incomplete toe on the line. Hell of a game to open up the season, though.
Yeah. And I'm watching that play, and I'm like, please just call it a touchdown so it gets reviewed, because that's what. Just get it right. And I thought they handled it right, and they got the right call. But as someone who may have had a betting interest on the game last night, I was looking at the TV. I'm like, okay, does his foot come down before the toe? If it's the heel.
There was a weird, I did the same thing.
Like, I'm not sure.
Is the cleat, like, is his toe even on the ground? Or is cleats keeping the actual toe off the ground?
And then they kept showing a better angle. Like, here's the next angle looks, okay, that looks more damning, but still, I don't know. And then immediately here comes another angle. Now you got it like almost foot level. Like, all right, it's down. He's out of bounds. Damn it!
You know what the good news is, though? Just when you thought football couldn't get any better, they decided to flag illegal formation with the offensive lineman lining up in the back. Thank God they're doing that.
I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, I
drove
do.
me nuts.
I mean, I don't like how there's like this semicircle of pass defense or pass protection when they line up. And then when I'm watching the game after they've called it a handful of times, it felt like it seemed like the left tackle, was it Stanley? He said the left tackle was that when you could tell what the play was going to be. Because he started lining up just right in line with the guard, and every time he did it, it was a running play. But you just didn't know who was going to be carrying it, but it was or its direction. But it looked like he was totally telegraphing it.
I found it annoying, Doug, and it got more annoying because the totality in the end of the game. I told you this before the show. I found it annoying, but hey, that's on the lineman, right? If the refs tell you got to get up there, and if you're not going to move up there, they're going to keep calling the penalty. So I was like, is this on Harbaugh? Is this on the lineman? Is this on the ref? What's going on? This is annoying as a fan from an entertainment point of view, right? But then as the game went on, Gator, and I don't want to be this guy, but I'm going to be this guy a little bit, is I feel like the Chiefs were getting all the calls, okay? And I hate being that guy because the Chiefs are so damn good.
Yep.
And they don't need this stuff. But, okay, not only was the Ravens getting called for this illegal formation that was, like, seemingly never called until this game, later on in the game, Pachenko scored a touchdown. But they never blew the whistle because they were letting him have a chance to, keep the pile was moving forward, right? But I felt the pile was moving backwards at one point, and that's when you have to blow the whistle because forward momentum is stopped. But since he was still training them legs or whatever, they let him keep going and eventually gets in the touchdown. So that's call number 2, I think, that went for the Chiefs. The last one was Steve Spagnuolo.
Oh my
ran
God.
onto the field almost. He ran up to a ref.
Oh,
that's
they
for
called a
sure.
timeout?
And he
Yeah.
called a timeout, and they gave it to him. And you're not supposed to do that. So
assistant coaches can't call timeout.
only head coaches can call timeouts. So the
Or their
next step
quarterback.
in my mind is you give him a penalty for delay a game. You screwed me up, dude. You made me. Nope, nothing. They just
Right.
got the free time. Well, not free timeout, but they got a timeout they weren't supposed to get, and they just moved along. If that's the Lions, that's not how that works out.
It's
Right?
a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it'll be,
Delay a game, whatever.
And spend the night in
personal
jail.
foul, illegal BS on the line.
Right?
Yep.
So that I felt like, all right, the Chiefs don't need extra help. So
They don't, and I don't like that either. I do like that they're policing the offensive lineman, and you ask who's it on? It's
Yeah.
It's 100% on the offensive lineman. It's not difficult. There's nothing preventing you from lining up next to the guy who's right next to you. Just line up in the same space, same alignment. That's it. It's not hard to do.
248-539-9797. Derek's in Wyandotte, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great, Derek.
So I got a prediction for you. I got the Lions going 11-6.
Okay.
Due to the division being a little bit better, so I got them losing against the Bears once and then Packers once. But, I also got them losing against Seahawks, too, as well, and the Cowgirls. And then there's a couple in Houston. So, I mean, they're still going to win the division.
Okay.
I think 11-6. That's my prediction, so if you want to lock it in.
No, I got you down. I mean, look, there's you can be an exceptionally good football team and pile up some losses because of this schedule, right? I mean, they have to. They've got to be it's hard to bring it every week, right? It really is.
It is, especially in the NFL. I mean, I feel like you get these losses out of the way, and then you're prepared for the postseason.
Yep. I mean, if they win the division and are securing the home game, we'd love to see them be the 1 seed. Certainly.
Yes, sir. Like I said, go Lions and go Blue.
Hey, thank you for the phone call.
But win the division.
Win the division.
Yeah, win the division so you can host at least a playoff game. I'm with you. I don't care if they go 10-7 and win the division. Doesn't matter to me. Just win the division. It would be great if they go 14-3, best record in football, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. It would be amazing. But really, the first goal is just win the division.
Simon is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Simon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, Simon?
Primarily calling with a prediction. I also have one more point after that. My prediction is 12-5.
Okay.
I like most fans, I play the schedule game in a sense, but I'll do things a little bit differently. Instead of going like totally pinpointing game by game, I kind of break the schedule into chunks.
Yeah.
So with NFC North, I think 4-2 is reasonable. 5-1 is probably a little unrealistic. You have to respect Green Bay and Chicago, even if I don't want to.
Okay.
The Rams are they're going to be a challenge, but I think the Lions should be going good enough to go 3-1 with NFC West. I'll be kind of annoyed if they don't. They should be good enough to go 3-1 against the AFC South. I'll be annoyed if they don't. And then 2-1 with the positional games. So.
Okay.
So that's kind of how I did it there.
Yeah, actually, it makes some sense.
Look at you, logical Simon.
Yeah, you're putting it together. I like the way
you
you
made
did
it
that,
simple, Simon.
Yeah.
Simon says, yeah. And then there might be so besides prediction, I think there's an early chump candidate for Monday, Ravens fans, as well as Jackson and Likely. Everybody insisting that the last-second touchdown should have counted. Called me silly. I thought there was a difference between inbounds and out of bounds.
Yeah, I read that this morning that Lamar was upset. I still think it's a touchdown. And I'm thinking, dude, I wanted it to be a touchdown the worst way, and it wasn't. It's okay to say, damn it, the toe, out by a toe.
Yeah, but we were all trying to figure out, like, did one part get down before the other part went out, though, And do you even need that part of the toe for the shoe? I mean, like, should we start slicing
Just
these
get
things?
that, get a smaller shoe.
Right.
Wear the smaller shoe. Yeah, it's a newfangled rule. You have to be inbounds for the play, for it to be a reception. Who we got next? Carl, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Carl?
Gentlemen, how y'all doing today?
Carl!
Hey, I just wanted to bring up, I got two things. Yesterday when the gentleman just was talking about the non-calls against Kansas City, y'all remember the 74, who is that offensive lineman kept moving and they didn't even make that call with him as well? Do y'all know y'all remember those plays in the beginning of the game? They called it on him one time, but then after that, he was still moving before the hiking of the ball. And they never, y'all know what I'm talking about?
In the NFL, I feel like there's false starts all the time on pass protection. I can't. It looks like guys
and shotgun snaps.
They have really got an art form of timing the snap, and they let it go.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure I was right when I saw it. Another thing I wanted to say, I believe my prediction as far as the Lions go. I believe if our linebacker core is, to me, one of the biggest, I want to see how they get down. Because even though they improved on the line and they got the corners, I'm still kind of suspect about that linebacker core. And that's where I believe that's where their defensive problem is going to be at, to me. I hope I'm wrong, but I believe that linebacker core is going to be the biggest problem to me. I hope they got better. That's what I want to say about that.
They didn't. They didn't address it at all with personnel. So they seem to think that they've got a group there, but those guys need to be good.
Yeah, the linebacker core, and then I want to give y'all my prediction.
Yep.
I believe the Lions last year was ahead of schedule, so I believe that the Lions will go to the championship, but I don't believe they're going to win the Super Bowl. I don't. I believe next year will be the Super Bowl win. That's just my thoughts about it.
What is their regular season record?
Their regular season record, what would it be? I'm gonna say 13 and
4.
Would it be 13-4?
Yeah, unless you want to tie.
No, please no ties. But I'm gonna say 13-4.
Got it, Carl.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I like how he said that, and I think you would agree. You want to see how the linebackers get down.
Yep. Yeah, I actually wrote that down. Needs to see how linebacking core gets down. Might use that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
exactly.
It's a Lions edition of the Blitz thingy on the brink of the season. Let's go.
All right, here we go. The Detroit Lions have added some new pieces on the defensive line, guys. Who are you more excited about? DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, or Marcus Davenport?
It's Levi, and he's obviously not a new piece, but he's kind of a new piece. And he's
a new piece.
It's a wild development in this offseason. You talk about unexpected. If he is as good as the hype, it will be an unexpected boost to a position group that needs it. And they went out and addressed it with a veteran. But if I had asked you at the end of last season, will Levi Onwuzurike have any impact on the 2024 season? Nobody would have said yes. Nobody would have believed that. And yet here we are, them protecting him in the preseason. I was so excited for the first preseason game to see if the hype was real, and he didn't play, and I'm like, oh, he must not be healthy. Then we find out, no, he's proven himself, and they're saving him for the season. He was a dancing bear at Washington. I was always a fan of the draft pick. And look, this isn't about being right. It's just about what an unexpected, wonderful potential development for the Lions.
Well, there were a lot of bloggers out there in the offseason that said he was going to be a cut in training camp or even beforehand, that he wasn't going to make this team. And then, obviously, the opposite has happened with the hype machine about there from the head coach. But I'm going to go with Marcus Davenport. And I say this because it's more personal with me. I looked at Marcus Davenport years ago when he was at the Combine, this defensive end out of Texas San Antonio, and he kind of jumped off the TV for me. Like, he really stood out in the Combine, and I remember that name. I'm like, that's a guy I'd like the Lions to draft at some point, and it didn't happen. And then they were able to get him in free agency, and he hasn't had the NFL career that I envisioned, but he's been hurt. I think if healthy, Marcus Davenport would be really good, and he's in a really good situation here with the Lions because of Aiden Hutchinson on the other side. It's not dissimilar from what he had with Minnesota last year with Danielle Hunter. But I think if he can stay healthy, Davenport has that opportunity for production, and it's massive with an opportunity outside of Hutch.
Yeah, I did phrase the question, Doug, what new piece? Because to me, Levi Onwuzurike is a new piece. I know technically his name has been on the roster the last couple of years, but we've never seen him out there consistently enough and with the production we expected when the Lions took him. So for me, Levi, I'm the most excited to see what he is. Boom or bust, to see him out there consistently getting a shot to prove himself is a big, for me, at least I'll know at the end of the day. And as far as the coaching staff and his teammates are concerned, they think this is a boom. This is not a bust. In fact, they think they've got something really good here, a rotation with Reader and Aleem McNeil in between, on the tackles right there. It looks like this could be much improved, even from the last year where they had a top run defense. All right, guys, which second-year player makes the biggest jump this season? Brian Branch, Jack Campbell, Jahmyr Gibbs, or Sam Laporta?
I swear to God, I started writing down some thoughts, and I went to three names right away, and I had to keep changing, go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. The only name I didn't put down there was Laporta because I don't expect a big jump for him. The other three guys you can make cases for, stronger cases, I think. I'm going to go with Brian Branch, though. The secondary is going to look a lot better this year, and he's going to be a stabilizing force covering all types of ground. He can play anywhere in that secondary, and we know he's a playmaker. Another one of these guys that, please God, stay healthy because I think he's an all-pro in the making. I just love Brian Branch, and I can't wait to see what he does this year.
Jack Campbell's going to wreck stuff this year. He is going to wreck stuff. This offseason he's had, he eats, drinks, sleeps football. Jack Campbell takes that big step forward this year.
Gator, if I was going to make a Red Solo Cup guarantee,
Doug was going to say Jack Campbell.
Was going to pick Jack Campbell. Yeah. For me, it's between Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs. In the end, I'm going to go with, you have room for me, Doug? I'm going to go Jack Campbell because Jahmyr Gibbs, although he's got a really high ceiling, and you guys know I expect a lot from him this year, but there are a lot of mouths to feed on the offensive side of the ball. So he might not reach all those lofty goals that I think he can reach. Just because J-Mo and everybody else is going to get the ball as well. As far as Jack Campbell's concerned, my man's going to be out there pretty much every time, the defense is out there, and he's going to be able to wreck stuff like Doug says. I think one extra, that year last year of learning for Jack Campbell will be huge. The NFL game is a lot different. He gets his body, his mind right a year into it. Anzalone there next to him, teaching him, leading the way. I think Jack Campbell has a really big leap from year 1 to year 2. All right. What is your biggest concern heading into the season opener?
I still worry about the secondary, and it's not because I don't have faith. It's just we haven't seen them. It's like we have the least amount of data to make a decision on how much improved that they are. I mean, Carlton Davis looks like he's going to be solid, but you can find examples of him struggling last year, including against the Lions. Amik Robertson, again, feels like one of those underrated signings. He's like the veteran Ennis Rakestraw. He's a veteran that shouldn't be discounted, could help this team. Rookies struggle, and the wide receivers they face, I mean, maybe everybody's schedule looks like this, but it just feels like they are facing the best in the league. And so I think they'll be improved, but we have the least amount to go on with this group.
Well, for me, it's always a health concern. I'm going to be specific about it. It's with the offensive line. Everything that the Lions do offensively starts with those guys up front, and maybe more specifically with Frank Ragnow. We know it's going to be tough sledding for Frank throughout his career because he's always dealing with the foot injury, and it's not going to change. He's not going to practice much. He's going to show up on Sundays, and he's going to be a stud because that's what Frank Ragnow is. But I do get concerned about his health, and he's not alone. There are other guys in that offensive line who have been banged up in their careers and banged up in this offseason. So that, to me, is the biggest concern because there's a big drop-off when they go from the starters to the second-team guys. Some of these guys can step in and do an admirable job, but you can start to get concerned if those injuries mount up, and they may. I'm a little worried about that.
Mine is the opposite defensive end of Hutchinson. Marcus Davenport, he's had some good years when he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy the last couple of years. James Houston, one amazing back half of the season, and since then, I mean, a lot of people thought he might have been playing for a job this year in the preseason. Pascal hasn't really lived up to his expectations of a second-round pick. It's just consistent pressure from the other side opposite Hutchinson. That's my biggest concern. Is someone going to step up, or is this going to be kind of like, hey, it's all coming from one side, and they're going to have to blitz from the other side or whatever? But that seemed to be a theme last year. I hope that doesn't carry over for this year. All right, there's going to be some. I'm sorry, let me start over. 3, 2, 1. Is there going to be some love for Matthew Stafford come Sunday night?
There will be some love for Matthew Stafford, but the boo birds are going to be louder. I'm just telling you, this crowd does not care for Matthew Stafford anymore. There are some that will, and they'll be polite and cheer him on. Yay, Matt, way to go. But I think you're going to hear like 75% of that crowd just boo the hell out of him and his kids in abstention.
By the way, that's going to be exactly what they say. Yay, Matt, way to go. I think I like that cheer. No, they're going to boo him. And that's just what the people do. If they do a tribute video, I mean, I would give it the
golf
and
clap.
That's it. Yeah, I'm not. The story's over for me. He's been back here. He was good for this team. Not great. He never got us to the promised land or even close. And he was great in the community. And I appreciate his time here. Thank you for your service. But that story's over for me.
Yeah, so the question is there going to be some love for Stafford? If they do show a tribute video, there's going to be love for Stafford. They're not going to boo during the video, however long that is. It's a 15 seconds, 60 seconds. During that time, the crowd will not boo him. Before and after that, all bets are off. They're going to go, they're going to go to town on Stafford.
If they wanted to ensure that there were cheers instead of boos, then the only highlight you show is that game against the Browns when he gets drilled.
Well, they're not going to do that.
Toughs it out.
They're going to show
comes
a bunch
back
of
in the
stuff.
game. I'm just saying, if you wanted to safeguard against it, that's all you do.
All right, should Dan Campbell still be Dan Gamble on fourth downs, with fake punts and all that stuff, especially with a more improved defense and a better kicker, allegedly?
Yes, he should. I think you stay true to what you are. I think that's one of the reasons why the culture is what it is. I know everybody doesn't love it. He takes some risks that people deem unnecessary, but I think this team believes in him, and it's one of the things that's turned this thing around is Dan Campbell's demeanor, the way he coaches. I think the players have completely bought in. I think it shows faith in everybody but your kicker, really, your offense and your defense. But, you don't cater to the kicker. So, I think he should keep doing what he did a year ago.
Yeah, I agree. You don't change who you are. You be you. However, he's still going to be considered Dan Gamble no matter what decision he makes. If he's on the other team's 45-yard line and it's 4th and 4, does he go for it? And that's a gamble. or does he try to kick a 62-yard field goal? Because that's a gamble. Either way, he's still Dan Gamble, and I love it.
I think Dan Campbell, whatever you want to call him, stays exactly the same. That's part of that gives the Lions the edge of they've had the last year or two, is that teams are on edge themselves because they don't know what Dan's going to call and do. Even if he allegedly lines up for a punt, you don't know if it's going to be a fake punt.
Nope.
If you allegedly line up to go for it on fourth down, I mean, everyone does this, but the hard count's always in play, right? You got to stay true to who you are. The players believe in you. This is how you've gotten there. Stay with that same mentality.
You know they've had 10 fake punts under Dan Campbell?
Wow.
10.
Is that a lot compared to others?
Yes, it's the most in the NFL.
All right, last one, guys. What's the most underrated move of the Lions offseason?
I think it's signing Isaiah Williams as an undrafted free agent. He made the 53, and yet we're still waiting for another wide receiver. This guy is totally under the radar. He's going to suit up on Sundays, and he's going to play a role, and he's going to contribute. And I think he can contribute in a way that Josh Reynolds did, where, hey, I just need somebody. Where is he open? Oh, my God, this guy's open all the time, and he's reliable. He's going to catch the ball, and we're going to be happy that Isaiah Williams is on this team, that they got him as an undrafted free agent in the offseason.
I think the Lions signed a player that's one of the best at his position, and nobody's talking about it at all. It was signed into a position of strength. Everybody loves the offensive line. Kevin Zeitler. The CBS Sports ranked the top interior offensive lineman going into this season. He ranks as the 5th best guard, way ahead of Jonah Jackson. And we loved Jonah Jackson here, and the line was great. And they improved at that position. Do we ever talk about Kevin Zeitler? Does anybody ever call with excitement about Kevin Zeitler? They don't, and we should. I think it is the most underrated signing of this offseason. A strength got stronger with that signing.
That's a good call, Doug. If you watched the Ravens game last night, the interior line for that offensive line, not looking good. And I get it. Chris Jones, all pro. That guy's unbelievable. But they looked lost out there many times, and Lamar was running for his life a lot. I'm going to go with this, the most recently signed to the practice squad, Tim Patrick, wide receiver. Here's the reason why. I like Isaiah Williams a lot too, Gator. He's not Josh Reynolds. As far as size and that big-bodied receiver to make contested catches, if you look at Tim Patrick compared to the other size of the receivers on this team, it's night and day. He's the biggest receiver, almost, I want to say by far. He's 6'4", 210 pounds. The next closest guy in height is J-Mo, and that guy's wiry at best, right? Tim Patrick brings something to this wide receiving room that no one else does. It's a big-body receiver. I think we see him suit up more sooner rather than later, and he's going to play a role on this team.
And there you go. That concludes a Detroit Lions edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Much We have an NFL edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up next hour. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's our annual Detroit Lions season prediction show. We actually made ours yesterday. There was a reason for that, and we'll circle back to it right near the end of the show. But yeah, we are excited. We are fired up, and we got Michigan, Texas tomorrow. We talked about that a lot. We got Michigan State and Maryland. Big game for the Spartans. Both Michigan and Michigan State can move the needle and change some outlooks on the season with wins. I don't know if the Lions' loss to the Rams it would certainly be disappointing. And it would certainly lead to probably some wild phone calls, some overreaction phone calls on Monday. But I don't know that would move the needle too much as far as the season expectation. I think Michigan and Michigan State can move the needle for season expectations with wins tomorrow. But 248-539-9797. Get your picks in on the Lions and this season, the record, the reason that you think they'll have that record, and we archive them and then circle back.
And the reason I think we're looking at the Lions game on Sunday night and saying it's going to move the needle with expectations and not thinking it can much is we're already pretty chesty about the Lions.
Yes.
So like if they win the game, I mean, what's going to make us feel even better about it? If they win by 3 touchdowns and the defense is ridiculously good and Levi Onwuzurike has 2 sacks, and I mean, are those things going to move the needle even more? It feels like we're already kind of peaked as Lions fans, which I'm a little nervous about. I don't want to peak before week 1, and yet this week 1 is going to be so spectacular because of who you're playing, when you're playing, and where you're playing.
Yep. And a big stage again. Get used to it. We are a team that people want to watch. So last night, NFL season kicks off. And of course it's the Chiefs, which means Taylor Swift. Did anybody have a problem with the Taylor Swift coverage last night, or did they kind of dumb it down a little bit?
Well, in fairness, I was watching more of the Tigers than I was the football game, but I did see they showed her, I think maybe the first time that they showed her, Tirico mentioned it. He's like, oh, and yes, Taylor Swift is at the game. And that's all I saw.
Like he's surprised.
Right. But I don't know how many other shots of Taylor Swift there were throughout the game, so I can't really speak to that. Which was one of the questions I had coming into today is how much was she shown?
I didn't really think it was too much.
Yeah, I watched the whole game, and it wasn't too much for me. I mean, of course, they show a clip of her coming into the stadium because you got to get that shot, right? Everyone's, hey, she's coming. There's the shot of her walking in the stadium. And then they showed her a couple times during the game, but it was mostly because if Kelsey would make a play, and he just wasn't that involved last night.
3 catches? Was it 3?
Yeah, I think it was like 3 catches, and so that was pretty much it. And I don't think it was overdone, personally. She was shown less last night than the NFL hype video they tweeted out the other day, which she was shown 5 times in that 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, I guess one of the questions I have today is, did they reach the target demographic with their Taylor Swift coverage? And by that, the target demographic is your wife, your girlfriend, your daughter, your young, maybe just kids. Did they still tune in to see Taylor Swift?
I don't think it hurt. I'm not sure what kind of boost they got this year compared to last year when it was happening all of a sudden, right? And It was a big story. They've had the Swifties have had an off season now, to deal with this, and they've seen Kelsey at the concerts and on the tour and everything. So I'm sure it helped a little bit. I'm not sure how much of a boost, like I said, but Tirico's got to mention it. There's a producer in his ear telling him, hey,
we know, and we know what they're doing too.
Yeah.
When if you work in whatever line of work you're in, if people say, hey, this is what the feedback from the customer is what they want. I get that many of you out there as football fans don't want it, but I mean, as anybody, how many people are going to turn off the game because there's too much Taylor Swift? Very few. How many people are going to turn on the game looking for Taylor Swift? It's probably way more than will turn it off for too much Taylor Swift. So it really doesn't impact me one way or another.
So your household was the norm? Your wife didn't say, hey, is
she
Tay
wasn't
at the game?
She wasn't watching, and my daughter was. I didn't ask her if she watched. I should.
And your youngest cares more about Peebo Bryson, which we learned.
There wasn't even one cutaway of Peebo Bryson.
I mean, that's crazy. Yep. That's crazy. Did you notice that, by the way, you mentioned Travis Kelce, and he and Mark Andrews considered two of probably the top 5 or 6 tight ends in all of football. Combined, those guys had 5 catches for 48 yards. But Isaiah Likely ends up with 9 for over 100.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Does that mean Sam Laporta's the new best tight end in football?
That's exactly what that means.
I thought so.
Ergo, Doug.
If these guys don't do squat, then our guy's the best in the game.
And I don't like if-then statements because that's all about math.
There was a geometry where it started.
Yeah.
Entertaining game.
Proofs.
Kansas City wins 27-20. I guess the one thing I hope the Lions take out of it is make sure you line up on the line of scrimmage, Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell. Because that flag was prominent for illegal formation. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, we'll have a NFL edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We got our picks today at 1:38. Got to mention this Tiger team because what they did last night with Parker, MF, and Meadows was unbelievable. Did you see that what he did last night has happened once before in Major League history? That exact scenario? It's only happened once before in Major League history, and it's interesting who did it. We'll get to that at 1:20. It's Carson Anderson on a Football Friday. Get your picks in for the Lions season. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. And this is 97.1 The Ticket. Our guy Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. And we are hyped up for this football weekend. Michigan and Texas tomorrow. Gator, we pregame show starts at 9 a.m. And Saddle Up, we ride at noon. Wolverines and Longhorns. I'm very, very excited about this one.
You got a special breakfast plan?
I probably won't eat. Probably won't eat till after the game. Don't like a lot of sodium on game days.
You're not going to eat at all until after the game?
I might not, no.
Wow. I mean, on the air at 9.
Yeah, I'm not on the air till a little bit later than that. But pregame show starts at 9 on our brother station, WWJ.
Not even a little yogurt in the morning?
Maybe a little Greek yogurt.
A little granola?
Yeah,
okay.
I could do that.
Some grape nuts? I think you got some grape nuts in the house?
I do not have grape nuts, no.
Who's going to be out of the house first?
Oh, me.
You or your kids won't be out first?
So we've got 7 sorority kids, fraternity brothers in the basement. Big difference. My daughter's in a sorority. My son is in a fraternity, as is typically the case. Son came back for this one and 6 of his buddies, and they're all in the basement. So the basement's probably destroyed. I made an unreasonable request because that's where the multiple TV setup is. I asked them, hey, could you just clean it up before you leave Saturday morning because we're going to want to watch games down there afterwards, and you're not going to want to come home and clean. So
that's
could you
totally
clean
unreasonable.
They all were like, oh, yeah, sure.
Of course.
When they were there for about 10 minutes, and I'm like looking around, I'm like, there's no way this is going to get cleaned up. It's destroyed. But let's get back to some Lions season predictions, as this is our annual prediction show, and a lot of people have gotten them in. 248-539-9797, and now I've lost the file because the computer shut down, and I'll gotta open it back up. One moment, please. Gator, can you riff a little bit here while I get this? No?
I just thought I'd freeze up for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there's also some prop bets we could look at.
Yeah, we are going to do that. Yes, we will.
When it comes to the season totals for yardage totals, touchdown totals, stuff like that, which is going to be interesting. But I very much looking forward to the season starting for the Lions on Sunday.
Here we go. Well done. From an unnamed texter, 14-3. The only losses I see are San Francisco, Green Bay, and Dallas. All our rookies from last year take another step. The defense is slightly above average, and we lock in the 1 seed. Scott and Carlton, we go 12-5. Good enough to win the North. Grit, kneecaps, Applebee's. We're villains, man. Indeed. Grit, kneecap, Applebee's. Donald and Roseville, 14-3 for the Lions because their defensive line and secondary are going to be way better than people know.
Thanks, Dono.
10-7. Key injuries and tougher schedule will bring the Lions back off cloud 9. That's from Brian on a mower. Sean and West Bloomfield. Lions go 13-4. They may be the best team in the NFL and will be favorites against all comers. Let's go, boys. Mickey in Garden City. Lions go 11-6, win the North, go to the Super Bowl, but lose to Baltimore. Yeah, I got Baltimore in the Super Bowl. I will not be dissuaded by what happened last night. And anyway, it's a prediction. You have to make it before the season starts.
This is true.
And
otherwise, it's just a diction.
It's a post-diction. Anyway, get your picks in on the Lions season. Gator?
Doug?
There are some new concession items around the NFL. Want to know if any of these interest you? Time for another edition. And this one is an NFL version of Are You Going to Eat That? Okay, thanks to Darren Ravel, who tweeted out all these different things that are now available in NFL stadiums. And this comes with pictures, which doesn't do our audience any good, but I will show you the pictures. Darren Ravel tweets out, new at Chiefs games, carne asada waffle fries. Carne asada waffle fries. You got the picture in front
I've
of you.
got a picture in front of me. It's even better because it's
this one's in black and white. It was a bad printer.
No, it looks like a tray pizza is what it looks like, and it looks fantastic. Carne asada is great. You're going to put that on top of waffle fries and cover it with what looks like, cheese and green onions and maybe some tomato and some sort of crema on top of that, whether it's sour cream or not. It looks like might be some guac in there. It looks absolutely delicious. I would crush it. Kang, I'm pretty sure that you're on board with this.
Loaded fries are my weakness, man. Like I will try. If I go to a new place, it has too much for me to pick from, and I want to try everything, I'll usually go with like the loaded fries, so I can get a little bit of everything, and I love fries already. So this is a no-brainer for me as well, Gator. I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Come on, man.
The word carne, that he's out.
Would you be with pollo? Would you do that?
Yes.
Pollo asado?
Yeah.
But just not the carne.
Yeah.
Doug didn't even like Carney Wilson.
Next up.
He's still holding on.
He is. For one more day, I think.
You guys are so excited. At Commanders games, they have hell-raising nachos, smoked brisket, cheese jalapenos, onions, and barbecue aioli in a stadium container.
First of all, the stadium container looks fantastic. It's a cardboard box, but it's got squared off edges, so it's like an octagon. I believe is that 4? Is that 6? Maybe it's just a hexagon. Might be hexagonal. It might be hexagonal, but it still looks awesome. It looks like a stadium. Nachos, I'm here for it. What are you going to put on it, right? Smoked brisket's good, cheese good, jalapenos good, onions good, barbecue aioli. It all sounds delicious. I would crush these nachos. Kang?
Oh, dude, I'm all in. And you know what it does? I really enjoy, Gator, pickled red onions. It looks like it's on there. Pickled red onions, right? Yeah. I love that. Jalapenos, the whole thing. Yeah, I'm all in on this. Which part of the stadium would you eat first, though, you know?
I'd probably start in the
one of the end zones?
Corner of the end zone.
Okay.
Work your way down the field?
Yes. To the 70-yard line.
And back.
Sadly, once again, I am out.
Smoked brisket, no good for Doug.
Now, smoked chicken, I'm all in. Next up at Bears games, this is a bear claw pretzel.
Yep.
It is a pretzel shaped like a bear claw.
First of all, I love the soft pretzel. I think it's fantastic. I don't know if this comes with a cheese dip or not, or mustard on this. I don't really care. I mean, that makes it even better. But I love a soft pretzel, and the fact that it's shaped like a bear claw is awesome. You know it's going to be the size of your hand. Yes, absolutely. I would tackle this and enjoy it.
Kang, you?
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely in. I mean, bear claw, it's got to be bigger than your hand, Gator. Now, just make sure, I don't know if the Rams play the Bears this year and Kelly Stafford's going or not, because if she throws this at a fan, it might do some damage.
That could do some trouble.
So I'm in on this one.
Okay.
All
and
right.
here's the question.
Doug's on board.
Yeah.
Cheese or mustard?
Yes. I think, honestly, you're
giving one cup with
I'm giving one cup.
I know what Gator's
be careful.
with.
It's going to be
just one cup.
Just be careful.
One red Solo cup.
No Solo cup. Stop it.
One Gator, one cup.
One condiment in one cup, I'd go with the cheese.
Oh, surprise me. I know you're a huge mustard fan.
Yeah, but I mean, the melted cheese is
No.
it's hard. The cheese dip is
I'm
hard
going
to pass.
cheese. Doug?
I'm all about the mustard.
There you go.
Yep. Love me a good mustard on a pretzel. All right, next up. But I did say yes.
Okay.
All right.
There you go.
We'll take it.
At Viking games this season, the buttermilk brine chicken thigh, coleslaw, and what's the word? I always mess this up. The Greek sauce.
Tzatziki.
Thank you. Tzatziki sauce with Nashville hot sauce. The buttermilk brine chicken thigh sandwich with all that on it. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Absolutely. This looks delicious. Really, when you hear the brine chicken thigh sandwich or whatever, I start to get vibes of Chick-fil-A because they do like a pickle brine for their chicken. So you know it's going to be a tasty chicken to begin with. And then you're going to add coleslaw and the tzatziki sauce and Nashville hot sauce. It's got a little hot, a little cool in there. I think it'd be spectacular. I would love to have this sandwich.
Kang?
Oh, I'm all in. And I love the fact that they're using chicken thigh to be much more flavorful than a chicken breast. I'm not turning down chicken breast sandwich, but I love the chicken thigh. Yeah, I'm in.
The only thing I don't like about this is that it's a chicken thigh and not a chicken breast.
You even got to try to make chicken healthy?
But God, I would eat this.
What's the matter with you?
But it's funny because I'm like, my only thought on this, I went into this, I looked at it, like, I wish it was a chicken breast. And what does Kang bring up? I'm glad it's a chicken thigh, not a chicken breast.
More flavor, he's right.
Finally, Vikings games this season, they have a lobster and mac cheeseburger. This looks like a cheeseburger with mac and cheese and chunks of lobster claw on top. There's a lot going on here, Gator.
There is a lot going on there. I mean, it's nothing I would order, but is it something I would try? I feel like I'd have to have a bite of it to see what it is, but I don't know if hamburger meat with lobster meat doesn't sound like it goes together, and a cheddar cheese sauce is what it looks like with lobster mac. I don't know if that.
You're talking yourself out of this.
It's okay.
I'll
I mean, this is a weird mix, Gator.
I'll try it. I'm curious as to see how it tastes. I would try it.
I'm pretty much on the same wavelength as Gator. I mean, I would try it, but this is not something I think it's doing too much to the burger. You don't. Lobster on its own is great. You don't need to add it.
Mac and cheese on its own is great.
Exactly.
Lobster mac is great.
Yes. You don't need to put the burger and this together, but I would try it if Doug ordered it for us, Gator. I'd try it with you.
Yeah.
Well, Doug won't be ordering it because Doug isn't eating it because it's a burger.
What if it were an Impossible lobster mac and Impossible?
I actually might try that. That sounds
Really?
good. Here's what we got then. Recapping. Gator was yes, 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 yes. Kang was yes, 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 yes. I was no, no, yes, yes, no. And that is an NFL concession edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
You were more like no, yes. I'm disappointed, but yes, no.
Yep.
Because of when you found out it was chicken thigh, you were almost out.
I was almost out. Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. We do need to talk about Parker, MF, and Meadows and what he did last night. Back to football at 1:30. Our picks today at 1:38 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, I know you see them. If you open your eyes and look at the trucks on the road, you'll see the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere, and for good reason. They're helping people out. Those trucks belong to the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust, and that is Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about a bunch of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment right now online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Football, of course, is on the marquee, and we will get back to it. We have not talked very much about what the Detroit Tigers did last night. We asked that they survive the series with San Diego. Don't come out any worse for the wear. And they accomplished that thanks to one of the most unlikely things you will see, and really something that has only happened once before in history. According to OptaStats, in MLB history, 2 players have come to bat on the road with their team down 3 and an out away from being shut out, and then hit a grand slam to win the game. Okay? So it's only happened one other time.
Say those circumstances again.
Come to bat with their team down 3-0 with 2 outs in the 9th and hit a grand slam to win the game.
Okay.
Parker Meadows was one, and the other was Ted Williams on August 27th of 1955. Parker Meadows and Ted Williams, the only 2 that hit the grand slam in the 9th to win with 2 outs to win a game 4-3 on the road. And I mean, that's really specific and all that, and you may say no big deal, but honestly, if you haven't seen the highlight, watch the highlight and watch the reaction of these Tigers, because you could tell that they felt it.
Yeah.
Like that was unbridled enthusiasm. That was dancing around the base paths. That was guys hugging at home plate. That was a dugout going wild afterwards.
That was carrying into the bottom of the 9th inning, finishing things off when Parker Meadows caught the out.
Yeah.
And then the 3 outfielders hugging like they do after every game. But the smiles were bigger than ever. And when Parker Meadows was coming off the field, he was covering his face with his baseball glove because it was like he was laughing and smiling so much he didn't want to show disrespect.
Yeah.
So he covered his face with the glove. It was an amazing moment last night and so wildly unexpected. I'm sure some people, once you get the bases loaded, you're always thinking, oh, you're going to get a grand slam. But Ranger Suarez is on the hill for San Diego. And he's throwing 98, 99, 100, gets up to 101, 101.3, 101.9, gets up to 102 miles an hour. And Dan Petrie's like, he's just warming up. This is crazy how hard he's throwing. Now, he's having difficulty finding the strike zone. But when you throw that hard, you don't have time to react as a batter. You're just guessing it's going to be over the plate, really, because it's 102 freaking miles an hour. And when Meadows met the pitch, and it went opposite field because you're not going to turn on a 102-mile-an-hour fastball. You're just looking to make contact effectively. And he does. And he launched it high enough in the air. And because it comes in at him at 102, let the pitcher do the work. It leaves the bat at 98. And as soon as the left fielder turns his back, I realized that's a home run. I thought that's a fly ball to left field. Oh, it's a fly ball to left field, but it's going 360 feet and it's going over the wall for a grand slam in an just unbelievable fashion.
Yeah, I don't know what time it was in real time, what it was on the clock, but it was probably around midnight. And unfortunately, probably not a lot of people saw
like
it.
11:30-ish.
Okay, probably not a lot of people saw it. Yeah, the game was moving quickly. There wasn't a lot of scoring. I mean, early in the game, it looked like Casey Mize was throwing BP. They got 3 runs off him, settled down a little bit. Bullpen did their thing, as they've been known to do.
It was a typical Tigers outing, man.
It's 3-0.
Gives up 3 runs.
And they gave the Tigers would threaten. It seemed like they get 2 guys on with 2 outs and never score. And then that last inning, and again, how did they get to that situation? You talk about young players coming through. In that last inning, it was correct me if I'm wrong, a Justin Henry Malloy single, a Jace Young walk, and a Colt Keith walk. And then a Parker Meadows home run. That's young player, young player, young player, young player. This is the core. Now, some of the stats on these guys, they aren't exactly tearing it up. But again, that's the most timely of timely hits from Parker Meadows. And his season, the first half, and what he was in the first half, like the fear with Parker Meadows was great fielder. His speed is going to be useful in all kinds of ways, offensively and defensively, but can he hit? And in the first half, he went out and it started to look like, you know what, the answer to that question, unfortunately, might be no. He goes to the minors. Now he's come back and he's hitting the ball to combine it with everything else. And that was such a big like if anything comes out of this season, great. If not, you know our old friend George Blaha and his great line,
right?
There are wins, and then there are wins. This season, in this run, there's been two that stood out. The walk-off win against the Yankees at Williamsport and last night's 3-2 pitch, 100-mile-an-hour fastball, grand slam off Parker Meadows' bat to get a 4-3 win and probably get themselves off the mat. Like they would have lost, more ground with less games to go, and they survived the San Diego series, and now it's time to do work the next 6 games against the A's and Colorado.
It's quite a job that Parker Meadows has done to get himself back. He was hitting 096 when they sent him down, right? Mm-hmm. He had gone 7 for 73. That's how bad his start was. They said, you go down to the minors, you figure it out. And he did. As soon as he got down there, he started hitting. I think he hit around 290-ish, if I'm not mistaken. They bring him back up in July, and it's limited at bats because he gets hurt right away. But he went 4 for 11 when they brought him back up. Comes back from the injury, has 87 at bats in August, and hits 322 with a 910 OPS. September, it started off slow for him, but he gets the 2 hits last night, I think he had 2 hits last night, including this grand slam, and you're just left with your jaw open when it's all said and done. This is a guy that can be a key cog for the future if he is one of these foundational pieces. Is he a core guy? I really hope he is, because what he does in the field is so special that you're just hoping, can you hit? And that was always the knock on him. Was he going to be able to hit enough? And he's showing that he can hit, and he's hitting lefties, he's hitting righties. It doesn't matter. They showed like the left-handed hitters, their OPS on the season against left-handed pitching since like July. And it's fantastic when you look at Colt Keith and I think Colt Keith, Riley Green, and Parker Meadows. And they're all getting it done.
So 21 games to go, 5 games out. I'm going to go ahead and do some math here. I'm going to give him the 3 wins against the White Sox. I'm going to give him that, which is dangerous. I know it's not a sure thing. But I'm also going to give him the 4 Scooble starts as wins between now and then. So that's 7 wins.
Unless one of those comes against the White Sox.
It doesn't.
Oh.
It's 4 Scooble starts. They could start Scooble in the season finale against Chicago unless they're saving him for the first round of the first game of the postseason.
There you go.
But they could start him 4 times between now and that Chicago start. So it's probably dangerous to give him 7 wins, but quite frankly, it's what it's going to take. So now you got 14 other games that you got to find a way to win. I mean, if you win 9 of the 14, you give him 7 wins, 16-5.
If they went 16-5, I feel very good about their chances of being one of those wild card teams.
So if it comes down to Scooba winning his 4 starts and them sweeping the White Sox to give themselves a legitimate shot, I'll take that formula. It's more than I ever thought we'd be doing. And look, Scooba goes tonight. So
yeah,
counting wins is a dangerous thing.
Oh, it's chickens? Are we counting as chickens?
Mm-hmm.
It is dangerous. And yet you've got 3 against Oakland, 3 against Colorado. 6-game series, very important series. Can they go 5-1 in this series? If they go 5-1 in this series, then you're starting to feel very comfortable about this, because where are they right now? A game above 500?
Mm-hmm.
71-70. That is to think that this team could put themselves that much further above 500. Be 4 more games, or I guess it would be 4 games above 500 at that point, or 5 games above 500. That'd be huge.
We now return to our regularly scheduled programming. Football! That is next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, we have some Lions season prop bets. Kang, we're going to spring these on you. I don't know if you've seen them, but we won't dock you any pay if you don't do well here. But these are Lions season prop bets, and we'll record these. Where the hell my pen go? Where the hell my pen go?
My pen.
Yes. My stapler is missing as well. Are you ready?
Yes.
Come on, movie reference.
I got you.
Score another point here. I'm getting better.
You got him.
All right. Passing yards for Goff, 4,050.5. Over or under?
I would take the over. He threw for 4,575 yards last year, and I really think they have more to go and more to gain passing wise if they want to really unlock it. And even if it's the same, it's 500 yards more than what that total is. I like the over.
I like the over as well. It seems like a low number. I mean, I wonder, what are they figuring into this that he won't throw for as much? Are they thinking that they're going to run the ball a little bit more?
Bingo.
Are they thinking that he's going to sit out a game or two? Injury plays a factor. I mean,
defenses are just going to catch up to Ben Johnson and the Lions. That's how it works out to Doug.
We know Vegas is not dumb, but I like the over here as well.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me is it seems like a no-brainer. That scares me when Vegas is involved, but I'm taking the over here.
Okay, we all take the over on that. Goff touchdown passes 26.5.
He had 30 last year, but you get 17 games. I take the over. I don't know how many more he's going to get than if he gets 30 or not, but it got to do better than 26.5. More than 27 or more.
Same. I'm a little bit
curious.
I think the offense has a chance to be better. The only thing I can think of is that they think Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are going to run the ball a lot.
Or they don't expect Goff to stay healthy enough. But, I mean, in his career, he's with the Lions, he went from 19 touchdowns to 29 to 30.
I got the over. Kang?
Yeah, I got the over again. I just expect the offense to be just as explosive, if not more, this year than last year with the experience that Gibbs is going to get out of the backfield as far as his swing passes, screen passes, and then J-Mo taking the top off the defense over the top.
Let's go to receiving yards here. St. Brown, 1,275.5. Laporta, 850.5. Gibbs, 350.5. I'm going to go, just to do this quickly, over on St. Brown, under on Laporta, over on Gibbs. And I think Laporta is going to have a hard time matching what he did a year ago.
I would agree with you on that analysis. I think Laporta is going to have a hard time topping what he did last year, and the number you have is actually slightly less than what he did last year. St. Brown had 1,500 yards receiving. You're talking 1,200, and Gibbs only had 316 last year. I think Gibbs has more to give. I think St. Brown can do more than 1,200, and I agree with you on Laporta maybe not doing as much.
Kang?
I've got under. Under on St. Brown because the other two guys are going to be over, and it's got to come from somewhere. And, Laporta had a great year last year, and that's if he does it every year, that's, Hall of Fame worthy. But I think he does take an extra leap this year and maybe hits close to 1,000.
Rushing yards, Gibbs, 850.5. Montgomery, 800.5.
Well, those are both well below last year's totals. Gibbs had 945 last year. Montgomery was 1015 last year. I like the over Gibbs total. What was the Montgomery total?
800.5.
Yeah, I like them both over. I don't know if they're going to have the same years they had last year, but both of those, but they should do better than what these numbers are.
These numbers feel really low, and I'm wondering if in Vegas, every fan base is compelled to bet their over on their guys. But this feels like...
Or they listened to that executive that the Athletic interviewed?
Oh, that they're the ninth best team in the NFC?
Yeah, and everybody's going to figure them out.
I got over and over.
I've got over and under. I think Gibbs is just going to take a more prominent role in the backfield this year, and that's not a knock on Montgomery, but I think he's used more to... He'll start the game, kind of soften up the defense, but then his role becomes... short yardage, and maybe run the clock if the Lions are up. But otherwise, I think Gibbs becomes more of the feature back and gets more carries. So I like Gibbs over, Montgomery under.
Really, it's because Ken doesn't want to say it, but don't forget that the truth is on this team. Too.
Truth takes some carries away from Montgomery.
Yeah.
Sacks, Aiden Hutchinson, 11.5.
He had, well, what is it? 11.5?
Yeah.
That's what he had last year.
He had 11?
Yeah, 11.5 sacks last year.
Exactly 11.5?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm bullish on him. I think he's going to have a breakout year, and one of my bold-ass predictions was he would have 15 sacks, so I'm going to stand by it.
Yeah, I got the over on that as well.
Yeah, I'm buying the Aaron Glenn hype on Hutch. I think he turns into that TJ Watt / Max Crosby / Myles Garrett type. Hey, he's going to get easily 12, 13 sacks expected every year.
Okay, Terrion Arnold, 2.5 interceptions, over or under?
I think he's going to get the opportunity to have a bunch of interceptions. They're going to throw a lot at him early and test him. 3 interceptions on a season isn't that much.
I will tell you right now, I'm going under, and it's because it's so hard to play that position as a rookie.
It is. I'm going to go over because I think he can get 3.
Okay. Kang?
I'm going to go under. I mean, yeah, that's not a big number, but it's also harder to get interceptions than I think people realize. I think the interceptions will come from Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch and linebacker here and there, but I got the under for Arnold.
Jerry Jacobs had 3 last year.
Season starts on Sunday. Gator, you ready to pick some games?
Yes.
Here we go. All right, last week, Gator, very solid 2-1 to start. You got your lock of the week. I went 1-2, and I missed my lock. It is week 2. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Why don't you go first?
All right, Doug, we'll start with college football. I'm going to begin in the SEC with Auburn coming off a monster performance last week where they threw up over 70 points on the board. They threw up all over the field to the tune of like 73 or whatever it was. They're giving up 12.5 points against Cal. Auburn's playing at home against a Cal team that doesn't even know where they belong. I like Auburn giving up the 12.5.
I'm going to start with Clemson coming off their week 1 loss. They're playing host to App State, laying 17. I will take the Fighting Dabos to cover the 17.
Okay, I'm sorry. I realized that I didn't put the team that they're playing against on this one. I just took Alabama minus 30.5. And I'm, for the life of me, forgetting who they're playing. I feel like I should know this.
This is classic Gator.
Yeah, well.
You just take Alabama and lay the points against everybody. And they're playing South Florida.
And it happens to be my shoot the boot lock.
Shoot the boot lock of the week. You have no idea who they're playing.
It's Alabama minus 30.5. They got this.
Make it the Red Solo Cup guarantee while you're at it.
King, stop it.
There's a shoot the boot lock.
Alabama versus everybody.
Alabama minus the points.
Yes.
Who they playing? Don't know. Lock it up.
South Florida.
I got Iowa State in Iowa City. Iowa is laying 3, and that is my Car House lock of the week. I think Iowa covers the 3 against Iowa State at home.
The new offensive juggernaut that is the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Look out.
I like the game Saturday night. I said this earlier in the week when we had the college football questions. Boise State getting 21.5 points at Oregon. I'm not going to be surprised if Boise State wins this game. I'm not sold on what Oregon is just yet, and Boise's just been a consistent team forever. I like Boise getting 21.5.
I looked at that very pick, and had we had 4 picks instead of 3 at the collegiate level, I would have taken it. I like it a lot, Gator. My final one is tonight by the lake. Duke is going to Northwestern, getting 2.5. I like Duke's quarterback a lot. I think they win this game. I will take Duke plus the 2.5. Are you ready to move to the NFL?
Let's do it, Doug.
You're up, my friend.
It's a Battle of Florida. This one taking place in Miami. The Dolphins giving up 3.5 points at home against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, I don't like Jacksonville all that much. I do like Miami, and I think Miami gets off to a big start, and they can cover the 3.5.
I got the Giants at home are getting a point against Minnesota. I think Minnesota's going to struggle. I'll take the Giants plus the 1.
Buffalo is at home as well. They're taking on the Arizona Cardinals, and when you got to travel that far, it doesn't really bode well. Buffalo giving up just 6.5 in this one. That's less than a touchdown, Doug.
Thank you.
It's less than a touchdown.
It's less than a touchdown, an extra point.
Yeah, exactly. So I like Buffalo giving up those points. I think it's going to take a while before Arizona convinces people that are better than what they were.
Tonight, Philly's a 1-point favorite against Green Bay. I like the Eagles in this one to take care of the pack.
That makes me nervous when you say that. I will go instead to a game taking place in the Midwest. Kang's Indianapolis Colts are hosting the Houston Texans. The Texans are giving up 3 in this one. They are favored on the road. Houston's my pick from the AFC to get to the Super Bowl. I think it starts with a win at Indy. They'll cover the 3 points.
My final pick. This is my second choice for a lock. I love this one. San Francisco on Monday night is playing the Jets. San Francisco's favored by 4.5. I think it's going to be a struggle for the Jets this year. I'll take San Francisco minus the 4.5.
All right.
There you go. Those are our picks. Enjoy. Kang, you get to love one up and hate on one. Which one do you like the most?
Yeah, did you send me your picks, Doug?
I did not. I apologize.
All right, well, I'm going to go with Gators then. So, Gator, I love the fact that you just took Alabama, not knowing who they played, minus 30.5. I'm looking at your picks right now. You don't have an opponent. Fantastic. I'll stick with that as well. I don't need to know who they're playing either. So since I have to pick someone that I don't like from your picks, I'm going with the home dog in Indy. Come on, man. The Colts are going to upset the Stroud and the Texans, but that doesn't mean the Texans are bad, but just week 1, you never know what to expect. I think Richardson has a couple rushing touchdowns.
There it is.
Home dog.
Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. Hey, it's Doug here, and as a Michigan guy, I know how tough our roads can be. So do you. The roads are going to get worse, too, in the coming months. If you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters, and that's where our friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If one of my friends and family needs help, I'm connecting them with Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. That's what you want from your attorney, right? They care more, so you win more. Visit autolaw.com. Auto accident attorneys, visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Okay, so we do this every year on the Friday before the Detroit Lions opener. We predict what we think is going to happen on the season, and yesterday we did our season picks, which included our Super Bowl picks. There was a little bit of bleed over this year because unfortunately, well, very fortunately, I should say, the segment today is kind of blown if you listen to yesterday's show because you all know we picked the Lions to win the Super Bowl. All three of us picked the Lions to win the Super Bowl. And I actually think this is the year it happens. I think they break through this season, which is still hard to get over that they put themselves in this position. But we had our picks in yesterday. So just to reiterate, I like them at 12-5. And I think they play an extremely tough schedule. And I'm not surprised. I mean, I would be surprised if they won more than 12. But I can't believe that they brought back almost the exact same offense, except they should be better on the offensive line. Zeitler is considered a better guard than Jonah Jackson was. They upgraded the offensive line. I buy the JMO hype, and so I think the offense has a chance to be better. Defensively, there's some blind faith here, but it's blind faith in Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. I don't know. The secondary can't be much worse, but I like the way they completely overhauled the secondary. The blind faith in Dan Campbell's about Onzarike and the impact he could make. So I got him at 12-5 and winning the Super Bowl. Gator, you?
I have him at 11-6 and winning the Super Bowl. I have him winning the division. And, last year I had him at 12-5. I think they're every bit as good as they were last year and maybe even better, but the schedule's tougher. So it's okay if they lose some games. It's kind of like when we look at college football, and if a team loses 2 games, your season's not over. You still can make the playoffs. I really like what they have. I think defensively they can be way better than what they were last year. And yet saying that, I have them with an extra loss this year. I think you've got this stretch where they play back-to-back games that are mental games. Another home game against Seattle, which is just taking on Seattle has been a house of horrors the last few times they played them. And then they play at Dallas the following, they have a bye week, and then they play at Dallas right after the bye week. Can they exercise the demons of what's going on with both of those teams? Sure they can. I get nervous about playing the 4 games in the last 9 when you've got 2 against the Packers and 2 against the Bears, because I do think the Bears are going to be a much improved football team when you get to the second half of the season. And if the Packers are what they're cracked up to be and we don't face them until November 3rd, that's going to be difficult. And they've got that difficult stretch where they play at Green Bay and at Houston back-to-back in early November. But offensively, I'm very excited about what they can do with Jamison Williams. How big of a step is he going to take this year? Is someone else going to emerge as a wide receiving threat? I think they might control the tempo more. I do see them running the ball more than what they did last year. But really, the success and failure of this team comes down to how much improvement has the defense made, and I think they've made more improvement.
Kang?
Well, I'm a little bit more optimistic. I actually got them at 13-4, and then, of course, winning the Super Bowl. They bring back almost everybody, and the people they bring back I expect to get better. And the people they did lose, Jonah Jackson, Josh Reynolds, they do have replacements for. I think a lot of times people figure out teams like when they lose players in the offseason, how do we overcome that? I think the fact that the players that are coming back I expect to be better, and they brought back both coordinators, which is huge. I just expect them to – this is where the trajectory – Trajectory? It's not even the word.
You're not even close.
Is headed, right, guys? Here's the thing. You like Mexican food, Gator?
Love Mexican food.
Dan Campbell wants the whole enchilada. And if I go to Applebee's, I don't even know if they have enchiladas, but I'm going to ask for an enchilada because I want the whole thing.
Yeah.
There's no reason why this team can't win other than, knock on wood, injuries. Everyone mentions the schedule's tougher, and it is, but they only play 3 outdoor games, so don't forget that. Every other game is inside, and that's where Jared Goff and the offense shines, indoor games.
All right, so there it is. Every year we also add up the average of what the listeners predict, and then we mix in a little formula, subtract 2 wins, because every fan base has a little bit of homer in them. So unfortunately, when we apply that formula, the Lions only finished the season 12-5 because the average pick today was 14-3.
We're chesty.
Yeah.
We're chesty, right?
Yep. So there you have it. 14-3 was the average pick. With the homer adjustment rate, Takes it down to 12-5.
We didn't have anybody fly off the handle, though.
We had no extremes either way.
Like nobody said they're going to, hey, they're going to bust out the champagne with a perfect season. Nobody said that. And also nobody gave the doom and gloom of they're going 6-11.
Yeah, the lowest pick we had was 10-7. And there was
kind of what I think the floor of this team is.
No 17-0s, no 16-1s.
Did we have 15-2?
I don't think we even had a 15-2.
So everybody basically called in and said 14.
The bulk of people more said, well, the average was like 13.56.
Yeah, just enough to
round
get to 14.
round up to 14 and then subtract the 2, take us down 2.
I think it's a great range.
Yeah.
I say this because personally, if I had to put a range, my floor would be 10, my ceiling would be 14.
Mm-hmm.
So I love it.
Yep.
And either way, that should get you the division championship, I hope.
Well, we look forward to Sunday night. We also look forward to tomorrow, the pregame show at 9 a.m., the kickoff at noon, Michigan and Texas. Some keys to that game, Gator. I think Michigan's got to try and make Texas go the length of the field, and they got to find a way to finish a drive or 2 extra that they didn't finish a week ago. They might need a special teams touchdown or a defensive touchdown, but they've got the material. They've got the material to make Texas work very hard offensively. Probably got to do their best to keep them under 24, the Longhorns. Not sure if they can do that, but I think that would be a realistic goal to try and set. And then, the great news is for them, they got a kicker. It appears Zavada is going to be a weapon. Could be windy, which could impact the kicking game, could impact the passing game.
This is an uphill battle for Michigan. They are not in this position often where they are underdogs in their own stadium by a touchdown. This does not happen often. And this is one of those years where you can see why. You can totally understand it. Their offense didn't show a whole lot in week 1. And the opponent just got ratcheted up, tenfold. That's how good Texas can be. So I'd look at this one and say Michigan can win this if they win the turnover battle, and if they're able to establish a running game, and kind of keep it unpredictable and keep it fresh with who's going to carry the ball. And they got a couple of running backs with Mullings and Edwards that can carry the ball, but I think Orgy's going to have to play a role in this as well. And just keep Texas, on their heels and thinking what can happen. I don't think it's likely, but that's where it's at.
Spartans, give yourself a chance and cut down on the penalties.
Well, that's the easy fix.
Should be.
From 1 week to the next week, the easy thing is discipline. Be more disciplined. You can do that. But offensively, Michigan State's going to have to take a big leap forward. And defensively, they're going to have to do exactly what they did last week. And then they can have a chance. I still think Maryland wins the game, unfortunately.
All right, I'll be on the air. Can't wait for tomorrow's game. Michigan and Texas out in Vegas right now. Rico Beard joins us. What's up, Rico?
I was about to put the headset down. I thought you guys were about to take it to Gators Rant. Hey, man, how you doing?
We're doing great. We will get to Gators Rant in a moment. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I mean, the same thing you guys are talking about. We got the Michigan-Texas game we'll touch upon. We got Derek Stevens going to be joining us at 2:45. Prop Bet Casino, Doug, just for you. I got a Dano prop in there for you. So, also we got Lions, Rams, Stafford coming home. Oh, we got a lot, man. And my goodness, you do realize if Likely wore a size 13.5 rather than 14, we may have seen greatness happen.
That's right. That was something else. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Michigan broadcast. We leave you every Friday during football season with the Gator Rant. So long.
Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media today. He said DJ Reader looks pretty good, and he said now it's a matter of if he plays, how much he can play. He also mentioned the Lions will be ready to avoid penalties on the offensive line after multiple flags in last night's Ravens and Chiefs game for illegal formation. Connor Stallions is now the acting head coach at Mumford High School after head coach Willem McMichael suffered a mild stroke last week. It's unknown whether McMichael will return to the sidelines this year. Reese Olson went 2 innings in his first rehab at Toledo last night. Matt Malzek called the game, and he said he looked good. The Tigers are once again 5 games back of the last wild card after the Parker Meadows heroics last night. They begin a 3-game series with the A's tonight in Cali. Tarek Skubal set to pitch today. Brant Herter tomorrow, which will likely be a traditional start, and Sunday still TBA. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight at 9:40. Former Michigan defensive lineman Chris Jenkins, who the Bengals selected in the second round this season, has a broken thumb. He will not play this week, but the team would not rule out giving him a go next week. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Dono. Anybody got any cute nicknames for players? Welcome in on a Friday. Dono.
Touchdown, Dono.
Touchdown, Dono. Warm, close, personal friend, Dono. I almost fell over when I heard that today.
Well, I was talking to AIDS, and hopefully he'll go out to Maryland and do well.
Probably not the best nickname.
Not the greatest nickname. Don't do that. Probably want to.
Hey, what up, AIDS? All right, AC.
Oh my! Can I leave?
AC?
Yeah, we're good. Live
it would be Ado.
Live from Circa, and we're out. All right. So let's get in. No, that I laughed my ass off. Gator was busting his balls. I'm like, oh, Doug's not having this.
No,
Dono, you shut your mouth. All right, let's Dono.
Say it with respect.
Come on. Doug knew he messed up. He knew he messed up.
You can see the second he said it, he was grabbing the words out of the air like, no!
Dono. All right, so what we're going to try to do today on a Football Friday, besides ascertain TJ Lang's blood alcohol level, is we're going to try to talk both Lions and Michigan, because those are the 2 big games. I mean, Michigan State at Maryland, I'm happy to take a call on it, but your guess is as good as mine, and really what's on the line there? Not a whole lot. Maybe some dignity. Michigan and Texas, top 10 matchup. I want to know the confidence level, Rico, as we start Football Friday, and whether you're both a Wolverine and a Lion fan or you just care about one of them, I want to know the confidence level between these two, because – look, doing the podcast with Cookies earlier, he basically treated the Rams like a layup. He treated the Rams like a free square. And I'm like, okay, I think that's a mistake. And, look, I think it's an equal mistake if people treat Michigan that way.
Yeah.
Meaning, Texas favored by 7. And, I feel like Michigan is going to play up. They're going to keep this thing close. Wouldn't shock me in the least if they won. I want to have that conversation and see if that invites people to join us. Confidence levels.
I get where you're going. The Michigan thing, I look at
Dono.
Right. I look at the players out there. I wasn't that confident in the offense, because it really boils down to what can the Michigan offense do against the Texas defense? Can they put up points? That's where I would be shocked if they won that game.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to get their doors blown off, but For the Lions, Mike.
What about their Donos?
Dono for 3 touchdowns.
Dono.
I think for the Lions, it's because a lot of people, listening to the tail end of the last show, people are thinking this team's going to go 14-3. And it's, hey, guys, do you know how difficult it is to go 14-3 in the NFL? Okay, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions went 11-6 last year, and they didn't win their division.
Right.
It's a very hard thing to do. I'm with you because you know how everybody is like, oh, you know, the Lions they want revenge on the 49ers. You don't think the Rams don't want revenge on the Lions? You knocked them out of the playoffs. It was a questionable call. If we did L.A. radio, we would be so upset about the Puka Nacua pass interference non-call. It didn't happen. You won the game. You moved on. The Rams have been practicing all year for this game. They've circled this game. So I'm with you. This layup, like, oh, this is going to be a piece of cake. Like, no, it's not. Stafford, it's personal. I'm quite sure he's heard the attacks on him and his family and the booing. He wants this.
Listen, I stayed away from that all week. But I look, we continue to platform Kelly Stafford. I've had enough, honestly. Oh, woe is me. I've got $300 million in the bank, flying my kids across the country. Wah. Get a private plane. Ain't nobody trying to hear it. You ain't sitting there flying Frontier. No. All right? And second of all, you're damn right. They're booing your husband. Enough. He plays for the enemy, and he has the Lombardi, and we don't. Yeah. And nobody, not one person on this planet believes they booed your children. They don't care about your damn kids.
They didn't boo your kids.
They don't care about your damn kids. Nonsense. I read New York newspapers, and Kelly Stafford's in it. She's got a hell of a PR firm working for her. The point I'm making in all of this, bottom line, I want to know your confidence level. It's on now. If you're Michigan, that was the warm-up last week. And I can give you a mulligan on it. I'm not telling you they played well. They didn't. It was 16-10 in the fourth quarter against Fresno State, and Fresno's best player was on one leg.
Yeah.
Okay?
Rushed 3 times, I think.
For the Lions, look, there are no dress rehearsals. This is the NFL.
Yeah.
Rico, it's just funny. You look at all these games around the league. There's only one spread in the league, I think, that's north of 6 points. Everything else is 2, 3, 2.5, 4. It's so unpredictable. I'm nervous. I'm not nervous with Michigan if I'm a Michigan fan because, I like the idea that no one believes in us. You guys love your Michigan versus everybody routine. Dono. You just rally up, go play the game. It's going to be windy tomorrow in A Square.
Okay, when you have to break down the wind and how cold it's going to be, you got problems.
No.
Because great teams don't care.
They're not great.
We'll play on the move. And that's – I look at the offense, Mike. I look at the quarterback situation. That's where
But what about Dono?
Dono didn't do well.
Thanksgiving.
Right. Look, Dono couldn't break tackles.
I feel like the Michigan game is going to be lower scoring than people expect. Both defenses will probably carry the day. I do think the win matters in one regard. It's a mitigating circumstance to Texas's passing game. Quinn Ewers throws a flutter ball. 15 to 20 mile an hour winds, that helps Michigan. I know what you're saying, but I don't think Michigan's great, and I don't think Texas is great.
Right, but here's the thing. Even without wind, the Michigan passing game was not great at all.
So, okay, so then, look, confidence level as a Lions fan, confidence level at the Wolverines. Which of these two teams would you be more confident in? And I know on surface you'll say, well, one's a 7-point dog and the other's a 4-point favorite. Make no mistake about it. I don't care if you're a 4, 3, 2, but I don't care what you are in the NFL. The NFL and college are distinctly different landscapes. You can't let that affect you here.
Because last night, just when you thought the Kansas City was going to run away with the game, it ended up coming down to the final play and a toe on the line.
And Lamar being a terrible quarterback.
Well, he made the throw. The guy just
How about the play before? Zay Flowers.
Well, you know
Zay Flowers would have had his feet in bounds.
Mistakes were made. Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Let me just take a sip from the chalice. Thanksgiving. If you missed yesterday, caller Ed is just legendary. And, well, we're stupid, so the drop is funny to us. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. David, confidence level. And don't give me this whole Michigan 6-6 thing. Treat the topic with sincerity.
Of course.
Thanksgiving.
Here's the thing. I wasn't impressed with Texas last week either. Less impressed with
52-0.
Yeah, but they didn't play anybody.
Who the hell LSU play? The Kansas City Chiefs?
My point is.
Thanksgiving.
My point is, I didn't like what I saw from Michigan last week. We all talked about that this week. So my confidence level, honestly, is a 6 for this game. I think there's a way that things can turn Michigan's way. I don't believe they'll win, but I think there are things that can turn Michigan's way, and they can get the win. If shows up, then maybe you can win that game.
Dono. Look, it's the running game. Texas, they have questions to answer on their defensive line. Your O-line needs to play a hell of a lot better. And I don't think the passing game is ever going to drive the bus for U of M. Hey, sure as hell not this year. You're right, David. Now for the Lions, confidence level.
For the season or for the game?
No, the day,
Yeah.
I don't care
Well,
if the season's tomorrow.
well-
the season is Sunday. That's 1 week at a time.
Well, here's the confidence level I have for them. 1 to 10, is that a 12? Is that a 12? This crowd is
Walk in the
going
park.
to be wild on Sunday. I don't think there's any way the Rams hear each other.
David, I got my hand raised here in Vegas. I get what you're saying.
But here comes the deflator.
No. It's David. I was there at the playoff game when the crowd and Kenny were loud and screaming. That game came down to the very end. To sit there and say a 12, I mean, you're acting like this is going to be a 30-point blowout.
What I'm acting like is that the Lions offensively are a behemoth, okay? I really think they're going to come in week 1. Now, I don't know about the rest of the year and what happens there, but for week 1, they're going to come out firing. Yes, I think it will be more of that type of victory, Rico.
I love it. No, listen, this is what the topic is about. And if the people aren't going to partake, well, damn it, we'll just talk to each other. Kenny, line it up. Michigan, Texas level and Lions, Rams level.
Michigan, Texas. If I was a Michigan fan, it would be probably
You're
close
an
to a 5
You're
or
an
a 6.
expert.
Yeah, it's not high enough for me to be jumping up and down. But the Big House is a place that not a lot of teams are able to come into, especially with a rowdy crowd. Because that game, I don't know if you've seen the numbers and how downtown's going to look like, downtown Ann Arbor. It's a hype crowd for this weekend. So I don't think it's easy enough for Texas. I'm with you in the sense that I don't think Texas is any good, and I don't think Michigan's any good this year. So I'm kind of at a 5. It could go either way.
Okay, I wouldn't. Can we just alter the any good, Rico, there? Can we? They're both good team. Thanksgiving. They're both good teams. I just don't know that they're great. Can we not do the Georgia Feinbaum?
I'm sorry. You're talking to Feinbaum over here.
Texas, what, 52-0?
Hey, Paul. All right,
that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, let's. So
Just
I
just
wanna
throw
know
a
where
dental care joke in there while you're at it, all right?
No. You have a fine football program at Georgia, and I would probably guess Georgia, of the southern states that neglect dental care, is probably in the upper 10%.
Well, yeah, they got fine dentists in Buckhead. So
That's
yes.
right, Roswell.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I think Michigan's going to be a very close game. I do. Winning and losing, man, I wouldn't touch that game with a 10-foot pole. But I don't think this is going to be a Texas walkaway. But I also don't see that with the Lions either. I think the Rams look, hey, newsflash, guys, you're going to be rolling rookies out there in the secondary. Okay? The Rams are nothing to play with. And to Rico's point, that game came down to a play, a singular play, where, frankly, you got away with one.
Yeah, 4th down. Should have been a 1st down, automatic, and they kept the ball. Instead, they turned it over on downs. You got it. You played keep away, and you won the game. You moved on to the Tampa for the next week.
Confidence level, Michigan State, Maryland. 2?
I was going by 3.
Yeah. Okay, so basically we're both deflated.
Right.
You're normally the deflator.
Right.
We are the deflatees.
But, yeah, I mean, for the Lions, I'm at a 6. But for both Michigan State, I'm at 3. I just don't think that neither one are going to come away with a victory this week.
Let's talk confidence levels on the first football Friday of the season. If you have something to say about any of the 3 games, here for it. Let's get after it today. Thanksgiving. 248-539-9797. We got the picks. We got drunk TJ showing up with a little pint in his hand. It's going to be exciting. We've got the prop bet casino. We got who said it. Lots to do today. 97.1.
Peanut butter and jelly, dinner and a movie, caller Ed, and Thanksgiving. Some things are just better together. In fact, it'd be pretty cool if you can get your favorite streaming apps and internet together, right? Xfinity thinks so. That's why the Xfinity Stream Saver was designed to deliver. When you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple TV Plus, Netflix, and Peacock all for one low price. And now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and Wi-Fi equipment included, plus add Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money, all on a network built for streaming. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet and or TV, and price subject to change.
Fantastic. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Right here, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games like Michigan and Texas, and the biggest sports book in the world. It is Stadium Swim. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of that big screen, all in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. To the people in a second. I want to just offer one thing because we ran out of time, and we're talking about your confidence levels this weekend as we really kick off real football, and it's Michigan, Texas, Lions-Rams, and obviously to a lesser extent, but it still means a lot to a lot of people if you're a Spartan fan, is MSU Maryland. It's your level you're at for these games. As far as Michigan and Texas go, here's the one thing, and I can't calculate it. I just will tell you in my mind, if Texas is going to win, a guy that really wasn't a part of the game plan in week 1 for them is going to have a couple of impact plays, and it's a guy named Silas Bolden, Oregon State transfer, went to Texas. Now, he's tiny. I mean, he's Gary Coleman small. But this dude runs like a 4.2. He's Tyreek Hill fast. I say it because Ryan Wingo and Isaiah Bond are going to be on the outside. They are going to be taken away. Will Johnson will take one of them. But Silas Bolden at Oregon State was a deep shot maestro, right? Which is weird for a dude who's like 4 feet tall. This is where I think the windy thing is tough for me if I'm a Texas fan. If you're Michigan, this guy's the X factor. The known commodities are what they are. But if that cat gets behind your defense, this is his specialty. Yeah. Well, then my pendulum would swing the other way. I'm interested to see what they do because he only had 1 catch for 5 yards against Colorado State. I wonder how purposeful that was.
Yes, I wonder if it was one of those we don't really need him or other guys were open. I'm with you. Will Johnson's going to probably take one receiver, and I look for that guy to be shut down. But, yeah, it's going to be the other 2 receivers I think that's going to make the difference. And, Mike, I mean, unless the wind is blowing like 30, 40 miles an hour, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference when it comes to that. I mean, because honestly, you actually, if you're Michigan, you don't want the wind to blow because I think a lot of their points may come off of, 5 or 6 field goals that they will end up kicking and just trying to keep this thing a close game.
I swear to God, they have a factory that just produces outstanding kickers. How the hell did they find Johnny Zavala or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
Guy sounds like he runs a sports book. How'd they find him at Arkansas State? That kid bombing. 53 and 55 last week. I go, great, Jake Moody's back with a fancy last name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll see what everybody's got to say. Dre will kick things off on a Friday. What's up, Dre?
What's up, guys? How you enjoying Vegas?
Oh, it's just great. Just great.
Some
man.
more than others, Dre.
Just great. Everything's great.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll let you pick which you're enjoying it more.
For sure. So in terms of the Lions, confidence is about a 7, and I put that as because it's more of a measured confidence. In the NFL, the margin of error is so small. So you're talking about can we win this game? I think it's a 7. Now, if you're talking about how much better off getting the Rams, I put more 8 or 9. But the NFL doesn't work like that. So, but I think we still get it done. Now, Michigan, I'm more like a 6 because I've got to give Michigan a shot because I still believe that they have the formula in place to beat the Texas. Now, it was much easier in previous seasons, especially last year, to implement that formula in terms of ball control, limiting turnovers, limiting the big play, especially from a schematic standpoint. I think if Mike, I meant to talk to you about this earlier this week, but, one of your biggest gripes with Martindale is that he loves to blitz. Well, ironically, the only touchdown the Fresno State got last week was off of zero coverage, in which we did blitz and we left one of our corners. I think it was our nickel on the island. And they beat us. So, so I think for that standpoint, we can put ourselves in situations in which we have problems stopping Texas. Yeah, sorry, guys. My daughter in the background.
No, it's okay. Listen, you got a lot happening over there. No, understand part of the reason. Look, I do believe you tighten things up a little bit, but Wink is going to be a boomer bust coordinator, and that. Hey, if I had more faith in, I don't love Quinn Ewers. Like I don't know where, Cookies always would bust my chops, Dre. I like the collective.
It's he had a mullet at first, man. Come on, man. I think you know why. We all didn't like the fact that he rocked a mullet at first. He's talented. I mean, by all means, I don't think he's
I don't think he's great.
No, I don't think he's great either. But it's when of all the quarterbacks, he's going to be the best one on the field. Is that safe to say?
Yes. But you know what made me feel good, and I know it was one drive, but the last drive that the offense had against Fresno was prototypical Michigan football. They gashed Fresno. I'm not seeing on the gash a defense every play with the running game. Even at our best, we never did that. It was more like 2, 3, 4 yards a pop. But you saw when they're able to establish the run really well that touchdown that Warren threw was off a play-action pass. Well, what we're going to see was that a precursor to an offensive line and offense finding the rhythm? Was it just us wearing down Fresno, which is, once again, a formula that we do well against most teams? We start to wear you down towards the fourth quarter, or was it just kind of a fluke? We just had one good drive. That was very encouraging. So, look, I never expected much from Davis Warren. He doesn't have to do too much, but the offensive line, it comes down to ball control. The magic number for me is that we got to keep Texas somewhere between 20 and 24. They get above that, we're not winning the game. But for offensively, for us to have a shot, we got to be around there. I think there's a formula to do so. Yeah.
No, and Dre, you and I see it the same way. I could see a 20-17 kind of game. I just maybe I got a bad read on it. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. I think it'll be a low-scoring game. I think Michigan will be right in it. Whether they can muster enough, you can't predict things like turnovers, or you can't predict stuff like a punt return, or I don't know, goofy stuff. It's football. But I don't see this as Texas rolling the wagons in. Oh, well, they're favored by 8. I don't really care. No. I don't buy it. I need to see it from this Texas team. Also, Lions fans, I'm fine talking this U of M Texas thing all damn day. Where are you at, Lions fans?
Oh, they're already at the parade.
What are you busy, tying your balls in a Bavarian knot? You're so excited? Like, guys, you got a game on Sunday. I hate to break it to you. Lions are – this is not Lions Commanders with a rookie QB coming in here. Just a reality check. It's okay to talk about your team in some realistic terms. Let's go to Steven, 97.1. Steven, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Steven. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks. Thank you. So the Lions, I'll talk the Lions first. I'll put them at an 8. And the reason why I put them high at an 8, Aaron Donald is gone. He's retired. I think this game will be very high scoring. I think the offense is pretty much back for the Rams. I think they have a lot to prove. I don't think early in the season the Lions have what it takes to stop Nakua or Cooper Kupp. I just think the Lions have too much on offense, and I think with the home field advantage, I think it'll push them through. So I do like them in a very high scoring game with the Lions at an 8. Michigan and Texas, I have it at a 5. I think it's right down the middle. It's not the passing game that worries me. Michigan, to be honest, when did Michigan have a passing game last year? Okay, what scared me against Fresno State was that their offensive line did get manhandled at times against Fresno State. They're going against probably one of the best D fronts in college football. But the reason why I do think Michigan has somewhat of a chance, Texas, Mike, I agree with you. They have to show it first. Quinn Ewers, I'm not completely – he is the best quarterback on the field, but they're down to the third running back too. That's huge. When you lose your first 2 running backs in this type of game, in this atmosphere, it does hurt, but that's why I have it at a 5 for that game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on it. And again, I think we got to be careful, glazing Texas's donut up front. They lost NFL players on that D-line, and I particularly, my opinion, I didn't like the way they attempted to address it. It's not like they went out and got, Walter Nolan in here, the number 1 D tackle transfer who left A&M and went to Ole Miss. They just didn't do enough. Now, again, they may come in here and they may just be better. Maybe your O-line is more what they showed last week. Maybe they don't have another gear.
See, I look at the Michigan offensive line and the Texas D-line as kind of a wash because neither really – they're not to the standard that they were last season. So now it boils down to really how much does Sharon Moore want to stick with Donovan because Donovan he wasn't able to create. So is it just, okay, you're my senior captain, I have to play you, or does Sharon say, you know what, I got to go with the best person, and that's not Hugh Donovan. That's
Donovan, if given a crease, an opening, and he gets to full speed and nobody touches him, he's got ability to take it to the house. But he has not shown an ability to break tackles. No. That's just not been his thing. That was a Blake Corum thing.
Yeah, it was.
Who, by the way, is on the Rams. And I don't like that draft pick. I love it. I think Corum with Kyron Williams is a dynamite one, too. I think Blake is going to play a really nice role for them. Not that any Wolverine cares what I have to say. All righty then. So listen. Sparty. Football season. It's here, and you'll be downtown on Sunday mornings. tailgating, hopefully. Time to elevate that tailgating with Moran Buick GMC. You can lease the brand new 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Edition, $247 a month, 24 months, just $19.99 down. Or lease the 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive, no money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily. Be sure to have your vehicle you're looking for. And yes, Yukon Denali's are in stock. If something's wrong with that current vehicle, get in for certified service. Moran Buick GMC, you know where to go, MoranExpress.com. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. You visit them, MoranExpress.com once again. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, it is time for either a delight or a curse, depending on your perspective. For the first time during real football season, it is time for the Prop Bet Casino.
First of all, I got to shout out Kenny Cott. He absolutely destroyed us last week.
Yeah.
It got to the point where, you know what, I could have stopped the voting. I stopped the count because we were never going to catch up to you, Kenny, so congratulations. Now let's jump into week 1 of the NFL. We'll start in Ann Arbor. Over, under, Colston Loveland touchdowns.
0.5. Over. He's their primary. And I still don't understand how teams don't bracket him. But I'm just a dummy. Over.
Yes, I agree with Mike. Primary target over.
Yeah, I think this one's easy. It is an over for me.
You know what? I'm going to go under. I think he gets a lot of yards, but I think they get it from the running game, and I probably would look at Orgy to score the touchdown.
Rico Spirit.
Dono rushing yards. Over under 47
oh, my
and a
God.
half.
Dono. What was that, Doug?
Over under 47 and a half rushing yards.
Over. I'm just Rico. Look, I may not think he's going to end up in New York at the Heisman. I don't think he's a bad player. The idea of a young man getting 15, 16, 17 carries, he can't be what he was last week. I'll say over.
But you also remember he's splitting the carries in the backfield.
But he's Dono, you piece of garbage.
Okay, you know.
Regards, DK in Ann Arbor.
Not bad.
He's Dono.
I'm with you, Mike, and Doug knows him personally. Close no friend, Dono.
That's right.
You got to
Dono.
go over. That's right.
Thank you, Keno.
You're welcome,
Davo.
Michael.
All right, yeah, Davo here.
Hatcho.
I want to believe that he can do it, so I'm going to believe, and I'm going to say over.
All right, well, I'm going under as well. Quinn Ewers, passing yards, over under 229 and a half.
Over. I mean, it has to be over. I don't see a scenario where Texas is remotely in this game if he throws for like 170. I'll go over. I do think it'll be a close game.
Yeah, Michigan's defense will carry them, but I do see an over there.
Keno.
It absolutely has to be over for them to be in this game, and I think they beat Michigan. So, yes, over.
All right, I'll make it a clean sweep. I'll go over. Longest field goal made, either team, 56 and a half yards.
Under, because once again, Doppler Guido, it's going to be windy in Ann Arbor.
Did you just say Doppler Guido?
I did. That's actually going to be the new name of the show, Doppler Guido, the experience.
David, I'm very uncomfortable with this.
What?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you can't project a 57-plus field goal in that kind of wind. I'll say under.
All right, it's going to be Twister out there. It's going to be cows blowing in the wind.
I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over.
Let's check that out-of-town scoreboard
All
with
right.
Guido.
You know what? Let's have some fun.
You got to stop, man. You got to stop.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Thanksgiving.
The amount of snaps from Arch Manning in this game,
Zero.
over under
No.
0.5.
Zero. If Arch Manning's in the game, it means Quinn Ewers got decapitated. Zero.
Yeah, I'm with you. Zero. Absolutely under.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think it's a blowout, so I don't think he gets in. So I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over.
Whoa, really?
I do. I think that even if it's like a trick play or just something different, I can see that happening.
Deflator.
That's not deflating.
I know.
I just don't have a cool nickname. My real name's real.
Rico.
And it's cool. All right, let's go out to Maryland. Aiden Childs passing yards. Oh, Mike, just go ahead and say under.
Just let me hear
get out your system.
Let me hear the number.
Come on, get Doppler Guido here. Over under 169 and a half.
Forecast 78 and sunny, breezy, 38% chance of turtle penis. This is Doppler Guido reporting from College Park, Maryland. Merlin. What's the total?
169 and a half.
It better be over or I want a refund on this NIL.
You will be getting that refund. I'm taking the under.
Oh, my God.
First time you and Kenny have now split. Go
ahead.
Thanksgiving.
Wow. See, I want to believe that he gets more than that, so I'm going to believe over.
Do it for your middle son.
AIDS is going to be over.
No, that's not the nickname.
It's
it would have to be
AC.
Ado, if we're following the DK nickname.
No,
Ado.
No. It's a chill. A chill.
Wow.
Here's one for you, Mike. How many drives will it take MSU to score? Over, under 3.5.
To score what? A field goal or a touchdown?
Points on the board.
Functional
could be a
points.
safety. I don't care. 3.5 drives. Over, under.
Over.
No, they'll get a field goal in there. I'll say under.
It's going to be over.
Oh, my God.
Kenny, I'm just praying to God that you're right. I'm going to go under.
Oh, my God.
MSU total points over under 19.5.
Under?
Under.
Under.
No. Wait. They could still lose like 38-20. You know what? I'm going to go over because I don't want to get off the airplane and be miserable. Can I just say over?
You can.
Can I see one touchdown play?
DG, you can do whatever you want.
I don't know if they coach the touchdown play, so I'll say under.
I hate you.
Oh, for sure,
David?
under. Yeah, under.
Oh, for sure.
I'm with you, Mike. I'm going to go over. All right, let's head to Ford Field. Yes. Over, under, JMO touchdowns, 0.5.
I'm going to go over. I think he's going to have a huge year. It would be very, very appropriate if on the first night they hit a deep shot to JMO and the crowd goes wild. I'm going to go over.
Yeah, he has to be a bigger part of this offense this season. I'm going to go over as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go over as well to be a punt return.
I'm going to go under. I think this is going to be stolen by Gibbs and Laporta, so I'm going to go under. More passing yards. Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford. Or is it Matt Stafford?
It's John Matthew Stafford.
Gotcha.
I'm going to say Stafford. I think they're going to have to throw it more than the Lions will.
I think the Lions are going to eat up a lot of ground yards, so I'll say Stafford.
Rams will be losing during this game a lot, so yeah, Stafford.
I'm going to go Stafford, but I think Stafford's going to be trying to test out the young Lions secondary, and that's why I'm going Stafford. More rushing yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery.
I'm going to go Gibbs. I still think it'll be a timeshare, but it's clear. Gibbs is stepping forward, and I think he'll be prioritized more. I'll say Gibbs.
Yeah, Gibbs seems to break those bigger ones a little bit better than Montgomery. I'll say Gibbs.
I'm going to go Monto here.
Monto.
Gibbo.
David, I'm with you. I'm going with Montgomery because I think for the Lions, they want to eat clock. That's not Gibbs' forte. So Monto it is. More receiving yards. St. Brown, Puka Nacua.
Wow.
Got it.
Yeah, it's good.
I live for this.
That's a good one. I'll go Amon-Ra. I think a healthy Cooper Kupp is going to really shift that dynamic. I'm gonna go Amon-Ra.
I'll go Puka Nacua. I feel like the Lions are more of a by committee type team, so that's why I do that.
Yeah, I'm going to go Puka Nacua as well.
Me as well. Roma Dunze touchdowns. Over under 0.5.
Under. He's still got to prove he's a starter. I think that game's going to go under in some total. I think he'll be great towards the end of the year, but not now. I'll say under.
Ford Field, too loud. It'll be rocking in there. I'll say under.
For Roma Dunze playing in Ford Field.
Oh, my bad.
Is this a Madden franchise?
Nope, I didn't even hear the receiver. I just heard, okay, so I'll still say under. I didn't realize that's what we're talking about.
Maybe TJ's not the only one bringing a pint.
Guess that ABV. Da-da-da.
I'll just say under and let Kenny just sit there.
Bears, Titans, David.
Yeah.
Yeah, under.
Nobody believes in Rome but me. He's catching his first touchdown. Let's go out college. Shedeur Sanders, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns against Nebraska.
I'll say over. I think it's going to be a shootout. I'm going to say over. He's their only way out. He's their only salvation.
Yes, I agree. There is no easy way out. I will also say over.
There's no shortcut home.
That's correct.
But do you know if Sanders is playing in Ford Field, Kenny?
All right, you know what?
Over.
Thanksgiving.
All right. More passing yards, Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels?
I'm going to say Caleb because I think there's going to be thunderstorms in that Tampa Bay-Washington game.
And you would know.
Doppler Guido is here to help you. I'll say Caleb.
Yeah, I'll say Caleb, too. They're going to test out his arm, see what he's got. He'll have a lot of yards.
Yeah, it'll be Caleb.
Really? I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. I think he's going to be out there trying to show everybody that he is not forgotten. All right. We got time for one more?
Quickly.
All right. Nick Marsh, touchdown. Over-under, 0.5.
Under. He's not even a real person.
Gotcha.
Under.
He is a real person. Over.
Under.
Over. That's the picks for the Prop Bet Casino, 97-1.
All right, football's here, and look, here's the example we've always used. Football field, 55 miles an hour, blindfolded. Take you about 4.5 seconds. That's what it takes a person to respond to a text while driving. Plenty of time to kill you or a loved one. So the fact that these idiots are texting while driving, it only increases your need for affordable, effective life insurance. You need to call Mike Papuro, National Benefit Plans. He'll take care of you ASAP. All you need to do is call 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He will guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of that tragic car accident, your family will be covered instead of cursing your name while you lay in a pine box. So call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we do it every week at this time. New time slot. Same deal. Derek Stevens from Circa Resort Casino, where we are broadcasting live currently. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, great to see you. Rico, Mike.
You just told us something. I know football's the order of the day, but I want you to tell the people what you just told us because it's actually kind of crazy. Tigers are the most popular, like late steam to win the World Series. And people will go, well, wait, they're not going to do that. Explain why you don't have to for that to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, in the last 4 weeks, boy, we've seen some steam on the Tigers here at Circa Sports. And, they were, 1,000 to 1, 500 to 1. Now they're at 300 to 1. And people may say, well, they're not going to win the World Series. But remember, when you're seeing odds that are that high, effectively all you really need to do is make the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, people are hedging out in the first round, in the wild card round, and if you actually make it to the ALDS, ALCS, the odds are so high that you can hedge off it. So we're starting to see a lot of Tigers liability out here. For me, it's awesome. I mean, I love having the Tigers on, and now we got a key three-game series up in Oakland, and boy, this could be a fun next 4 weeks here for the Tigers.
Well, not just the Tigers. I mean, Derek, last night I'm walking around, there's a ton of people with Lions shirts on, and this has just basically become, Detroit West out here, betting on the Tigers and now betting on the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. You guys know I've always been a diehard Lions fan, and last year was really something to see out here at the D and then at Circa. I mean, we really became a Lions bar, Lions casino. It was amazing to see the number of jerseys out all throughout the season last year in the playoff run. But then, yesterday, Lions weren't playing. And there's Lions jerseys. Everybody's pulling out their Sunday best out here to watch the Chiefs play. So it's pretty cool to see that.
So Lions, it goes without saying, then that's the biggest liability.
This year so far, yeah. I mean, Lions liability for Circa Sports is far and away number one. The money coming in on the Lions is not relented. We're down to a flat 10 to 1, and I thought if you do a little shopping, you can find 11, 12s. We were at 10.50. We were at plus 10.50 2 days ago, and this weekend just keeps pounding in. We're down to a flat 10 to 1. So the money just keeps coming in on the Lions. That might have been you, Rico.
So the most popular bet is just what, Lions just to flat out win the whole thing?
Well, it's everything. I mean, it's Lions on the win total, for sure. They're betting over on the win total, which is 10.5 juice, pretty heavy on the over. Then you go right to the NFC North, win NFC North. Then you've got win the NFC, and then up to Super Bowl. So it's laddered all the way through.
So part of the reason we're here is it's a kickoff for the Survivor, Circa Millions, the two biggest football contests on the planet. For people who have no idea what the hell we're talking about, walk through how you sign up, how you play, and then what the prizes are through the roof now.
Yeah, both these football contests have just exploded in popularity. So both contests are $1,000 to enter. You have to enter in the state of Nevada at one of our sports books, but then you could play from anywhere because a proxy will put your picks in for you. So it's the legal way to do it. So these are the two largest legal football contests ever. I'll start with the Circa Million. That's a football contest where you pick 5 games each week against the spread. So 18 weeks times 5, you have 90 selections over the course of the season. 126 ways to win because we pay 100 deep. Plus, there's all the quarterly prizes, like if you get real hot in the first 4 weeks or in the third quarter, things like that of the season. That's a guaranteed payout of $6 million on the Circa Million and the blue jacket. So it's kind of like in World Series of Poker, you get the bracelet. Here you get the blue jacket. You get a lifetime street cred actually, and then Circa Survivor. This is like a last man standing style contest, a survivor contest. We started this one. This is the 5th year, and I still remember 5 years ago we took a big gulp. We thought we'd really have to put a guarantee out there to see if people would have an interest, and we weren't sure if we could get $1 million worth of entries. And we did. We got that first year, we got like $1.2 million, and then it's just kind of skyrocketed from there. Last year, we guaranteed $8 million, and we ended up at $9.2 million.
Wow. This
year, we bumped it. We guaranteed $10 million, and right now we're already at $13.2 million. We're up. We went from 9.2 actual last year. We're at 13.2, and it's still growing because we still have another 27 hours to sign up.
So it's not over yet.
No, it's not over. You can still sign up till 2:00 Vegas time on Saturday. So yeah, when we're looking from this lovely location into the world's largest sports book, you see all these booths and tables. I think there's 10 different proxies down there. It's like office hours. I mean, they've all got their meetings and everybody's coming in. So yeah, it's gonna keep. We're probably gonna have another $1 million worth of entries walking in the door here just this afternoon and evening.
So before we wrap, I got to ask, because obviously I know your loyalties lie, but Michigan-Texas, the biggest game of the weekend. But from a betting perspective, it started, on open it was 3. Then the teams played last week and it got to 5.5, ballooned all the way out to 8. Now you're seeing buyback. I mean, where are you at with that, and kind of where the money's at and what the house needs?
Well, you just kind of explained what the house doesn't need, because you're absolutely right. We do not want Texas to win this game between 3 and 8 points because you're right. We took a lot of Texas money all the way up to 8. And then, it's been all Michigan money now in the last 48 hours. So we're down to 7. Probably going to be going to a 6.5 to a 6 here by this afternoon. It's all been Michigan money coming in. So obviously this is a perfect scenario. Actually, talking about last night. I mean, last night's a good reason. Like when people ask me, what's the number one thing I could do as a sports bettor? I tell them, make sure you shop. Make sure you have at least 3 different sports books on your phone. I don't know if that runs against whoever the sponsor is here.
We're good.
Because
bro, we in your casino. So if you're okay with this, we're okay with this. I say the same thing on the podcast. If you want outright loyalty, you better guarantee the best lines. I tell people to shop.
So yesterday, the total is 47. It gets pushed up to 47.5. Some places are 48. Then all the information comes out about the storms, the lightning. Boom! Everybody bets on the under. It goes down to 46. So what happens in the sports book? We get pounded with over money, over 46, over 46.5. We got pounded under 48, under 47.5. So in our group chat, all we were rooting for the whole game. They booked it perfectly, 2-way action, everything on the game, but on the total, all we wanted was not 47. So that last play of the game was a killer.
Very expensive toe.
Yeah. So when you're asking about Michigan, Texas, it's the same thing. It's so important as a sports bettor that you look at different sports books, because you got to get that half a point. It may not matter today. It may not matter tomorrow, but over the course of a season, that half point is going to mean a lot. And every sports book's going to move depending upon where the money's coming and what they've got going. So I just recommend everybody, make sure you have a few different apps on your phone. Don't bet into bad numbers.
All right. Listen, we'll talk to you every week. Obviously, we'll see you in March. Appreciate you. Derek Stevens, Circa Resort and Casino. We will come right back, and we are back at it with all the football to talk about. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The A's are 19 games below 500 entering the series with the Tigers tonight. They have won 6 of their last 11 games, however. Detroit will send the A's Tarek Skubal to the mound. His last start against Boston was dominant. He tossed 8, allowing just a single earned run with no walks. Here is start tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 9:40. Jordan Rodrigue, Rams beat writer, joined Tim 20-min on the Lions preview for Sunday. She says that one thing that has improved about this year's Rams team is their running game. Jalen Ramsey has landed his second record-breaking deal in his career by inking a 3-year, $72 million extension with the Dolphins. It makes him the highest-paid corner in league history again. According to Adam Schefter, T. Higgins has been listed as doubtful for Week 1. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, I know it's a football Friday, and I'll just take 10 seconds to tell you this, but is there a snootier sport than tennis? They've got this on the sports book. We're live at Circa Resort and Casino, and they're doing a pre-match preview, and they can't just have the announcers up there. It's live from the courtside terrace. Oh, blow it out your ass.
You know, I'm going to say yes, and it's golf. Because you have to be quiet.
Oh, you're right.
No, you got to be quiet in tennis. You can't shout or anything during the match. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, to me, if you can't be loud and distract the athlete, yeah.
And Rico's point, golf, they're not fans. They're patrons. Yeah. It's the gallery.
Yeah, and we already know they're snooty, but tennis, I mean, it's unbelievable. I was watching the other day, and it's like if you make any noise while they're hitting this ball back and forth, they get all pissy.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a thing called the tennis clap. But there is a golf clap.
He may win. But the point
True,
is,
but golf does have tournaments where there's people rowdy.
The point is they took
holes.
Yankees Cubs off this TV for this crap. Sorry.
Yanks are up 3-0.
I don't care. There's just nothing breaking my way right
Rico,
now.
just imagine if we didn't have 7 50-foot TVs in front of us.
I understand. Live. hey, guys, live from the sports terrace. We're here. All right, so let's get into Football Friday. TJ Lang will join us if he's awake from his nap at 3:30. And I've asked confidence level. I have a weird confidence in Michigan, and I just don't subscribe to the point spread being, indicative of what's going to happen. I think the weather benefits Michigan. There will be wind. I don't believe in Texas. I just don't think they're real. Last year, I was 10-gallon Mike. It was horns up. It was like I believed in them. This year, I've been out on Texas since the summer, and I've given reasons why. Look, I don't think either of these teams is a playoff team. I don't think either of these teams is great. But this is at your place. Ann Arbor's a zoo right now. This crowd, in a place that traditionally is not crazy loud, this is going to be wild. And I have a weird thing with Quinn Ewers. I want to know if your confidence level matches mine. Like, I think it's going to be a razor-tight game. Lions fan, where are you at? Look, it's one thing for me to say I think the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't think they're going 17-0. I don't think they're going 15-2. I don't even think they're going 13-4. And the Rams are nothing to play with. Let us not forget the playoff game last year. Right. That came down to one play, a play you got very fortunate not to be called for defensive holding. And you won by what again? Like, I want to know and again, I know, insert joke, but reality, guys, lots of people care about lots of different stuff. Does anyone have any confidence MSU will take a step forward? Or are they going to get sexed up by the Turtles? I mean, what are we doing here?
They've got to play better. So I just want to go around the sports gallery. I want to talk to you, the patrons. We're going to be snooty like tennis people right now. And I'd like to throw out the caller number, the patron number, 248-539-9797. That's right. And when Rico has a good opinion, I will golf clap for him. I just want to know your confidence level. You pick your poison. Pick your game. Let's talk about it.
Well, Mike, I talked about it on the 5-Star Zone that I think for both local college teams for Michigan, you come out there and you play the way that you're saying and they win this game, they upset the Texas Longhorns, I think that you have pretty much cemented yourself a spot in the college football playoff because I think you're better than what that first game showed. You actually made the improvement from week 1 to week 2, and you lived up to that cliche. For MSU, this is you win this game and you can see yourself in a bowl game. That's a low-level bowl game, but it beats where you've been for the last 2 seasons, and your season's not over in November. That's why I see this. Now, for Michigan, I think this is a game where probably by mid-third quarter you're going to see Texas pull away, and that's where they may end up with that 10-point lead, and I think they ended up winning the game. For the Lions, man, I don't think it's going to be as easy as a lot of Detroiters feel like it is because this game for the Rams is personal on multiple fronts. For Stafford, you're coming back. You lost last year. You were a play away from upsetting Detroit at Ford Field. You've been thinking about this all offseason the same way Lions fans have been thinking about the end of the NFC Championship game. I think they're going to come in here and they're going to test the young Lions corners because you got Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Lions, it's just one for my confidence level for the Lions, probably around a 5.5 or 6.
David, Kenny, and of course the patrons. Live from the Sports Terrace, 248-539-9797. Shoot your shot. Tell me the confidence level with this. And look, I don't know. I don't think we'll find Wolverines that aren't confident. It's not in their DNA. It's the same type of fan base that'll spit in your face and tell you it's raining. But I do have a confidence in your football team here. I don't believe Texas is what they're sold to be. They can go and prove it, just like they had to prove it last year at Alabama. But that was a different team. And I just think Michigan will play really well. And I do think if there's 20-mile-an-hour winds that, like the forecast suggests, guys, all you need is for 1 or 2 plays to be affected on a deep shot when a Silas Bolden's behind your defense, and all of a sudden that play is dead in the water because of that. This isn't something you need 15 plays to be affected. Football is in the margins. Generally speaking, you talk to coaches, there's 5 or 6 plays determine a game.
Yep.
So I would like to know where you're at with it. And for the Lions, look, I have no qualms about my confidence with this team in the long haul. But I think opening up against the Rams when you didn't play anybody, I mean, you're talking about starters, important players who did not take a snap, which I'm okay with. That doesn't mean you fire your best shot on opening night. And I do think Rico makes a point about the Rams viewing it as a revenge game and all off season and feeling they got wronged. And the Rams got better. Yeah. Just like you did. Rams got better too. You can't view it that you're the only team who got better. So that's what we're talking about on a Football Friday. And for Michigan State, look, here's the thing. I understand this is a distant third to these other 2 games. I get it, and I pay full respect to the 2 bigger games. If some of you are offended by what I'm about to say, I will tell you, you wanted this. You wanted NFL light, so I'm going to give it to you. Time for Aiden Childs. Stop talking and start walking. The old me would have told you, it's a kid making his first start. Let's be patient. Let's chill out. Let it play out. But you know what you can't do? When you pay a guy 7 figures and the guy goes out and looks like Stevie Wonder out there minus a keyboard, and then he goes out after the game and does one of these Tim Tebow things, it's all on me. This is my fault. Cool. Go to Maryland and don't show your ass. Play. Show me a functioning offense. Show me you can make reads. Show me you can connect on a single pass over 5 yards.
Yeah, for me, show me you can score in the red zone. Show me that your defense won't have a ton of personal foul penalties that just extend drives. Those are the 2 things for me that you have to clean up if you're Jonathan Smith, because you can't go on the road. You barely beat Florida Atlantic, a lesser team. You're the underdog, meaning you can't do anything wrong. You have to rise above this. And, yeah, you can't give Maryland extra drives because it looks like they got their quarterback. You can't not score and turn the ball over in the red zone again. You can't start the game with a pick.
No, I want competency is what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
I'm not
and you have to
asking-
be able to handle the pressure. Mike, I think what you said is fair. He has to handle the pressure because you wanted the smoke, you got the smoke.
David, what do you have to say?
No golf clap?
I'm sorry. from the sports terrace.
From the sports terrace.
Pip.
Here's what I'll say. I'm at a 6 for Michigan, and it really comes down to the running game. That offensive line has to be able to create the holes for the running backs against the defensive line for Texas. I'm not too confident in what the Texas defensive line is, but I need to see what Michigan can do against them. So I'm at a 6 for them. For the Lions, it's simply a 12. I understand what you guys are saying. I get it. Last playoff game was a very close game. Very close game. And Rico, you're right. The Rams want revenge. But the Lions also, I think in this first game, also want to prove to people being in the NFC championship game was not a fluke. And I think they want to come out, and I think they will prove that in week 1.
You know what the funny thing, David, and I know they're pros, and Dan Campbell, you've heard him say it throughout the preseason and the summer, how he wants to make sure this team is focused. I know I pray to God they're not like the fans and just think that this is going to be a coronation and we're going to just celebrate what we did last year, because that's where I think the danger is going to come in, because if you're not ready to go from the start, it's personal for the Rams.
Evan, I need you to live bet this. There's an Italian kid at the U.S. Open, Yannick Sinner. I don't even care what the odds are. Let's bet him. I got somebody to root for in tennis.
The odds have got to be bad. He's number 1. He's like the top dog.
Oh, all right, forget it. How about
Yannick.
what if we could? Can you bet first serve ace? Let's just get wild. No, in all seriousness though, here's a counterpoint for your golf snooty thing. They don't even have the thing to be like, hey, it's 15-0. Oh, 15 love. 30 love.
Yeah.
God, these people are intolerable.
Yeah, but-
248-539-9797. What?
No, but then, you have the bogeys and you have the, all of that stuff too. So they got their own little weird terms.
Eagle.
Yeah. Birdie.
Evan's very sensitive to the
Owls.
golf thing. You're very sensitive
Hawks.
to it.
I think the love and set point and all that crap it's awful, man. I don't know. It's hard to pay attention to.
Right.
But it is fun to watch in the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Dude, the stars are out there.
Well, it's become one of the hottest tickets in New York.
Did you see Kevin Hart? He looked like he was me last night.
No, but
Having a great time.
Yeah, I think you're just out there because everybody says you need to be out there.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get with the people. TJ Lang joins us at 3:30 for the picks. We got Who Said It coming up. And again, I understand. Lions and Rams and Michigan and Texas, those are the headliners. If you have a problem with what I said with Aiden Childs and from an attitude standpoint about the new era of college football, I'm happy to have that discussion too. So it's all there for you on a Football Friday. You want to talk about what your favorite, fruit is or your favorite steak? That's not on the menu today.
I think I said I really like the cutie oranges.
Halos. Yeah. 248-539-9797. We will get with the people next. 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Look, if you want that career in radio, hey, maybe one day you could be broadcasting live out from Las Vegas yourself. Specs at LTU can help you get that career started. Maybe you want to go into television or you're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU is here for you as well. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit their website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield, right on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one everything it takes to make it in the industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Because with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. Head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
You've heard me talk about injury attorney David Feminino for, I don't know, forever. Listen, it's a results business, and David delivers those results. If you've been injured, you need David Feminino. He's delivered results and wins of $3.5 million, $5.5 million, $11 million. You need someone that will fight for you and is available. And David is both of those right now. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get with the people. On a football Friday, TJ Lang will join us bottom of the hour. We got Who Said It coming up at 4. I've got a pretty high degree of confidence Michigan is going to be in a late fourth quarter game. I do. I don't buy this point spread stuff. I don't buy Texas being, vastly superior. And you know what? Here's what I'm guilty of. Not that any of you chuckleheads will listen because of where I went to school. I just don't overrate week 1 for anybody. All jokes aside about Michigan State. No, I don't expect them to go and clown car their way into Maryland and lose by 50. If they do, Jonathan Smith may as well pack. I don't want to take one performance against Fresno State and just be like, well, I guess Michigan's ass. That's not fair. Now, I know you haven't heard a word I said because of where I went to school, so we'll just pretend I made fun of you and I'm actually wearing Bevo horns. Exactly. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, great show as usual.
Oh, Steve, you tell all the girls that, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's up?
Maybe back in the day. Anyway, okay, first the Lions, real quick. My confidence with them is an 8. They went in. Granted, it was at our place last year, playoff game, rowdy. Our secondary was ass, okay? I got to think that we did get better. Rookies or not, and I'm sure, like Rico said, they're going to test the hell out of them. I get that. But I'm very confident with the Lions. I am. And I agree. I think they will get to the Super Bowl. Obviously, hope we win. But I think they will get to the Super Bowl, yes. Now, real quick, Michigan. I told Kenny, and he questioned me. And I know, like you just said, first week Fresno State, my confidence level at Michigan is about a 3.5 to 4. And this is why. I understand you had a ton of talent last year, won the Natty, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you lost your whole offensive line. In today's college football, how in the heck can you have Alex Orji, who Moore watched all year last year, so you have him coming in, and now you have a walk-on? You mean to tell me you could not spend any kind of money to go get something as a quarterback? Or one or two offensive linemen? And again, I know they're young.
Well, they did. Factually, they did. I mean, the Preby kid they got from Northwestern is an all Big Ten lineman. They did they got one. Your point is well taken. I'm not arguing with you, Steve.
I mean, you just come off a national title.
I'm with you. They should have done more.
Spent $20 million.
I don't disagree.
I'm not saying he had to do that.
I don't disagree.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're all good, Stevie. I'm not arguing with you. I didn't want the hyenas from that fan base to get all butthurt because, well, what about Preby? They did some things, they didn't do enough, and I agree with you. I think their defense.
I am that fan base, but I'm a realist. I'm realistic. Okay, I mean.
Oh, I know.
I would have went and tried to get what's the kid from Duke, Leonard. Where he went to whatever his name was.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. Dylan Gabriel went to Oregon. Cam Ward went to Miami.
Cam Ward was the guy I thought maybe they should go after.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But again, their coach doesn't even have a contract. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that are behind the scenes there where you have to wonder. Plus, look, schools were after Colston Loveland, after Mason Graham. It cost a lot of money to keep those guys. And I just don't. I don't know why they did what they did. I don't understand much about Michigan football right now. I'm just looking at it as a singular game, and it's more about I don't believe in Texas. They can prove me wrong. I just don't believe in them coming into Ann Arbor I think they have questions on their interior D-line. I think they have questions at running back because they're down to their third stringer. And what you did against Colorado State, I'm not going to overrate Michigan looking like garbage against Fresno, and I'm not going to overrate Michigan, Texas beating Colorado State, who's a nobody, 52-0.
Can I ask a question about that guy when he was talking about the Lions? He got all the way to say that the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. And I've heard this out of multiple people, and Kenny said it yesterday as well.
Right.
Why are they stopping short? If you're getting to the game, just pick them to win.
Because they're scared.
But why be scared? Everybody is so bullish on this team. What were they saying on Doug and Scott, Rico, that it was like 14 wins?
Dono.
14-3, and they would be the last team standing because they were too afraid to say they would win the Super Bowl.
So you're confident
at that point, I would have hung up on them and said, if you can't say we're going to win the Super Bowl, then I don't want to hear it.
Well, that's my question. Why stop short? Why get so close to that line and be like, I can't do that? Is that still like the Lions' past coming into their mind?
In the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, jellyfish don't have spines.
Oh.
Yeah. He said that in episode
7.
8.
Yeah.
Only a Sith speaks in absolutes.
I just wanted to ask that question because it's just crazy to me that you say we're going to get to the point, but that's it.
It's weak sauce. Just call it what it is. It's weak.
Yeah.
Weak.
I agree.
Dono.
Dono. All right, Michael.
And you know what? This is a chance, kind of like you talked about with Aiden Childs, for Donovan. Show me that was just first game.
One bad game.
It was a bad game.
But it's not just one bad game with him. It was all last year as well.
But you know what? Last year is last year. You can't change that. Show me that I'm better than what you saw. I am him. I'm the guy you see on the cover of the video games. That's me.
Let's go to Sully, 97.1. Sully, what's going on, bud?
Good afternoon, boys.
Afternoon, sir. Nice to hear from you again.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Michigan, that game, they're not winning it. But first I was thinking that they might get body slammed, but I would still say the Longhorns come out at north of 7 ahead of them because, like you guys always say, your record is what you say you are, and your rankings are what you say you are. And Texas is what, now 3, and Michigan went down from 9 to 10. So that plays into it a bit. I'd say Texas.
Yeah, but
is gonna
remember
win by-
something, Saul. It's preseason polling. I don't buy into it. Like, and again, I haven't believed all summer going through every team preview on Cash the Ticket and doing the show here with you guys. I haven't believed in Texas all summer and some what I deem to be a fake ranking. It is incumbent upon Texas to prove they are this good. Michigan has already been rated lower than any national champion in the last 20 years on a preseason poll. Now it's on them to prove that they got it wrong. So I kind of view it more that Michigan, if this game were in Austin, it's a different conversation for me, but it's not.
And I think that Michigan lost more than Texas did over the past year. All the players and
Yeah, but here's the thing. They lost Jatavian Sanders. They lost Xavier Worthy. They lost A.D. Mitchell. They lost Jonathan Brooks. They lost
2 running backs.
2
2+
Brooks. Give me your prediction and the score.
I think it's a low-scoring game. I don't know. Maybe Texas 20-17.
Okay.
Wouldn't shock me if Michigan won.
Yeah, see, I got it a little further than that.
I'd say 20 to about 12 or 13, but anyhow, getting on to the Lions, I got them, they're going to the big dance. I have no question about that. I think I told my Brohammers last night, we were all chatting it up. And last night, you saw the preview of the AFC Championship game. And on Sunday night, you're going to see the preview of the NFC Championship game. The only dark horse in it's Frisco. And look what we did to them last year. If our DC didn't turn into a deer in headlights.
No, all right. So 2 notes. Here's the thing. Josh Reynolds, catch a football. game over. Second of all, you can't call Frisco a dark horse. All right, they're the established kings of the NFC, and someone's got to knock them off. Now let's do that. Also, I have to knock you down a peg in my caller rankings. You just referred to your friends as quote bro hammers, close quote. I don't know that I can accept that. I just want to throw that out there.
What? Dono and
Brohammer.
If you had that on your bingo cards, go ahead and cross that off.
You've won. All right, coming up next, we'll see if TJ's awake. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they move that much product. It's all in stock. They don't have to wait for shipping. They don't have to put it on a cargo ship from Singapore. It's right in the warehouse. You buy it, you build it, you save while you're doing it. Very, very simple as well. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So if you want to enjoy deck season, call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David? All right, Football Friday. So what we're going to do, we'll get to the picks in a few minutes. TJ, I assume, is back there, and we have one ground rule we have to cover, and then I want TJ's answer to our question of the day. Thomas John, are you? There it is. Okay, so here's the deal. TJ is operating the drop board today. You can do whatever the hell you want to do as long as it's timely in the picks. So exactly.
Is that bad timing, Mike?
No, I'm just saying, be on your game,
Gotcha.
hit whatever buttons you want, and you have carte blanche. You do whatever the hell you like.
It would be nice if they were alphabetized, though, because I have to,
TJ, I'm being sincere with you.
A's and V's and then a D.
There's really no rhyme or reason to how they're placed. I'm with you. Totally understand. I want to ask you our question of the day, confidence levels. Lions with the Rams, Michigan with Texas, and a distant third, just MSU, Maryland. Where's your confidence level with Sunday Night Football? Start there.
Oh, man. Okay, start with the Lions. I'd say probably an 8. I think this team is I can't tell you how many times I've gotten asked this year, summer, hey, how's the team going to be? How are they going to be? As long as they stay healthy, they should be good. That's my answer. Like, they're a good team. They're at home 3 of the first 4 weeks. They should be solid. I think as long as Jared Goff and the offense keeps rolling and give that defense time to kind of figure things out, they should be a good team. So my confidence, I think, would be a solid 8 going into Sunday Night Football. Now, this defensive backfield is going to be tested, right? Those guys haven't been healthy. They've all missed times. Carlton Davis has missed time. Arnold, Rakestraw, they've all missed time at times throughout training camp. I don't know what the lineup's going to look like when they start playing together, but you're going to get tested with Nakua. You're going to get tested with Cooper Kupp, and Matthew Stafford can still sling it all over the field. So I think that's maybe the biggest question mark, but I still think the offense is good enough to score enough points to win the game. So I would say a solid 8, Mike.
And you're right. It's just like you and I see it the same way, and I know Rico does too. The NFL, the one thing I caution Lion fans with is we all believe they are going to make a meaningful run. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I said it on yesterday's show, but that doesn't mean you're 17-0 or 15-2.
You mean they're not going to average 40 points a game?
No, that's my point is this Rams team is good, and I have a hard time. TJ, maybe you can fill in the blank. They didn't play anyone meaningful all preseason. How hard is that to just start the season? There's no dress rehearsal. This ain't college football. There's no Fresno State. How hard is that to go into Sunday Night Football against a playoff caliber team and then execute at your best?
Yeah, well,
from the outside looking in, I think that's really difficult.
100%. I think that's valid, but I think you have to rely on your offense, right? Your offense right now, as they stand, is your veteran unit. You've got most of your returning starters on offense back, right? You had to bring in Kevin Zeitler to fill in for Jonah Jackson, but everybody else they've been a part of this regime and Ben Johnson for a couple of years now, right? So, and I listened to Jared Goff in the morning show, or the early morning show, it's late morning show, I should say, Karsh, and he was talking about, with Ben Johnson and the group that we have, like, we can skip some installs. Everybody already knows install 1, install 2. Like, we can get into the kind of nitty-gritty of the play calls early in training camp, which gives us maybe a little bit of a heads up, right? A little bit of a leg forward moving into training camp. But defensively, that's still where you got a lot of new pieces. You got a lot of young players still that you're hoping that these guys take these steps into year 2, maybe steps into year 3 that can figure it out. And you're relying on 2 rookie cornerbacks to go out there and give you meaningful snaps to go be a part of a championship team. So, I just think it's the offense is going to have to carry this. But I've been a part of teams where we didn't play in the preseason, and maybe, week 1 we scored 50 points. I've been a part of teams where we played every preseason game, and week 1, a dud. Man, we had to win 17-13, right? Rely on the defense. So I don't think there's any magic recipe, but I think with the veteran group they have on offense, should probably benefit them not playing any of those guys in the preseason and risking that injury. And I think they should probably be ahead of the defense when it comes game time Sunday night.
Thomas John, the question I'm going to ask you is, how much is the revenge factor for the Rams? Now, we've heard the Lions fans say, hey, you know what, we want revenge for what happened in the NFC title game. But the Rams have been practicing all summer long because they got knocked out. It was a questionable pass interference call that didn't get called and the Lions move on in a 1-point game. How much revenge factor is there for the Rams coming into Ford Field? Plus, you got Stafford, the whole you're going to boo him and his wife saying all of this stuff. What should we expect?
Well, I think Stafford's going to take it personally, right? I think he has to. I don't know if you guys listened to the podcast, but I heard some clips of it throughout this week about, Kelly's not going to come. She's not going to bring the kids. Apparently they had a very tragic situation last year getting booed, which, is still
a hard debate, TJ, you should have been ashamed of yourself. I saw what you did.
Rico, I saw you standing up there in the suite with two middle fingers pointing at Kelly Stafford. I think that was
Kelly
you
was
I saw
actually
up there.
referring to Rico flipping off little kids. Shut up.
You know what? But I just think that it's year to year. It's hard to, because the team's changed so much, right? There's so many new guys on the Rams that weren't there a year ago that these guys come in and say, hey, we hate this team. Well, they don't necessarily have that hate for that team. So I think every season you just start off on a fresh page and you just say, hey, you know what? We think we're a good team. And I think the Rams are going to be a really good football team. I think we all do. I think we'd agree on that. But, I think you just got to look at it and say, hey, it's week 1. We got to go out there and put our best effort. And you know what? We don't care what happened last year. That's last year. Players don't really think about that. Once you hit the field, you just really focus on what's in front of you. And I think Matthew Stafford, though, is going to have an extra chip on his shoulder. Like, I can't imagine – I don't want to imagine a world where Matthew comes in here Sunday night and somehow pulls out a win and just what he would do after the game. You know what I mean? Because of all the things that happened last year after the playoff loss and – to talk about that. Like, I just don't even want to picture that. But I guarantee you, if there's anybody on that team that's looking for revenge, Rico, it's got to be the quarterback, right? Because I think this game, and he's already made it clear that this game means a lot to him, especially coming back to Detroit and everything that happened last year.
All right, so we're going to get to the picks. My takeaway from that segment, by the way, for the listeners, TJ Lang hates Kelly Stafford. Got it. All right, let me take care of business here.
Those are your words, not mine, Michael.
I said nothing. That was my understanding of your words. The best time of year, football is back. You know the drill. It's Paulson's. You can upgrade your TV setup, a 98-inch 4K LED TV, so lifelike. You're gonna feel like you're in the front row watching Aiden Childs overthrow receivers, or an LG 65-inch 4K TV, $14.99. Watch your favorite team with the best. It's Paulson's Audio Video. All deals, great deals right now. Sound bars starting at $249 from Sonos. Those things kick ass. You can view the TVs. You can listen to the speakers. And right now, you tell them I sent you. You get a free in-home consultation. I don't care if you hate my guts. It doesn't matter. That Spartan scumbag told me to come and see you guys. Cool. You get a free in-home consultation. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, we are very excited. TJ back in Detroit. He's operating the soundboard. We're in Vegas. We are all collectively as a village about to participate in the first real pick segment of the week. Let's hit it. Let's get into it. The Cy-Hawk Trophy, Iowa State catching 3 at Iowa. Let's start back in studio. TJ, lead off.
Oh, okay. The leadoff pick. All right. Normally this is Rico's spot.
I can take it if you want.
Is the Iowa offense real? I mean, the first time in how long since they scored over 22 points in a game?
Well, you just picked a game.
I don't think it is. I didn't watch them last week. I don't know any much about college football. I'm going to take Iowa State, though.
There is.
Go Cyclones.
Right. Over to Kenneth G. Cott.
Well, TJ saying he doesn't know much and then picking Iowa State. I think I'm going to go the opposite of that. I'll go Iowa.
Good pick.
Smart move. Over to Hatchet.
Yeah, I'll also go Iowa here. I believe in Cade and that offense to score in week 2.
TJ, get on that soundboard. You're missing opportunities. Over to Rico.
Iowa has won 8 of the last 9 times that these two teams have played. They're going to make it 9 out of 10. Give me the Hawkeyes. They will cover.
There it is. Perfect. Honestly, it's probably Iowa's reaction if they score a touchdown. Give me the Hawkeyes. Arkansas traveling to Stillwater to take on Oklahoma State. Okie State laying 9.5. We go to TJ.
Yeah, big lead. I think I'm not even going to try to make anything up. Just give me Oklahoma State.
Excellent. Nuanced commentary. Let's go to – that's right, Kenny. What do you got?
I do have something on Oklahoma State. Second most returning starters in all of college football. So I will take Oklahoma State. Roberts.
Okay, TJ, once was enough. Let's go to David.
Oh, my gosh. Arkansas has won 13 of his last 15 non-conference games, so I'm going to go with Arkansas here.
Rico Beard.
Oklahoma State since 2020 has won 24 of their last 27 games at home. Make it 25. Give me Oklahoma State and the points.
No pun intended. Arkansas soft underbelly. Okie State physical front. Ollie Gordon. Give me lay the 9.5. Give me Okie State. Tennessee laying 9.5. They travel to NC State. It's a neutral site game in Charlotte if you care. TJ.
I want Rico to go first on this one.
Okay, we go to Rico.
All right, game is going to be close enough to NC State, Mike. I think that they're going to they may lose, but they will definitely cover the points. 9.5 is just too much. Give me NC State in the 9.5.
All right, over to TJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear what Rico said so I could take the opposite because he sucked last year at the picks. Give me Tennessee.
Oh, my God. Over to Kenny Cott.
I'll join you on that with that annoying song they have over there. Give me Tennessee.
All right, we go to Dave.
Wow, shots fired. You all know how much I've been bullish on NC State and Grayson McCall. They're in Charlotte, so I'm going to – I love those. And I'm going to go NC State as well. I love that.
Learn the name, Ilamali Ava. Nico's coming to town. Lay the 9.5. I think the Vols might actually be good. Oh, boy, this is big-time football. Michigan State catching 9.5 as they go to get sexed up by a turtle in Maryland. TJ Lang.
Hey, I got to tell you, I think Michigan State, Michael, I sent you some text last Friday night. I just said, hey, the team looked decent, and you fired back with some very vulgatory language at me.
I didn't fire anything back. I said, take your phone, and I told you where to put it, and I didn't need to hear from your drunk ass.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure
that's right. Let's just be accurate.
Didn't look good. Hey, look, Michigan State last week, figuring it out. I think Aiden Childs is better than what we saw last week. I don't think Maryland is very good. I don't know if Michigan State wins the game, but 9.5 is too much for me. I think Michigan State's going to cover that. Give me the Sparties.
Over to Kenny.
Adding vulgatory to my new dictionary that I'm making, I'm going to take Maryland. Play that stupid drop, David.
That's a real word, Kenny.
There is no.
That's the one.
There it is. There's Rico. Over to David.
Yeah, it's going to be Maryland all day in this one. I just don't trust Michigan State. They have no offense, so Maryland.
Yeah, that's good. And there you go. Over to Rico. Do it for the people. Say it.
I agree with TJ. I think 9.5 points is just too many. We'll have to – if they can't cover, I mean, if they – I'm taking the Spartans. TJ on the board. He's undefeated.
Okay. All right.
That was not me. That was not me for the record. That was David.
Oh,
That was
we
not me.
certainly know it was. Give me Maryland. Texas, Michigan. The current line is sitting at a flat 7, guys. TJ.
Man, Texas is good. I just I don't think Michigan's offense is up to speed yet with that 2-quarterback system. Look, it hasn't worked in a long time. I mean, they're trying to do what was it, Mike, Tim Tebow and Chris Leak that were doing the 2 system back at Florida, 15, 20 years ago. Michigan's defense is going to have to play really good. I think their defense is good, but I don't think Michigan wins the game, but I think they got enough defense to keep it close to cover that 7.5. Give me Michigan.
Over to Kenny.
Yeah, I think Michigan keeps it close enough. I have them covering here. The Big House is not an easy place to play in this kind of environment, so I'll take Michigan to cover.
All right. David.
Yeah, I agree with TJ and Kenny. They keep it close. They can't win, though. So, yeah, Michigan.
Rico.
I don't agree. I don't think they keep it close. I think that Texas pulls away in the third quarter, and give me Texas in the points.
It's going to be windy. Doppler Guido told you that. Give me Michigan. Let's go to the NFL. Nothing says the NFL, and I mean nothing, like Brazil. Packers, Eagles in Sao Paulo. Eagles lay in 2. TJ.
I think Green Bay is going to be really good this year, but they're going to need time to figure it out. New defense coordinator Jeff Heffley. They got a lot of question marks. A lot of receivers that are good, but I don't think great. I think Saquon's going to be a huge addition to that Philadelphia offense. Philadelphia, I think, is going to win. I think they're going to win big tonight.
Over to Kenneth.
Game in Brazil. I don't know how you bet this game, so I'm just going to take the Packers and the points.
Over to David.
I hate the NFL for doing this in Brazil and on a Friday night to open the season, so I'll go Eagles.
I'm with everything David said, by the way. Let's go to I almost called you TJ. Let's go to Rico.
You know what? I like the Packers. They don't need the points. They're going to just flat out win this game. Give me Green Bay.
Somehow the Packers got put over 2 hours away from the stadium in their hotel.
That's disrespect right there.
Or a way to get your ass kicked. Roberts. Give me the Eagles. We got big Dom D'Alessandro on the sidelines in a tank top. Cowboys at Browns. Browns laying 2.5. We go to TJ.
No Nick Chubb. I just don't trust Deshaun Watson. Got a couple backup offensive linemen against Micah Parsons. Good luck. Dallas is the ultimate good team in the regular season, and they fall apart in the playoffs. I'm going to take Cowboys.
Kenneth Cott.
TJ literally just copied all of my notes. I'm going Cowboys as well.
I can't see you.
Unbelievable. Over to David.
Browns.
That sounded like an AFC North rival selection. Rico.
Cowboys, I think the Cowboys got a lot to prove, and I think Dak's going to go out there and show he's going to be worth the money you're going to pay him.
Cowboys are a bunch of bitches. Give me the Browns. That defense ought to rip their heads off. Their tackle play's disgusting in Dallas. Browns. Texans. Colts in Indy. Texans laying 2.5. Teach.
Yeah, David just told me to hurry up, so I'm going to take Houston.
Excellent work. Let's go to Kenny.
We're running the hurry up. I see. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to take the Texans as well.
David.
For my family in Houston, I have to go the Texans.
And TJ once again asleep at the soundboard. We go to Rico.
I will do the same thing. Give me the Texans.
Home divisional dog in week 1. They're 20-7 over the last 10 years. I'm going Colts. Jets, Niners, Monday Night Football. Jets catching 4.5. Teach.
I like the Niners. I just don't trust the Jets at all with Aaron Rodgers. So it was 47 years old. Give me the Niners.
Unbelievable. Over to Kenny.
Yeah, I'll take the privileged team as well. I'm not happy about it, though.
Come on, man. Stop being afraid of Rico. Go to David.
I am not afraid of Rico. The 49ers are dealing with a lot of things in this offseason, so I'm going to go with the Jets here.
That's right. Stand up to this man.
You know what, Mike? So did the Chiefs. They dealt with a lot of things last year, their entire season, including Taylor Swift. Give me the Super Bowl champions and the 4.5 points.
Yeah, well, the Chiefs have a quarterback and you have a rat. Give me the Jets with the 4.5. Jets. Hope Aaron Rodgers just takes you to town. Okay, are we done with the, okay, that's sufficient.
You asked for it.
All right, Rams, Lions. Lions laying 4.5. TJ, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this defense is going to be legit. Rams aren't going to be able to run the ball, and I think the defensive secondary is going to hold up against Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. I think the Lions are going to start this season with a bang. Give me a 10-point win in the Lions' big win at home on Sunday Night Football, baby. Let's go.
Kenny Cott.
TJ has said it all. I'm about an 8 out of 10 on confidence. Give me the Lions by, but probably about a touchdown.
Orbital ramming speed.
Not quite there.
Hatchet man.
8 out of 10.
It will be orbital ramming speed, and the Lions will win because they play on
Thanksgiving. over to Rico. I think this game's going to be a lot like the playoff game last year, where it's going to be a one-score game. So I'm going to take the Rams and the points.
Yeah, I'll take the points. Give me a Alrighty, give me a garbage time cover. I just think the Lions secondary will take a little bit of time to gel. They'll win, but 4.5 points is a lot. All right, those were the picks. And Kenny has really said it all. All right, those are the picks. 97-1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The Lions injury report just dropped. Linebacker Lauren Strickland has not practiced all week and has been ruled out. Ife Melifanu is doubtful, and DJ Reader is questionable with his quad. After 4 flags against the Ravens last night from lining up incorrectly, it's one thing the Lions list heading into Sunday Night Football with the Rams. Tarek Skubal still leading all the American League Triple Crown categories with 16 wins, 201 strikeouts, and a .251 ERA. He heads to the mound again tonight as the Tigers open up a 3-game set with the Oakland A's. First pitch at 9:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Steelers have officially tabbed quarterback Russell Wilson as questionable with a hamstring injury. He was once again limited in practice today. 44-year-old Rich Hill has been DFA'd by the Red Sox. He pitched just 4 games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so coming up in a few minutes, we will get to who said it. But, TJ, I need you to settle something. I heard that god-awful promotion for Cash the Ticket where Jim sounds like he's talking from inside of a toilet paper roll.
Yeah.
But all episodes, Evan, they are up, correct? NFL episode, college episode, those are up wherever you get your podcast. New episode of the 5 Star Zone as well. And the kickoff show with Boomer Esiason should be up at like 5 o'clock or 6. TJ, I need you to settle something up.
What's up?
Did you hear what Cookies did the other day on the morning show?
Oh, actually, are you talking about the fantasy football?
Yeah, I wanted you to weigh in because
yes,
you were sitting right next to me. And I don't feel like I did anything wrong other than take advantage of Jim's arrogance and stubborn nature. He tried to paint me out that somehow I bullied him into paying $72 for Saquon Barkley. No, I didn't. I just knew his stupid ass wouldn't let go.
Well, I guess I'll play the middle here, but you definitely bullied him. But no, he didn't have to take what you were throwing out. I mean, we could tell, hey, you wanted Saquon. We all wanted Saquon, dude. Who wouldn't want Saquon on their team this year? We all think it's going to be great. TJ, no, Mike, I don't think you bullied him. I just think he probably made the fatal mistake, which I've done before, because we're in the same fantasy league, of letting Mike know what I'm thinking. And Mike, sometimes you will use that against guys. So
okay, but TJ,
I've made that mistake before. Rico and Jim, you know what? He had to learn the hard way. But no, he had a choice. Okay, he made the wrong choice.
But you knew Mike hates Saquon. He was never going to take Saquon. He's only driving up the price.
Yeah, but listen, I mean, you get to a point in these fantasy drafts where they're dynasty leagues and you have salary caps to where if you're making a bid that high, you got to be willing to pay for it. And I think Mike secretly wanted Saquon, but I think he also knew that Costa was so stubborn that he was going to do whatever it took to get him. And Mike, I wouldn't say bullied, but Jim
he took advantage of stupidity.
Rico, I think we got halfway through the draft. I looked at Mike and I just nudged him and I said, look at Cookies right now. He looks like a wet, beaten dog that's been out in the rain for 4 days and hasn't had anything to eat. His kid looks like he is just done. He's got no energy left. And he just looked done. And I wouldn't say bully. I think Mike played the game. And you know what, Cookies? I think he had to learn the lesson the hard way. But no, Mike, I don't think you did anything wrong.
It was the funniest part is when TJ taps me and we look over and you would have thought like Jim just got a text that like his Aunt Rita got hit by a car. Like he looked totally emasculated.
He looked shell-shocked. He looked absolutely shell-shocked. He was just staring at the lights in this office that we were in. He was just staring at the ceiling. He was
TJ,
gone.
It's like this. If I'm going up against Mike and let's say I'm trying to get Brock Purdy, I know how he feels. I'm like, no. Mike, you know what, Mike? Congratulations. He's your quarterback because you're going to cut him because you're just doing this just to get under my skin. Yes.
But you have to agree here, guys. This is the issue. Jim hates to be wrong more than he likes being right. He has a flaw in him. He is just like, no, I'm going to show you. And I'm like, look at this dope. He's up here spending $70 for this guy. And I even waited until the auction was about to expire, and I went, boop. Yeah, and I just kept jabbing him.
Mike waited, and I thought I had him. And then he jumps in and says,
71.
But here's the question.
I mean, hey, listen, Mike, I'm not trying to take a shot at you. The one thing I've learned over my years is Italians are all the same. And, Mike, I think you could have just self-described yourself as well there, buddy. Like, you hate to be wrong more than you love to be right, too. So, it's just
I feel like that was an ethnic shot.
That's not a shot. It's just.
I'm kidding. I don't care. I do not care. Hey, can you do me? Thank you, Heather. Guys, do me a favor. Can you pull the part where TJ says Italians are all the same? Gonna need that.
So, Mike, how mad would you have been if you had to spend $71 on Saquon Barkley? That's the real question that hasn't been asked.
I wouldn't have. TJ's right. I would have taken him.
Exactly.
He's on the best offense in football.
There's
I would have
part
taken
of you
him.
that wanted him.
I didn't want him as much as I just wanted to burn Jim to the ground.
But it wouldn't be like one of those where you're sitting there like, oh, man, I just hit on. I had a 20, and I thought it was an ace there, and I hit on a 20.
No, Evan's got a good point, because if Costa looked at Mike and said, you know what, 70, middle finger, you take him, Mike probably would have been like, okay, fine. I'm totally fine having him on my team.
Yeah.
Right?
I would have been okay.
So, yeah.
It wasn't my desire as much as TJ, you have to understand this. Jim behind the scenes is so smarmy, and he is so smug about stuff. And, I mean, all I had to listen to in the run-up to this damn draft was how good he was, how he was going to, TJ's a bitch. I'm going to bully him. I got more cap space. And he's like, well, your team will be out of it. I'll just trade for all your best players. I was like, oh, okay, MF. And it don't mean my friend. I said, here's what we're going to do. I know exactly what you're trying to do. He sat there in one of his little off-brand sweatshirts, and I knew he was waiting on Saquon. I knew it. And when the golden goose descended from the ceiling, and I went, okay, now watch this. And I knew his pride wouldn't let him let go. It was the most satisfying piece of the draft.
So how long did you sit on this? Because a few days before, you guys cut a podcast for Cash the Ticket, and you sat there and just ragged on him about that the Eagles' offensive line was not going to be as good as you think.
I set him up.
Saquon, he's busted. His legs are like Forrest Gump in those braces. Magic legs. But you had this set up for like a week. It was the long game.
Hey, you hear it in one of the political ads. I think it's one of the ads. I think it's Trump who's saying revenge takes time. I just needed, it's like TJ at his palatial estate. You plant the seeds for the lawn to grow lakeside. It takes time. I had to craft the caper. But TJ's not wrong. I would have taken Saquon.
Okay.
But the delight, it was a win-win. I knew I could bully Jim into a spot, and his smugness wouldn't let him let go.
Well, and it's good that it wasn't me, because he has no pettiness to him. The pettiness in me would have come. I was like, you know what? Let this guy take him at $71.
Evan, he looked like Andy Dufresne crawling through that mile of junk.
I mean, him just walking through
the end and just standing there staring him around, like
him walking through the office on Monday. He looked like Eeyore, like.
And then the best part, he takes his morning show to try to curry sympathy, and the ticket texters were just bombing him.
Yeah, like, did you not know who Mike was? Did you not see this? Kind of like, seriously, Costa.
He's got to learn to keep his damn mouth shut, Rico.
But Mike, at this point, you know what? He's yours. I know how you feel about him. Good luck. He's yours.
Oh, it's just so funny because he got played so bad. He's like, I didn't know. What's that, monkey? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's what he was.
No. Oh. That was Jim in his stupid pizza slice sweatshirt.
71. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I thought I'd get it for 60. Oh.
And what I kept doing in the run-up, too, is Jim would try to go up by $1. And I would just punk him and be like, oh, 62. No, how about 65? And then he's like, 66. And I'm like, try 70, bitch. Like, I was feeding the machine. And then he's, oh, no.
Thanksgiving.
All right, listen. TJ, thank you for weighing in on it. It's been something I've wanted to ask you about all week.
Oh, I've been thinking about it all week. It was entertaining.
Oh,
I loved it.
You hitting my leg and going, dude, he looks like an effing wet dog. Moment of the draft for me. Because then we looked over.
It was like mommy and daddy fighting at the dinner table, and you're just watching like, oh, no,
yes.
I don't know which side to take. I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, boy, they're mad at each other. I don't know.
It was so good. TJ and I look over. It's like Night at the Roxbury. We were synchronized head bobbing. And there's Cookies wanting to light the table on Thank you. It does. I had to lay the seeds. All right. Let's get to Who Said It. We got a ton more football to talk about today. TJ with us for another segment. All up next. 97.1. All right, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Circa. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, you save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Circa.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Circa.com. All right, it's Friday. We do it every time, every week at this time. It's the most difficult damn game in the world. TJ joins us for it. It is time for Who Said It. And David, you know you're going to have to add Dono to that list after Doug's performance today.
Yeah, we'll get to that eventually. So you guys ready?
Okay, TJ, take it easy. Let's play the game.
I'm going to have to turn this board off in a second.
No, don't take the big man's joy. He loves operating the soundboard. Go ahead.
All right, number one. We felt like we were rooked, but Ben Wallace became the cornerstone of a team that won a championship and so beloved here. And on this trade, Goff wasn't the prize. The prize was the draft picks.
Oh, dear. That sounds rather dramatic. TJ, you want to take first run?
No. I don't want to be the guy to say, can you repeat that right off the bat?
I'll repeat
it. I'd rather have somebody else take
Say
charge.
it. The goofballs at the spelling bee do it all the
I'm just
time.
trying to figure out what the context of this. David, just give it one more time.
I will repeat it. We felt like we were rooked, but Ben Wallace became the cornerstone of a team that won a championship and so beloved here. And on this trade, Goff wasn't the prize. The prize was the draft picks.
Who would speak like that?
Goodness, yeah.
You know what it
like
sounds like?
Karshian vibes. I don't know why.
Okay,
but
see, I was leaning towards that sounds like Jim Costa. It just
rooked?
sounds.
We got rooked. Who said
Who
that?
says
Dude,
Yeah,
is David everybody eligible?
Yes, everyone is eligible.
Okay.
Jim uses big words all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's your disciple. You would know him better than we do.
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm
go
gonna take
ahead.
a shot in the dark and just say Karsh. I think he would
Okay.
lean back to Ben Wallace in the early 2000s Pistons. Yeah, I'll go shot in the dark. I'll go Karsh.
All right.
I like the rook, Mike. But you know what? I'm getting more of a Rieger. This sounds more like Rieger just because he loves bringing up stuff in the past all the time.
But rooked?
Rooked.
He reads.
Seems like a journalism word.
That's
Go
what
to
I was
Kenny
thinking too, because could that be like Wojo being a journalist on the air type of deal? That was had the cadence of a journalist.
Propagandist, maybe.
A
Journalist? He cashed in those chips years ago.
The rooked thing though is really what's throwing me. I think I might join you in Costa.
Lock in, everybody.
Yeah,
I'm going to
I'm
go Costa. I don't think I got it right, but immediately when TJ asked David to repeat it, it just felt Costa-esque.
He does have an old soul. I got to say, Wojo. I had to look up the term rooked. I've never even heard that before.
Okay, can I make a quick change, Evan? I'm with you. I'm going Wojo. I'm just getting Wojo vibes, and he uses the word prize a lot too. Just
who's the
TJ,
prize?
you can't
I'm going Wojo.
you can't be serious in a completely unserious game. Yes, you can change your pick.
All right, I'm changing.
So we got a couple of Wojos. I'm going with Cookies. Are you going Rieger?
I'm going to go Rieger.
You're going to go Rieger, and Kenny, you're going
Costa.
one more time.
Jim.
Costa. David, who said it? Unbelievable. TJ talked himself out of the right pick.
Oh my goodness, it's the worst
Rooked.
mistake I've made in months. I can't believe it.
Dono. All right, let's go
Evan,
to number
shut
2.
up, dude. You're changing my mind. Shut up, Evan.
Oh, that brought me joy when you changed your mind, TJ. All right, next up on the list.
Where's the Dono drop? TJ, did you hear that today?
Dono?
He's not Donovan Edwards. He's Dono.
Oh, the old. He's not good enough to have a nickname. All right.
I thought he was the Don.
Oh, we'll hear that about 1,000
rush for
times
more than 11
tomorrow.
yards to have a nickname, buddy.
Don't worry. I'm sure old Gus has been using Austin Powers' pump all week for this game.
It's gold.
All right, I'm going to read number 2 here. When you did it last year with JJ, I think it was more effective because JJ's a good quarterback. When you do it with Davis Warren, you just know Alex Orgy's coming in to run the ball.
TJ Lang.
Oh, man, can David go same show with Gator? I feel like when you do it, that's more of a opposing view.
So that would rule Doug and John out.
Yeah, that would rule Doug and John out. So I'm going with Gator, Mike, Evan. Well, Evan, I don't know if you count, buddy, but
oh my God.
I don't
Rico,
count.
Man, could Rico have said that? I'm kind of getting Rico vibes. Rico, you're going to have to back me up on this one. I think that's something you would say. I'm going to go with Rico, and I'm going to lock this one in. I'm not changing my damn mind this time.
All right, that's it. You're locked in. I won't let you change. It's Rico. All right, let's go to Kenny.
I think it's the co-host of Middays. I think Kang said this.
Oh.
I was kind of agreeing with Kenny. He said a lot without really being definitive. Like, we all know that it was different with JJ out there.
No way.
I'm going to say Kang as well.
All right. I mean, Rico, where are you at with it?
I was Kang.
Come on.
No. That's what I was going to tell TJ. I don't think that it was me, but you stopped it. And so
I don't think we said it. Like, I know you and I have said similar stuff, but Kenny's conviction The only thing he feels stronger about is booze.
Hold on, David, one more time.
When you did it last year with JJ, I think it was more effective because JJ's a good quarterback. When you do it with Davis Warren, you just know Alex Orji's coming in to run the football.
Could it be Jansen?
No, because that's kind of critical.
Yeah, and he
All right,
would have
we're
said
going
when
Kang.
we did it last year.
Yep, going Kang.
All right, Kang it is. I'm not fighting this. This is a tidal wave of Kang. Let's roll. Honestly, if you can collect it, he'll talk about it. All right, let's go. Who said it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Sorry, guys, that's on me. I put that one on me.
Kenny, it was like you had such conviction.
And he listens to that show so intently every single day.
Yeah, you can tell. All right, let's go. Let's go to number 3.
Number 3, Michigan State got a good result in week 1. Did it look pretty? Absolutely not.
Well, I know that's not you two.
That would not be me.
A good result. That seems like Gator.
I was going to say I'm locking in Gator here.
Because nobody's saying that was a good result.
Yeah, that sounds condescending. I think that's like a Wojo
That
take.
could- I thought that
I think
too.
that's a Woj take. Like,
it's
you
a
got
good
the result. Did it look pretty?
What do you
Who cares?
want?
But
You
it's a
won
good
the
result.
game.
Yeah. Woo-hoo. Gin
See,
and
I'm
tonics,
thinking
good
the same
result.
thing,
Yeah.
except for I'm thinking that's Jansen.
Oh, like the backhanded compliment.
Yeah, you got your win. It was
Oh,
a good
good.
result.
Nice little win you got there.
Was anybody watching you Friday? Yeah, good result. You got a win.
TJ, you know John more than anybody. You tell me.
No, I don't. Mike, all right, I'll throw it back on you. Could that
Okay.
be cookies?
Wow.
Oh, condescending cookies.
Could it be
Wow.
condescending cookies? You got the result. Was it pretty? No. But
Yeah, I
you
love
got
how
the
when we
result.
I love how when we're trying to be condescending, we all go into like T-Pain auto-tune Wojo mode. What do you want? I want to hear it one more time, and I'll lock in. This is difficult.
Michigan State got a good result in week 1. Did it look pretty? Absolutely not.
Oh, I'm changing to Jansen.
Damn.
I'm going to go John.
Because it's such a backhanded compliment.
I'm going to go John because I think Woj would have done something stupid like, Sparty looked good Friday.
Those cute little Spartans.
That was the best game they're going to play all year.
Can I add something to this though? Because I'm figuring it out. David likes to body bag Gator in this game a lot. So us all playing the insult game leads back to Gator. So I'm gonna lock in Gator.
Dude, I'm gonna change real quick. I think I'm going John because I think if that was a Michigan State fan, they would have been like, I was disgusted. They got lucky to win. I think that's a Michigan fan saying they got the result, but it didn't look good. You know what? You guys talked me into it. I'm going John because he uses absolutely more than anybody on the show.
All right, David. Who said it?
Oh, who's that?
I'm filing. No.
Wait,
I'm filing a grievance.
Who was
How
that?
can you include him?
Yeah, who?
Everyone is eligible.
Yeah, who was that, David?
That was Mark Ryan.
It was
Who? Hold on. Who?
Sound like Wojo had a cold.
Mark Ryan.
Mark Ryan?
David did us dirty. David,
Yeah.
that's dirty. That
know.
is
You know
dirty.
what? David said everybody was eligible.
That's
on us.
You're supposed to be a man of God.
Here's why I did
You're
it.
just a
All
God.
right.
I'm guessing Jeremy
disgrace.
Otto next is
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
going to
going
do.
Brian Chapman
No,
next.
here's
Lock
why
it
I
in.
did it, because I wanted to introduce now this drop from John. If it plays. Here we go.
Jeez, I don't even think we need context.
Oh my God!
All right, so that just opened up a whole door. Then, like, we can guess Caputo, we can guess Brian Chapman. Like everybody's.
But it
on
makes the game
everybody's on
so
board.
difficult. It's hard enough to do the weekday day parts. Now, I mean, wait.
You're going to be doing Lions pre and post show.
I know.
Jeremy Otto's going to be in this next.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, here. Who am I? Who said it? Hey, up next in the Glee Act this season, I'd like to lock in Jeremy Otto.
Let me give you a real quick one to finish it off here.
Dono.
This is
Sounds like your Saturday night.
This is between Rieger, his loudness for an extended period of time, or Kenny because he smells.
Sheesh. I heard this one. I know who said this.
Wait, what?
That was. Wait, say that again about Kenny smelling?
This is between Rieger, his loudness for an extended period of time, or Kenny because he smells.
It's got to be Wojo.
Oh, my God.
Wojo would not say that, would he?
Yeah,
All right,
I could see him trying to be funny.
I'm not
recusing
giving anything
himself.
away.
Oh, man.
I mean, Kenny and I break each other's balls a lot, but that's tough, man. Jesus.
Can I kind of guide the train a little bit?
Yes, please.
Who's been known recently for insulting this show?
Jansen.
This show?
This show, yeah.
Oh, Jansen
Milliken?
hates you guys.
Yeah.
I will give
because
no
we
more
speak the
hints.
truth and because we don't have a logo on our paycheck like he does? He can keep it moving if he wants to go down that
I'm going to
road.
guess Tom.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Because
Gov.
Tom, yeah, he'd be like, oh, it's good fun.
Who doesn't like free wings? Tom? You think Tom's going heel turn and just
He wouldn't
and,
be.
Yeah, and then he went,
Right.
And
It's
nobody
all a
else
joke.
laughed.
Ha ha. Here's the grenade. Whee!
All right. Let's go with Mr. Clear.
Yep. He cut the laugh. There was a laugh.
Where was the loud laugh at the end? Did you cut that out?
Wow.
I did cut that out.
Wow.
Hilarious.
Wow.
Ah, true knee slapper there, Tom. Crickets, buddy.
You know what? It's a perfect place to stop.
Oh,
TJ
boy.
just dropped a refrigerator on Tom's head. I think we're good. TJ, tremendous work by you as always. 97-1. All right, Old Nation Brewing Company, we've talked about them. Look, the beer industry is simple. It's set up for people like Old Nation to fail. You're not supposed to be independent. You're not supposed to be local. Now, listen, if you don't care about that stuff and you just want to buy beer from someone who purports to be local but is owned by people in Denmark or China, well, that's your business. Old Nation, it is still independent. It is still local, and they're still drilling everybody with award-winning beer, including the M43, the hazy IPA that put them on the map. They have variations of it, including the raspberry creamsicle, and soon enough, you're going to get their football release, which we will talk about soon enough. But try for yourself. You will taste the difference. Support local. Support independent. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions injury report is in. Lauren Strickland is out. Ife Malafanu is doubtful. And TJ Reader is questionable. Michigan blitzed on 58% of the plays versus Fresno State. How will Texas QB Quinn Ewers handle the pressure this week? That's Texas sideline reporter and former Lion Will Matthews. The Tigers face the A's tonight in the first of three. Tarek Skubal heads to the mound. Just one earned run in 9 innings his last time out. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 9:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, guys, football is here. Clearly, it's all we've been talking about. Moran Buick GMC has got you covered, whether it's road trips or tailgating. They got the vehicles you want. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, $247 a month, 24 months, $19.99 down. You can lease the 24 Encore GX, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive. No money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily, and they have the vehicle you're looking for. And yes, Yukon Denali's are back in stock. MoranExpress.com for any of that certified service you may need on a current vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. This child is a blessing to the both of us. All right, let's get to it, shall we? It's a football Friday. We will reset everything top of the hour. Michigan, Texas, Lions, Rams. And again, if someone would humor me, is there a single Spartan who gives a bleep about MSU Maryland? I'd love to talk to you. Because we all do as Spartans. And last week was horrifying. But David, ticket text, because I don't know that I've checked on ticket text in 2 hours, so I've done a bad job.
No, it's all well, all good. Michigan fan here. I am very worried about our offense, but I think our defense gives Quinn Ewers a run for his money, so score prediction 21-17 Texas, so they keep it close.
Yeah, it's right where I'm at. I like that could, yes, and if you're in that type of game, it's a down to the last possession game. You will have the ball in the fourth quarter with a chance to win the game. That's how I see it, and maybe I'm underrating Texas. But I believe in Michigan's defense. I do believe in home field advantage collegiately. And I do believe in Quinn Ewers, once in a great while, pooping his pants. I just don't trust him.
Sunday night in Ford Field, the Lions are going to rock the Rams. They're going to get smacked in the face. I am all in on the Lions this year. Okay.
If the Lions debut and drop a bomb on their opening opponent, that is as impressive as it gets. It'd be amazing. It would make for some fun radio, that's for sure. But I treat the NFL a lot different than college. I think it's very hard. Guys, this is a one-possession league. That's how it's designed.
Yeah, this isn't a video game. You will punt the ball. There will be 3 and outs. You won't win 70-0.
Such a hater.
Yeah.
Archer Manning will be playing in the mid-third quarter. Hook 'em horns. That is from Sean.
Listen, I'd be mighty impressed, and I won't even lie to you. I'd be pleased, because I hate you scumbags. But I don't see that happening. So, okay, Sean, hopefully you're clairvoyant.
Nick and Taylor says, I have no faith in Michigan. They'll lose by 10. The Lions will win a nail-biter. Okay. Michigan is...
I'm about to say, David, like I said, I see a one-score game. I mean, look at it, last night's game. Just when it looked like Kansas City was about to win this thing by double digits, it all went away and came down to the final play of the game.
I think it's going to speak to Quinn Ewers' playmaking abilities. Look, I don't want to say anybody, but I mean, Rico, a vast majority of quarterbacks, when they're kept clean and you put elite talent around them, and Texas has 11 5-stars and 44 stars, you can operate. Well, what happens when you don't get it your way? What happens when that pocket breaks down? What happens when I need you to be off platform? That's the part of Quinn Ewers' game that I don't trust. I don't see.
So you take nothing away from, and I know it was last season, but going into Alabama and winning?
I do, except Xavier Worthy's not here. And A.D. Mitchell's not here. And Jonathan Brooks is not here. I personally feel like it's different. That was Quinn Ewers.
Not an Isaiah Bond person?
I just wouldn't put Isaiah Bond on the Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell level, would you?
I mean, they went and got him out the portal, kind of how they got
I just don't think he's
Mitchell.
as good. Look, and again, they had Jatavian Sanders last year. It's another piece that was a major NFL talent, drafted by the Panthers early in the draft. So, look, Ewers, I don't care what you were 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I care right here, right now. There's a reason Quinn Ewers is not mentioned along with Shadur Sanders, along with Carson Beck. The kid from USC. Yeah. I mean, he's just not talked about in those terms. And I kind of think this is who you are. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. And in order to go to a place like Ann Arbor with that D, Rico, I also worry about.
It's funny, but could he almost be JJ-like, where
yes,
you just do what you need to do to win the games?
Yeah, but can Texas do that with a third-string running back against Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham? See, that's the other thing. Those two are a brick wall. That's just 700 pounds of violence. And I need to see Texas navigate that because, in essence, that piece of Michigan's defense is Georgia. Mm-hmm. And I need to see it. I just am not ready. I'm sure as hell not ready to go lay 7 points. And I'm going to respect Michigan enough that I do believe they'll stand up. And I think home field matters. Maybe I'm overrating that. I think it absolutely matters in college football. Go ahead, David. Sorry, I know we were a little verbose there.
OMG, driving down the road, and every time I hear Dono, I almost crashed the car. Hilarious.
Dono. If you don't understand what that is, Doug slipped up. And he, I don't want to put words in Doug's mouth, but I mean, He knows the guy, and I guess people close in the program called Donovan Edwards Dono, and Doug slipped up and called him Dono, and Gator and Kang curb checked him on it. And naturally, you knew we were going to make a drop of it because it's ridiculous. Dono.
It was unreal. As a Michigan fan, Texas will be aggressive on the offensive line. It could get ugly quickly. The Lions might go 10-7 in a three-way tie in the North.
Look, if it gets ugly, okay, this is it's very hard to say this because it ruins what I loved past tense about college football. This is not a must-win game for either team. Michigan could lose, their season's not over. Texas, same thing. If you look bad, I think it's absolutely a window into who you are, and I think that's the stuff I take out of it. Look, if Michigan looks bad tomorrow, which I will be surprised, but if they do, I think that would lend itself to, geez, maybe Vegas has this right and they're an 8-4 team.
Yeah, because all of a sudden that USC game looks a lot more daunting.
A lot more games look a lot more daunting. There is no excuse as a really good football team to get worked at home. I don't care who you're playing.
No, but USC all of a sudden now has a defense with an offense. So, yeah.
Yes, David.
Spartans will look better offensively, but it'll be against better talent. So 24-14, Childs will learn what a check down is, but not enough. Nick and
yeah,
KZoo.
if they score 14 points, this thing's irreparably broken.
Yeah, unless it's a hurricane in Maryland, yeah.
No, and I'm not mad at the texter. He may be right. What I'm looking for from MSU is it's different. Like Michigan is in a different place. It's a different, this is year 0 for Jonathan Smith. I'm looking for competency. And really what I'm looking for are the concepts I fell in love with at Oregon State. I didn't see much of any of that last week. And I'm not going to nerd out. I mean, if you're bored later, Rico, lend me your ear and I'll sing you a tune. I need to see what the hell we were supposed to be hiring because I felt like it was Jay Johnson's playbook last week.
Yeah, it kind of looked like they didn't practice all summer.
Yeah, thank you. David, salt wound. Didn't need it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Rico was going to talk, so I spoke instead.
You purport yourself to be a good man. You, sir, you're a bad person. You are currently.
And one more here. I fully expect both teams to lose. Confidence level for both is a 3.
Wow. Okay. Let's talk confidence game. We're going to talk all 3 games. Open phone lines. I know we had a bunch of scheduled things to do, and TJ joined us. If you want to get in, now's the time. 248-539-9797, and we will get straight to the people next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Lions take on the Rams Sunday. Linebacker Lauren Strickland has been ruled out. DJ Reader is also questionable. Rams beat writer Jordan Rodriguez thinks the secondary is a big spot of improvement for LA this season compared to last. She says watch out for Cam Curl as well. Audio courtesy of the Lions preview show. The Tigers are once again 5 games back in the last wild card spot after the Parker Meadows heroics last night. They begin a 3-game series with the A's tonight in Cali. Tarek Skubal set to pitch. Brant Herter will be tomorrow, and then a Sunday opener is likely. Former Michigan defensive lineman Chris Jenkins, who the Bengals selected in the second round this season, has a broken thumb. He will not play this week, but the team would not rule out him giving it a go next week either. Connor Stallions is now the acting head coach at Mumford High School after head coach William McMichael suffered a mild stroke. It's unknown whether McMichael will return to the sidelines this year. The Packers and Eagles kick off a historic game in Brazil tonight, according to ESPN. It was quite the process preparing for this game. The two teams have spent 3 months along with sending 3 planes and a cargo ship to get the necessary gear overseas. The Eagles are favored by 2. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Football Friday. We've got a trio of games to talk about. 2 of them are headliners, and one of them, it just depends if you care about the team. We're trying to ascertain confidence level. And look, we'll reverse engineer this. We've talked, we led with the Lions, and people's confidence level seems to be very high. Me and Rico, my confidence hasn't wavered in the team. I just think very difficult to start the season in a tough primetime matchup and feel like it's anything other than what took place last night, which was a real thriller. I think the Rams are coming to play, and I think the Rams are a really good football team, just like you.
Yeah, and I also think the fact that, Goff or a lot of your starters did not play in the preseason, it's going to take them some time. Yeah, I know they had this great offense, but you got to work off the rust. I think that you'll probably see, it's going to take about a quarter or 2 for everything to kick in.
So, look, where I wanted to go was a little bit of Michigan and Texas. I want to hear from Lion fans on it. Of course I do. But Texas, here's the thing. I have a confidence in Michigan that maybe isn't warranted. Maybe I'm just not seeing it clearly. But, if you want to nerd out on why I believe in Michigan defensively, it's not enough to say, oh, well, their defense is really good. It's how you play. I watch a ton of Texas. And you know what Sarkisian loves to do? Dink and doodle and supplement the run game with essentially line of scrimmage or behind line of scrimmage passing. Well, what does Michigan generally take away? Exactly that. I mean, hell, short pass last week. How did Will Johnson get a pick 6? Look, they jump routes. They bully you. I don't believe in Texas' ability to line up and run the football. Need to see that to believe it. All right, so if I don't have a great ground game, and my supplement to my ground game is in the wheelhouse of what this defense and Wink Martindale want to do, now it's Quinn Ewers' risky throw profile.
Yeah.
So and then you factor in there's going to be weather. There's going to be wind. And there's
going to be weather and wind, but I don't think it's going to be horrific rain like it was, 2017 when State went there.
Agree.
I think that if you blitz Texas and you leave those corners out there one-on-one on the island, you find the one guy who's not Will Johnson and you just take your chances throwing it deep. If that's what Sarkisian wants to do.
But that's my point. You have then taken a team, and by the way, if you look at last week, Texas, now I'm not trying to nerd out, work with me. Do you realize they, on their run blocking last week, they had an 11% whiff rate in the run game? If you think you are going to essentially not block the man you're supposed to block in 11% of runs against Michigan.
Right. Woo. But see, Mike, I look at the Texas offense and the Michigan defense, and I'll consider that a wash. It's when it's the other side, when it's the Michigan offense. Can they drive down the field? Can they score? And that's where I have a problem with, because I didn't see anything. The fact that Orji had 25% of the snaps, and, I know it's not everything, but just that one throw where he threw it so short, the receiver just kind of had a look like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Okay. Was that his inner monologue?
Yeah, it was, because, it wasn't like he even tried to go for the ball. He looked as if, yes, I've seen this before. So I was hoping you would get at least 5 yards near me, and I would dive for it. But, yeah, I'm not doing that.
248-539-9797. I want to know your confidence level for the Lions. I want to know it for Michigan. And if you think my confidence in Michigan is not justified, tell me why. Briefly, on Michigan State, look, clearly stakes are different. They're trying to rebuild. They're trying to get up off the ground. I can just tell you my confidence is based on who Jonathan Smith is, based on what I believe they hired. I am buying him. My confidence is pretty high. There'll be a level of competency because last week was incompetent garbage offensively. That was an embarrassment. Now, I believe this guy will have a better product. I don't know if it's going to result in a win or even if they're – maybe Maryland's actually good. I have no idea. I didn't watch their game, and I'm open about it. I didn't watch them play UConn. I watched about 50 other things.
No, they did. They were rolling against UConn. Mike, I think the biggest thing for me is you can't have 12 penalties for 140 yards, especially on the defense. There was a lot of times where it was third down, and Florida Atlantic was about to get off the field, 15-yard penalty. You can't extend drives and have bad offense and try to win games. So yeah.
Most confident, least confident. Where's your take on each game on a Football Friday? We'll keep it nice and simple. We're live at Circa in Vegas. We'll get to the picks bottom of the hour. 248-539-9797. David, weigh in on it. I know you've been scared about your Wolverines all year. Hell, if anybody probably disagrees with what the hell I'm saying, maybe it's you, because I have a confidence in them. I mean, again, they're not leaving home. They're not in Austin. That game against Colorado State, I do think I can poke holes in it. And, yeah, I'm not going to judge you solely on Fresno. So, hell, if you want to yell at me that I'm nuts, go for it.
No, I don't think everything you say is crazy. The thing here is the run game. So my confidence level is at a 6 because based off last week for Michigan, I didn't like anything they did in the run game. It didn't look right to me. The offensive line is still trying to gel together. They're still trying to get some things. And Dono needs to play better. He absolutely needs to play better. So until I see it, it'll stay at a 6, but it can lean in their direction for sure. So I understand everything both you and Rico are saying about that game.
Also, if you're going to invoke the Dono, it has to be accompanied by the drop. Thank you. That's the only way. Thanksgiving. It's the only way we're going to do this. Awesome. 248-539-9797. Let's get a few of the ticket texts in. We can get to the people as well. And, I want to make sure we're crystal clear. No, I don't believe the Lions are going to lose, but I think it's going to be a nail-biter. I don't know that Michigan wins, but I'll tell you, I got a lot more faith than seemingly most people. They're going to play really well. I will be genuinely surprised if Texas, in my opinion, a very flawed version of Texas, right? We talk about Michigan's flaws. I think Texas is very flawed. If they just roll in and then roll out, I'll be very surprised by that. But I also had an opinion Michigan was probably a 9-3 football team. You know, other people, I know, David, you thought they were 6-6, or other people said 8-4. We're going to get answers, and that's what I do like about early season matchups like this. You get answers. You don't learn anything when you do what Michigan did the last couple of years, playing nobody. You don't learn anything.
No, you're right. You're right about that, Mike, and you will learn a lot either way, if they're good or if they're bad. And what happens here is it could change my opinion on the Michigan Wolverines. If they go out there and win this game the way they should, I don't mean an ugly win. I don't mean they go out and still struggle but still win. I mean if they do what they're supposed to do and win the game, that may change my opinion on an Oregon game or a USC-type game because they look better from week 1 to week 2. But we have to see.
I'll be fascinated by the quarterback play. I don't ever see a scenario they'll lead the charge, but can they be complementary? Can this offensive line look better than they did? I mean, it's clear the game plan Texas is going to roll in with. We're not going to let you run the ball. We're going to load up the line of scrimmage. Go ahead and try to throw it over the top. Can that offensive line get up off the mat? Because that was an embarrassing performance last week, and I don't think any guy in that room would feel differently.
Ticket text here. Michigan is the team that concerns me out of them and the Lions. They did not show very much, and they went all in for the national championship, but can't recruit to save their lives. I am worried about Michigan. Wolverine fan here, running a 2 QB system, and neither one is functional, is coaching malpractice. Unacceptable at Michigan. I was rooting hard for more, but now I'm predicting a slaughter tomorrow. That is Drew in despair, he says.
Oh, my.
Wow.
All right, little melodramatic there. Let's play the game.
Mike in Williamson says, it's very depressing, but Michigan will be Iowa this year. Defense and special teams will be the only way they win big games.
Yeah, guys, I'd like to say factually Iowa went 10-2 and played for the Big Ten championship. And, yes, I understand that the West is no more. If you're Iowa from last year, you probably win 9 games. I mean, if this defense is that good, you probably win 9 games.
I will definitely take that. I'd also like to point out from a ticket texter that's saying that it's supposed to be colder tomorrow. Texas ready to play in colder weather.
Okay, take it
It's not
easy.
December.
There's no flurries. Let's calm down.
It's like 60 degrees.
What
it's
are we
a beautiful
doing?
day for football. It is. You know, it does get 60 degrees in Texas, guys.
Okay, if you're relying on the wind and rain and the cold weather, then tell me you don't think your team's going to win.
Also, don't you think they would rather play in 60-degree weather than 90-degree weather?
Yes. Yes. Signed human beings everywhere.
Yeah, in pads and running around.
If you're a good team, anywhere, any place, anytime.
Listen, if it was November and it was snowing, you might have something.
That's different. Agree totally. Go ahead, David.
On the Lions, someone says Stafford is going to torch the rookie cornerbacks. I am worried most about the Lions this weekend.
See, I think that's the part people are underrating. I think in a few weeks, maybe a few months, certainly, that Lions secondary will come together. It'll look right. But, man, it's hard when you're going to be playing multiple rookies and playing, guys who haven't played together, haven't played snaps together, and you're going up against Puka Nacua and a healthy Cooper Kupp, Stafford. Sean McVay knows exactly how to scheme them open and how to attack. All I was just trying to say is I love this football team, but I'm just not ready to say, yep, okay, hey, cruise control.
Yeah.
Big win on opening night by 50.
And Nacua had 180 yards receiving against the Lions last year in the playoffs, and he was their option. And he still got there.
Yeah. Yeah, but Evan, no argument.
One more here on the Lions. Chris G says, all these overconfident Lions fans are the new bandwagon fans who showed up last year. The real fans know it won't be easy again this year.
I share the sentiment, but I try to be pragmatic about stuff. Fans are excited. I'm not mad at them. 248-539-9797. We'll get some phone calls in the mix. Ticket text as well. Picks are about 15 minutes away. All right, summer, it's winding down, and football is here. But the good part, football and pizza or peanut butter and jelly. Hungry Howie's has got you covered all football season long. Yeah, the dying days of summer sad. And you'll see the Kenny Cott menu go by the wayside, but the deals are still there. Any large pizza on the menu, $14.99. That includes the pickle bacon ranch or the backyard burger, the Kenny Cott specials. And those will be replaced by different pizzas and different deals. Just know the best value in town is Hungry Howie's. You can get, again, any large, $14.99. Get it for your Lions game on Sunday Night Football this weekend. It's hungryhowies.com, or you can download the Hungry Howie's app to start your order today. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get to the people. Confidence levels, all 3 games. Obviously, the 2 heavy hitters, Michigan and Texas, Lions and Rams on Sunday Night Football. We go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, how you doing? Nick? And I guess not. We'll go to Harrison, 97.1. What's up, Harrison?
Hey, I'm in standstill traffic. It's great. One thing I want to ask you guys, did you watch the fourth quarter of the game? I mean, you watched it, but did you listen to a lot of it last night?
Are we talking Chiefs-Ravens?
Yeah.
Watch the whole damn thing. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Okay. Was Collinsworth on the lemon? Because
oh, my God.
I kept hearing him talking about how Lamar was a pocket passer. It's like, am I having a stroke right now watching this game?
I am so happy. Harrison, I could hug you right now. Evan and I were watching this game, and we were having the same conversation because I'm like, is this dude coked up? What is wrong with this guy? Dude, Collinsworth was out of his mind if you guys didn't watch. Harrison, you're nailing it. He's like, oh, my God, what a great throw. And I'm like, he just hit a cheerleader in the face. Like, Harrison, I got nothing. I can't figure out what the hell Collinsworth was doing last night.
Rico, there was one play where he's talking about an interior defensive lineman playing so great. In the play they're showing, he gets completely taken out of the play by the offensive lineman. And I'm like, why would they show that as the example?
He's got grass stains on his ass, and Collinsworth is like, this guy is thickly built. Like, what?
It was unbelievable.
Harrison, go ahead. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
you're an angel for bringing
that up. Yeah, man's out there going full Mr. Dangerous, and I'm just like, what is happening right now? So
yeah, he's showing such great discipline. Cutscene. Oh wait, my first read's not open. Whee! I'm running. Harrison, awful.
So the Lions thing, I've been trying to talk myself into. You can't call it a trap game because the Rams are good, but like. There's a lot of hype, and you wonder how distracted they might be by that. You got rookie corners and stuff. But there are 2 reasons I keep coming back to on why I think the Lions will win. I'm at like an 8. I don't think it'll be a blowout like some of these guys that are like, Lions are going 15-2. Like, I think it'll be a 1-score game. But, 1, I don't think Dan Campbell teams get high on their own supply. Like, I think if anyone's going to keep them from being overhyped, it's probably Dan. And the second thing is the Rams do have some offensive line problems with Alaric Jackson suspended. You know, Jonah Jackson's been like moving center at certain points of camp. They've got, Havenstein is beat up a little bit. And I think if one thing can take the pressure off those rookie corners, it would be the defensive line getting to Stafford and hopefully carrying him out in a pine box.
Yeah, no, I think you're nailing it. Now, again, it's also why they went out and they got new guards, and you're right. They're a little beat up. Everyone's got some bumps and bruises. They're going to try to run the football. Yeah. I mean, I need to see if they can have any success doing it. But all that said, I mean, Harrison, you know it. Last year, it's not like their O-line was great. They still rolled up in here and damn near beat you. So, maybe I'm a scaredy cat. I just generally have a respect for most opponents I play in the NFL. Once in a while, you'll run into a cockroach like the Carolina Panthers or something, and you're like, all right.
Square.
Yeah, drop a bomb on these idiots.
Yeah, see, for me, it's not playing any of your offensive weapons the entire preseason. It's going to take a little bit of time for the connection to happen. Yes, it's practice, but when you know that by no means are you ever going to get hit in practice, it's a different mentality when that person across the line from you is trying to take your head off.
Yeah, or the Lions just show we are a Super Bowl team, and they put on a show for America. I don't know. I try to be more tempered in the NFL. We got Nick back. We lost connection with him. We'll bump him right back to the front. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Oh yeah, I'm Mike. So I actually have my mute button on, so that's why you didn't hear me at first. So I apologize for that.
That's all right. What's going on?
Well, so first of all, that one ticket texture, I'm one of those bandwagon fans who jumped on in 22. So however that text was, go after yourself. Your team have been garbage for decades and didn't give me any reason to root for you. So, just save it. Well, that's gone.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with it at all, Nick. You're right. It was 60 years of garbage.
Come on, man. Mike, but you changed my mind yesterday because before yesterday, I listened to the morning show and they were saying would you take going to the Super Bowl and losing? I'm like, it's like the Mariners. The Mariners have never been to the World Series. I think that if they were offered that, they would probably take something like that. But now, what you said today, That's not on the table anymore. Now it's win the whole effing thing. I put the $40 I won betting on college football on the Lions to win the Super Bowl. Mike, what Brad has built here and the level of energy that Dan brings to this team, it is an extremely powerful force. A force that is infinitely stronger than any sense of revenge or revenge tour that the Rams want to bring to the jungle. And, hey, I respect the Rams as an opponent. It will not be a cakewalk. But that does not mean my confidence level will be any less than a 10. The Rams are not coming into the Lions' den and escaping alive, especially Stafford. Hey, guys, it's me, Statty Patty again. I'm going to get my revenge. And then Hutch hits Stafford in the face with a metal chair, WWE style. like it's John Roseborough v. Juan Marichal, 2024 Colorado.
I think what you're bringing up, honestly.
So you got the Lions winning.
No, he does.
Yeah,
I like it.
I
like it.
It doesn't matter. You just win. I don't care.
Right.
They're going to win, though.
Right. Yep. And you know what? Nick is bringing something up, and I know it's like weird for Lion fans to think this way. For years, we've talked about places like Arrowhead, talked to places like Seattle. Forgive me, the name escapes me. I think Ford Field is becoming one of those places where it is one of the great home field advantages in the sport. I mean, it used to be Mile High, but like certain places are just really hard to play. I think this is one. The Sunday night, over-under on Rams, delay of games or false starts or timeouts needed because they can't hear. Set at 2.5. I mean, I'd probably take the over.
I would say the only thing is if there's one team coming in that knows this crowd, because, listen, I've been to a lot of Lions games, do your little siren or whatever. I had never heard one like I did with the Rams. The next week wasn't as loud, but I think if there's one team that is going to be ready for that, it's the Rams. So I
think the Rams know the quickest way to keep the crowd quiet is score.
Yeah, 100%. So I love the confidence. I've never heard this. Mike, you've never heard it. Rico's never heard it. I mean, pretty much everybody in Detroit's never heard this level of confidence.
Well, it's like when I'm like pump the brakes, like 14-3, like, oh, you don't believe? No, I believe in the team. I've watched the NFL. 14-3 is hard to do. Like, once again, the back-to-back Super Bowl champion Chiefs couldn't do 14-3 last year.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they fell down in game 1 to you, Detroit, and they still managed to come back and win. You're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win more games than you lose. But, when I keep hearing that those numbers, they're going to win all of these different games.
But why do people care so much about 14-3? I could care less about what the record is or where they land in the division. Make the playoffs, get to the Super Bowl. That's all I care about.
Kenny, we had this conversation earlier this week on Wednesday when Mike was gone. Like, the record it's meaningless. It's what you do in the make the playoffs.
Get to the second season.
If you can get some home games, great. But you're going to eventually have to play on the road because the Super Bowl is not going to be at Ford Field. So just make the playoffs.
David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the picks.
Look, what the Lions did last year against Kansas City game, we didn't play a lot of our starters in the preseason, and we came out and took down the reigning Super Bowl champs. So I don't see this year against the Rams any different.
All right, but again,
okay, you know
Kelsey, Chris Jones, a pick 6. You scored a whopping 14 offensive points. I'd be careful going year to year with that.
Yeah, I was about to say, missing 2 of your 3 best players.
Do you know who the Lions' leading receiver in that game was?
Brian Branch?
No, Josh Reynolds, 4 catches, 80 yards.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did what they needed to do to win it. I was proud of them. I picked them to win that game. But I just be careful on that one. That's all. I think it's okay it might take a little bit. It might not be seamless. That's all.
Bandwagon fan is a clown. You're allowed to be a fan now, but save your corny WWE stuff. Like you're so passionate. Kevin in a car. Wow.
How did we get here?
Fans are weird. I don't know. You get this weird thing where like, oh, well, you weren't here for cutscene. 60 years of misery. Who cares? Sports are entertainment. You know what? I've always said this. It's been my big gripe with the Tigers. It's like, yeah, it's great they're 5 games out, but if they actually cared about the product, they'd be in the playoffs this year. I mean, they're right on the fringe of being relevant, and they told their customer base, we're not interested in winning. We're not going to try. Okay? Yeah. So it's the same thing. Teams have to earn your trust. They have to earn your time and your money and your emotion. Now, once a team earns it, naturally people will gravitate to it. I hate to break it to Lion Guy in the car, but 2/3 of your fan base weren't there before 2022.
True.
Okay? This turned into the hottest ticket in the NFL. 2022 started a movement here. 2023 cemented it. You just got to deal with bandwagon fans because this team lost a generation of fans.
Yeah, and at this point, they're your brother, okay? They may be the younger brother, but you all are rooting for the same goal.
Are they your little brother?
See, I didn't go there. Thanksgiving.
248-5. Thank you, caller Ed. 248-539-9797. The picks coming up next.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style, and Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. And even next summer when you want that drop top, they have that as well. Look, they've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2024 Chevys. Selection is best right now. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, so that'll put a wrap on it for us from Vegas. We've got a hell of a weekend of football ahead. Michigan, Texas, Lions, and Rams. I love when the Lions play these national TV games. I do. I love having my Sunday to myself to watch the rest of the league, and then you just get the treat of zoning in on the Lions. Main stage, best broadcast. Finally, after 20 years, this team is good enough to get these games. So, yeah, you know what, David, you're right. That is my inner monologue. So yeah, I'm very I'm eagerly awaiting that. That's right. That's right. That's also going to be my reaction if MSU ever crosses midfield.
Oh, come on, Michael. They'll cross midfield.
And more importantly, did you guys see the same 6:30 a.m. gambling? Is there any update?
No.
Oh, damn
Jeff, sadly, I was down here even earlier this morning.
That's
I had to do
kind
the
of sad.
kickoff show with Boomer.
That is
so
sad.
I was down here before even the D-Gens. Like, it was that weird space where nights ended and the D-Gen morning hadn't begun. It was
very calm.
It was very lonesome.
But there's no window, right? It doesn't close even for like 10 minutes to vacuum, right?
No, it's on and popping. And if you want to bet on like Sweden versus Azerbaijan in soccer, they got you covered.
Oh, watch out for Azerbaijan.
Yeah, tough every year.
By the way, I was
Always
listening to
forgotten
you with the great Derek Stevens there when he was going through how they're just getting swamped, not only with Lions bets and late Michigan money, but Tigers money in the last couple of weeks.
Because if you make the playoffs,
Right.
no matter how minimal the odds are, the payout is so big to win the World Series at like plus 50,000. You can just bet against them every game of the playoffs and take away a huge profit.
Right,
If they were able to get in.
Or you can cash out too, right? They'll let you buy out or something.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I didn't look today on what the Fangraph projection is, but I mean they're 5 out with 21 to go.
21, yeah.
I think I did the math last night where I'm like, look, if you had to be 10 games over, they're still going to have to go 15-6. I mean, it's still a huge hill to climb. So you just worry about today.
You might
on
get
the
some
mound.
help, though, because
stop
Minnesota's
it,
playing
Rieger.
Kansas City, and I don't know if Minnesota sweeps that series, then you got a great chance because you get Kansas City for 3. Yeah.
You know what, Wojo? He's your problem.
No, but trust me, I know.
Very quickly, speaking of problems, I actually
It's
want to...
7.2%, by the way, right now.
Oh, it's gone down. I want to tell you guys you were right about one big thing, one huge thing.
And that's
Wojo and
it.
I...
Only one.
Just one. Wojo and I
That
discovered
Michigan's
yesterday.
going to play really well tomorrow?
No, not that.
Oh, there are other people thinking that.
We're
I
gonna
saw
get
a
into
few
that.
things.
No. The one thing you were the most right about was yesterday at about 6:45, Wojo and I looked to each other. We're like, why the hell is it a swamp in this studio?
Oh.
And then we realized that you guys are in Vegas. Nobody was
Yep.
in this. So the last people that were in this studio
That's
was
right.
Doug and Scott. It
That's
was
right.
87 degrees. Wojo and I are sweating.
No, I was pissed.
It's amazing what you guys deal with.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Wojo smells even worse.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand the planet Doug resides on.
Yeah, no,
Who
that's
wants
weird.
to work in conditions with a studio that's 79 degrees? Honestly, we ought to just build Doug his own studio.
A sauna. Have the water
Yeah,
going
just
over
build a
and the
sauna.
Steam
We'll call
coming
it
up.
the Dono Lounge.
The Dono Sauna.
Oh, my.
No, you would never. It's amazing. I've never seen Wojo run so quickly. He got in there early for the first time ever, and he's like, I got to get in the studio and turn it down.
Yes, and I'm going to turn it down even further. So, by the way, great start to the NFL season last night. We are going to talk like you did about Lions and Rams and stuff, but there is some weird vibes coming out about this Texas-Michigan game. And I heard you sort of touch upon it. But there's some people, like college football experts, that are like, whoa. Since when is Texas worthy of being that big of a favorite on the road?
Yeah, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah.
And it's a road game, and I think the wind plays, and I gave some data on it.
But, Mike, as you often say, Vegas doesn't give discounts.
No, I know, but they didn't. They put the number out there, Rico, at 3. And then the teams played, and it moved to 4.5. Now, the rest of it was human beings moving that line. And I think now people are waking up and going, well, hold on. As Wojo said, 7.5, 8? No. And they're buying it back down. No, Vegas would never have thrown 7 out, ever. They would have gotten murdered.
Right, to start it
Oh, no.
right.
Yeah, it was like 2.5 preseason.
Yeah, and that's more appropriate because I think this Texas team is fraudulent. I don't believe in them.
I don't know if they could run the ball, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll see.
I am with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. These two will take you to the next phase of your Friday night. We will talk to you on Monday. Rico's on with Cookies on Sunday. All podcasts are out wherever you get them. We're donezo. Woj and Reegs
Enjoy
are
the
next.
weekend, boys.
Woo-hoo!
Go win some money for
Bye.
crying out loud.
Win some shekels.